And we are live with the first and hopefully the only COVID con. And we have the host, the guy who put this all together, Kenny Casanova.
Hey guys, just wanted to open up the show real quick here and wanted to thank the moderators that'll be bringing the first ever wrestling con ever to Facebook and also to Fight TV, which we're streaming on now live. We've got Eddie Bratz here. He's off to the side. We're calling him for the COVID gimmick today. His name is Deadly Ed. And also, later on today, we'll have another host at 4:30. His name is what did we call him? We gave him a gimmick name. It was Rob the Slob. That's it, Rob the Slob. So yep, we got Deadly Ed and Rob the Slob today, working hard for you. We got no money in this. This is free to all the fans. That was the idea for the whole thing, was to put something out there in these times of need here, these trying times, to put something out there fun for the fans and to give something back to everybody. We're going to have every 30 minutes, we're going to have a wrestler and or a historian or author. This is all about books. This is about wrestling books the best we can. There's also comics in here, any sort of neat products happening, and it's for the fans. So we figured we could get the biggest mark ever for you to start it all off, and that's Eddie Bratz to the side. Look in the background. He's got LJNs. He's got it all. He looks like the fan. We got what we need. So good to go. And we're going to start things right off with Q&A. If you want to ask questions, go to the Facebook Wrestling Bookmarks page. That's facebook.com/groups/wrestling bookmarks. And you can ask questions there. And all day from today and also tomorrow up till almost midnight, both days, we're going to have questions coming in from the fans. So once again, we want to thank all the fans and particularly thank all the wrestlers and thank all of the individual people who've come together, maybe like 60 names to make this happen today. Cool?
All right, Kenny.
All right.
Well, thanks. I'm going to bring on our first guest.
Okay, throw me out.
All right. Well, first off, we have Keith Elliot Greenberg, who has written books on Ric Flair, Superstar Billy Graham, Classy Freddie Blassie, and of course, everyone's going to want to know about that Iron Sheik book. Keith, how are you today?
I'm great, and we have to mention my upcoming book.
Yep.
It's called Too Sweet: Inside the Indie Wrestling Revolution. It's being published this fall by ECW Press, and I know my executive editor, Michael Holmes, is going to be on today at 6 p.m. I want everybody to pre-order. By the time Michael gets on, I want the book to already be in its second printing before it's even fully proofread.
All right. Well, we'll be looking forward to that one. When is that going to be out?
The official launch date is September 1st. The book is finished now. We're just putting in photos and, playing around with grammar. But it traces the current indie wrestling revolution, which would include, I'm defining indie in its widest sense. So that would include AEW, and that would include New Japan. Basically, it's anything outside of the WWE universe. It traces it back to the early days of Outlaw Territories.
Okay, great. Well, that sounds like how long has this been in the making for?
This has been in the making since 2018. What happened was after WrestleMania 34 in New Orleans, Michael Holmes, the executive editor, and I had a discussion because we noticed so many Bullet Club shirts. And we were saying to each other, wow, there's really a phenomenon going on, because we're walking through, we're walking around through the French Quarter in New Orleans, and we're sure there's Roman Reigns gimmicks and John Cena shirts, but there's a lot of people wearing Bullet Club shirts. And we're like, this is a WWE gathering of the tribes. And yet these folks seem to have some kind of affection for something outside. What is the phenomena here? Let's explore it in a book.
Oh, interesting. We have a question. Greg wants to know, how is AEW to work with as far as media and access, and how does that compare to WWE?
A very interesting question, Greg. And of course, Greg's a friend of mine, and I'm always happy to talk to him. When I was actually trying to pursue Tony Khan for the book and did not get Tony Khan. I did speak with the media department over at AEW, and I wanted to find out about Tony Khan's inner wrestling life when he was a kid. Now, he did do other interviews, and so those questions were answered, and I incorporated information from his other interviews into there. I guess they felt that it wasn't their product. Maybe they didn't feel they could trust whatever I was going to put out. I did deal with AEW when I did a story for the Daily Beast on Nyla Rose. And they did bring me down to, I went down to their first show of the year in Jacksonville. And they were very nice to deal with. And just like WWE is nice to deal with when you are covering something that they want you to cover. So it's like dealing with any big wrestling company. Certainly when you're dealing with a smaller indie, the promoter calls you on the phone and says, hey, do you want somebody to pick you up? Is there anything you can do? Do you want to go into the dressing room? And that's not going to happen generally with a company of this size.
Okay. Somebody else has a question. What promotions did you primarily focus on for your book, since there are so many?
Well, I actually apologize in the second chapter about anybody who might be left out, because I knew it was inevitable that promotions would be left out. And I tried to make it as diverse as possible. We have Ring of Honor's in there, obviously. AEW's in there. New Japan is in there. Progress, Revolution Pro, Pro Wrestling Guerrilla is in there, and Excalibur. And I sat down and he gave me some great insights into not just the history of PWF, but the PWG, but the Southern California indie scene historically, and the indie scene in general, since he brings talent in from all over the world. Game Changer Wrestling in Jersey is pretty prominent in there, the Joey Janela promotion. I spent a lot of time with those guys, and those guys were very open to me. And I got a lot of great stories out of them. But there are smaller promotions, too, that are in there. There's a little promotion in Idaho that's included. There's, what is it called? There was a promotion in Fort Worth that's included, David Fuller's promotion. So I tried to have the little promotions as well as the large ones. And then Chikara is also in there. And Mike Quackenbush was very cooperative. And he's kind of become a friend, like we spoke last week. I also tried to explain how did we get here. And to do that, we went back in history. And we spoke about these upstart promotions through the years. The promotion that Jim Crockett Sr. ran that went in opposition to Vince McMahon Sr. or Vincent James McMahon and Toots Mondt back in the early 60s. The Poffo family's promotion, featuring Randy Macho Man Savage and his brother Leaping Lanny Poffo, my good friend, who's going to be on here tomorrow. And how they went against a number of promotions in that part of the country, but largely the Memphis promotion. A promotion I watched as a teenager, the IWA, which featured some really great wrestlers. They had Bulldog Brower and Ernie the Cat Lad, and Mil Mascaras was their champion. Ivan Koloff was in there. Those guys, when I was a teenager in the mid-'70s, they were trying to become a national promotion, and they had Eddie Einhorn with them, who later became one of the owners of the Chicago White Sox. And they didn't just run opposition to what was then the WWF. They were running opposition to the Crockett family's promotion. They were trying to, expand their tentacles a good 10 years before Vince McMahon did. And they were associated with another promotion, the NWF. And at one point, Antonio Inoki won the NWF title because he wanted to have an American title and defend it in Japan. And that title was defended into this millennium. And I believe the last champion was Shinsuke Nakamura. So I tried as much as possible to look at the big picture.
Okay. We have another question. Who do you feel is the most charismatic wrestler you have experienced in the ring and also outside the ring?
Well, it's so funny you ask this question. A friend on Facebook, because everybody's bored, asked, name your 5 favorite wrestlers. And I'm like, well, I can't name 5. I can't narrow it down to 5. But who just grabs me in terms of a great eternal wrestler? I'd have to say Terry Funk, because Terry Funk, he was a young, athletic NWA champion. He was a ornery old man. He was a hardcore wrestler. In terms of reinventing himself, I think even more so than Chris Jericho, who's been masterful at it, and certainly the most masterful wrestler reinventing himself in this era. But Terry Funk, I believe, is the original. Outside the ring, I worked with superstar Billy Graham. It was a pleasure to hear his stories. I worked with Classy Freddie Blassie. We worked on books together. I mean, wrestling is showmanship, and there's sure a lot of showmen in that industry.
So I have a question. What was it like working with Classy Freddie Blassie?
Well, it was an interesting period. For one thing, we had the complete sanction of the McMahon family for this project. They loved Freddie Blassie. They loved him like a family member. And Freddie Blassie was old. He was 85 years old. And I think there was an awareness that Freddie wasn't long for this world. And he did die 3 weeks after the book came out. But he did manage to do a promo on Raw, nonetheless. It was great. It was like he was getting everything out of his system. It's like, this is my last chance to tell the story. And Freddie went back to the days of the carnivals. Freddie, I believe, started wrestling in the 1930s. So he could take the history of the industry from the carnivals all the way to the pay-per-view era. And what I did, I looked at that book as a bound documentary. So the main story was obviously Freddie's, but I'd have other people step in at different times for a page or 3 to just talk about their experiences with Freddie in the industry at that time. So Arnold Skoland is in there. Killer Kowalski is in there. John Tolis is in there. Dick Steinborn, who just died, is in there. All these folks, Fabulous Moolah is in there. All those folks are gone now. And so I feel grateful that I was able to be there at this period when these folks all had their faculties and they could tell these stories, because now these stories are gone.
Well, obviously, we're getting a lot of questions about the Iron Sheik book. So
Okay.
Ben wants to know, what's the current status of the book? How was he to work with? And then I want to know, what was it that's ended up scrapping that whole publication?
The Iron Sheik was a pleasure to work with, because the Iron Sheik and I knew each other for a long time. And again, the Iron Sheik isn't just the guy who people would see on the Howard Stern show. The Iron Sheik was a very serious wrestler who competed in the Pan Am Games and was in international competitions and had a great deal of pride about that. He's also a very warm family man, and he's the Iron Sheik. There's a certain part of him where he doesn't know where Khosrow Vaziri ends and the Iron Sheik begins. So he's colorful, he's entertaining, but he's a decent man, and I got to know that decent man. And I started working with him. Now, the WWE wanted that book. This is back in 2008. He and I watched the Democratic National Convention together in the course of me researching that book. But there's a lot of crazy Iron Sheik stories, and a lot of them involve drugs, and a lot of them involve politically incorrect language or characterizations of people. And the Iron Sheik also at the time was struggling with a drug problem. And And when the book was completed, there was a feeling that it wasn't really a story of redemption because he was still struggling. And so the book was tabled. The book was written and it was tabled. And again, WWE had the last say. And then a couple of years passed. I remained close to the Iron Sheik and close to his family. And I ended up doing a story for Playboy magazine about my weekend with the Iron Sheik. And by that point, he had kicked drugs and he had reconciled with his wife and he was very close with his family. And someone at WWE saw that and said, hey, maybe it's time to bring back the Iron Sheik book because he's clean now. And I went in and I rewrote it and we went through it. And there was certain characterizations of people that maybe we watered down slightly, but not much. But there was still all the crazy stories about him smuggling an 8-ball of coke into Canada for Jake the Snake Roberts, and then him being angry at Jake the Snake for just giving him one tiny little line. There was a story about him clotheslining a groupie who had come to the hotel to see Marty Jannetty. There were his characterizations of Randy Macho Man Savage's stinginess or alleged stinginess and him attributing it to his Jewish ancestry. And I believe that, and it went back to WWE. I was in the office. We were looking at photos that we could put in the book. PWI was going to contribute some photos. So it was going to get published. And I believe there were pre-orders. And now it was being published by ECW Press. They were really happy with it from what I gathered. And then I was told that somebody high up at WWE, I was told it wasn't Vince, but it was someone really high up, just said, how does this benefit our brand? Does this make the WWE product good? And I guess they concluded, no, it doesn't. And so it is the greatest unpublished treasure in wrestling journalism. It's a tragedy in a way because the book is not published.
How many copies are said to be out in circulation?
It was never bound. I mean, okay. I have a copy on my laptop, but I don't disseminate it. I was paid, and it's that's not my job. I can't show something that I was told don't show it.
Right. We have another question from John Cosper. Are there any Andre the Giant stories that Freddie Blassie shared that did not make his book?
No, he shared them. All stories about Andre farting on the train. And I mean, look, I'm reading this book now. I'm reading the Andre book now. Those guys, have more Andre stories than I could ever, even contemplate. But no, Freddie Blassie, every crazy Andre story that Freddie told was in there. And, to contrast Freddie's book with the Iron Sheik book, those were several years apart. And the Iron Sheik book, I finished, say, in 2009. By then, WWE was a PG company. And when I did the Freddie Blassie book in 2003, it was at the tail end of the Attitude Era. And so all the foul language could stay in. And all the Andre flatulence stories could stay in. And so I was very lucky because I think that in this age, or maybe, the last couple of years, had I done the Blassie book, it would have been a lot more sanitized.
Okay. Let's see. Georgia wants, I feel like we're going to get this question for a lot of people, so we'll kick it off here. If you wanted to become a wrestling author, how would you go about pursuing that? And, how did you get your start?
Well, in some ways, I think it might be easier to become a wrestling writer now than ever before, because there's, dozens, if not hundreds of wrestling websites. And if you want to be a writer, you write. And so, you can contact folks who have smaller websites or even larger websites. You can, you could write columns, blogs. You can write about match results. And, you could get your name out there. And that was different when I was starting out. I was starting out in, I first became a writer in 1978 when I was 19 years old. You had to find an actual publication that would put your name in print. And I started out, I'd write for anybody about wrestling because I was, I'm a mark. And ultimately, people started publishing me. And little by little, I worked my way closer to the inner sanctum. And 1985, I was covering WrestleMania 1 for Us Weekly. And I was sitting next to Ed Raschuti, who was the editor of the WWF magazine. And he said, why don't you just write for us? We'll put you on retainer. And then I was backstage at WWE.
Okay, let's see. We have another question from Ben. Do you feel like any of the older wrestlers you interviewed had a hard time opening up about the business because of their mindset towards it?
I would say that was true, especially when I was doing the Blassie book. Not to say, look, I've never had a conversation with MJF. I'm told that he remains in character if he's in a hotel lobby. I had read an article in Newsday that when his father had heart surgery, he essentially cut a promo on the cardiologist. So, there are people who still carry that around. When I was interviewed John Tolis about Freddie Blassie, John Tolis, he would not concede that they weren't fighting in the ring. He would talk about that Freddie was a great guy and they would hang out the pool all day and they were very dear friends, but he would never quite explain that it was a work. And I don't even like using that term because, as you know, when that leads to the use of the word fake, and there's nothing fake about the industry. As we see from watching the dark side of the ring and the way these guys sacrifice their lives. So, he was cautious. And then like a guy like Arnold Skolland, he personally, if I was hanging out with him, he would disclose everything. And then once he was being interviewed, suddenly his guard would be up a little bit. And he would talk about, well, I would try to pick out Bruno's opponents and, make it sound as if he really was Bruno's manager and trying to build him up. So you had to work around that. And these guys could still tell very colorful stories about just being around at that time. And that's what I worked with rather than challenge them.
What was one of your favorite books that you had a chance to work on? I mean, was one harder than the other to put together? I know you did the Flair, the Superstar, Freddie Blassie, and then one they have coming up.
Yeah, I mean, this book coming up, and I'll mention it again so people can pre-order it. It's Too Sweet Inside the Indie Wrestling Revolution. Right now, that book is very meaningful to me because I was on retainer for WWE for their magazines till 2007. Now, I worked on the Sheet book afterwards, and I also co-authored the third edition of the WWE Encyclopedia of Sports Entertainment. So I have maintained a relationship with WWE. In fact, they put me in touch not too long ago with Greg Valentine, who's interested in doing a book, and he and I have been speaking at least once a week, and hopefully that will turn into something. However, I felt cut off from the wrestling business. I felt it wasn't part of my life, day to day, week to week, and I missed it. I was sad that I wasn't in it to the degree I had been in it before. And so doing this book on indie wrestling allowed me to meet people from indie promotions all over the world and establish rapport with people like Joey Janela and now Nyla Rose, who I recently did an article on, and the folks at Ring of Honor and Carrie Silkin, who I'd already knew but got to know better. And so, I felt it in some ways, I don't know if I want to use the term relevant, but maybe in the context of wrestling, it made me more relevant because I wasn't just being called upon every few years when someone needed a wrestling project. I became part of the wrestling business once again. And I'm actually working on a sequel now. And this event is going to be part of it because the sequel looks at the 2020 wrestling scene in the context of real world events. And there's nothing as real world as COVID-19. And here we are at an event that would have never occurred if we were living the way we had been living just a few short months ago.
Yeah. Well, this is something I'm probably gonna ask a lot of people, but who were some of the people when you were growing up that that you idolized, or wrestlers that you followed?
Well, I grew up in the 1960s. I was born in 1959. Freddie Blassie was my favorite wrestler, and I got to write his book. Bruno Sammartino, obviously, emotionally. I don't think in my lifetime there was nobody who ever hit a nerve the same way Bruno did. He was an ethnic hero. He was a working class hero. When he was being beaten down, you felt like somehow a member of your family was beaten down and you were angry and you wanted revenge. Killer Kowalski, of course, I enjoyed immensely, and I was fortunate enough to interview later on. I used to watch wrestling in Spanish. We got it in New York on the Spanish International Network from LA. So I got to see a young Mil Mascaras. I got to see a young Masa Saito. Pedro Morales had a lot of fire in him. Chief J Strongbow. Most of these guys I met. And one of my regrets, when I was working for the WWF magazine, I interviewed Pedro Morales. And I said, what was the deal when you lost the title to Stan Stasiak? That was very quick. You were hit with a heart punch. They didn't announce the finish. And he said, let's not talk about it now. One day you'll come out to my home. I'll tell you the whole story. And of course, I never followed up on that.
Is there anyone that you would have liked to have maybe written a book with, who may not be, with us today, that never had one written about them?
Well, in terms of writing, yeah, you know what? And there's going to be somebody on later on today to talk about the British wrestling scene. And he and I corresponded a couple of days ago. I didn't live in England at the time, but I am kind of fascinated by the world of sport era. Mick McManus, that would be a pretty fascinating guy to spend some time with, who was the biggest heel of the British wrestling scene during the world of sport era. Another guy, and I mentioned this to Greg Oliver one time when we were chatting, one guy I never met was Don Leo Jonathan. And, that's a shame because that's a guy I always admired.
All right. Well, so where can people find your book right now? Is there what website?
Okay. Everything I've done is on Amazon.
Yep.
But I would say, once again, I'm going to promote it.
Yeah.
Too Sweet, Inside the Indie Wrestling Revolution. It's about to be published by ECW Press. Pre-order it. You could go to the ECW Press website or just go on Amazon and pre-order it. Let's stack these things up. Hopefully the COVID virus will be. The scare will be over by the summertime, and I'll be doing some live signings, and we're talking about doing some promotional events, maybe where people could get some of the other wrestling books from ECW Press at a discount if they purchase or pre-order my book. But go ahead, order it. I'm very proud of it, and I think everybody's going to like it.
Yeah, I think I'm sure that this year is going to lead to a lot of books being written about
There's
happening.
A lot of great books now. I mean, there's the Andre book, there's the JR book, the Young Bucks book is coming out. I'm in good company this year.
All right, Keith. Well, listen, we really appreciate you stopping by. So you can grab Keith's book at ECW Press
or Amazon.
Or Amazon, and pre-order that. And we thank you for stopping by today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
All right, thanks, Keith.
Okay.
Take care. Bye. All right, so we're here at COVID Con, and feel free to come by the website, Wrestling Bookmarks COVID Con on Facebook. Pick up a T-shirt. A lot of these people are volunteering their time today. Buy a book. Whatever you can to help everybody out during these trying times. And our next guest is Jason Presley, who has written a book called The Greatest Wrestling Venues on the Alabama Wrestling during the 1930s. Jason, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
We're doing great. Pleasure to have you come aboard this morning.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thanks, John Cosper, for inviting me.
So tell us a little bit about the book that you had, The Greatest Wrestling Venues. I was reading a little bit about it. Seems pretty interesting to go back to that time period during the Depression. Seems like wrestling was doing better than other industries during that time.
Yeah, surprisingly, right in the 1930s, right after the 29 stock market crash and the market was tanking, the Great Depression's really kicking in. Surprisingly, that was one of the first big boom periods for wrestling. The territories were starting to develop. You were starting to have promoters stake their claims to areas and start running shows weekly in a series of towns. Granted, over the course of the 30s, you see the ticket prices start to drop. In, say, 1927, it would not have been uncommon for a major heavyweight show to have ringside seats of $3, which is probably on par with what you'll pay ringside today, $80-90 for a big show. But then as the Depression goes on in the 30s, you start seeing those ticket prices start to fall. $2, $1, 75 cents ringside. Kids get in free, women free with an escort. And it was just anything they could do to get people into the shows while continuing to run the shows, because the promoters very much didn't want to hang it up just because the money wasn't there. They wanted to do everything they could to find a way to both give people sort of a release after their horrible day of working whatever job they're working for pennies a day. Come in 25 cents, 35 cents, come in, enjoy an evening of wrestling. And that was probably the thing that surprised me the most researching through in the 30s, was just seeing that as the economy is collapsing, the business of wrestling is growing all across the country.
Now, why was that? Were they catering to, just the people that had a little bit of money and just trying to provide a cheap form of entertainment? Or was it because people could relate to them, maybe?
I have to assume it was a little of both, because they were popping up in towns all over the place. It wasn't just the major cities, it was smaller towns as well. In Alabama at the time, there were really only, I guess you could say, 3 major cities in Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile. But they were in basically every town. When I started trying to track down the newspapers to look in for the different results, I found that pretty much any town of 3,000 people or more almost had wrestling, or was a good candidate for a promoter to come in and start a show, if it was weekly or bi-weekly or once a month. And it didn't seem to matter what the core industry was, whether it was factory workers or, like in Birmingham, the steel industry was big. But even in Jasper, Alabama, I have to assume it was mostly just farm and lumber based. But they started there in 31, and they continued running Jasper for 20 years almost. And it was just give people something to do. About the only other entertainment they'd have at the time, the movie industry was still new, but typically a small town like Jasper would have one theater with one screen, showing the same movie most of the week. They might have some live theater. You might have a carnival come through every now and then, but there really weren't a lot of entertainment options. So wrestling was something that sort of filled a void that people may not have realized was even there at the time.
So what was it about that time period, that drew you to that subject?
Well, it came down to, I'm sort of for the longest time, I've been sort of an on again, off again wrestling fan. I'll get into it really intensely for a few years, and then life will interrupt me and I'll sort of drift away from it. And then I'll come back again later. In this particular instance, I'd recently gotten back into wrestling after changing jobs and reuniting with a former coworker who was a big wrestling fan. And he had some of Mark James' books about Memphis, and he was really, he grew up in the Louisville area on that stuff, watching wrestling every week, going to the Louisville Gardens. And so he got me interested in reading the books and learning about the history of Memphis and that part of Tennessee. And So it got me wondering, okay, I live in Huntsville, Alabama, and unfortunately, I moved here originally in about '86, right as wrestling stopped running weekly in Huntsville. So I completely missed the tail end of the Goulas era of wrestling in Huntsville and the Goulas Jarrett era. So I was kind of wondering, well, what was going on in Alabama? And I couldn't really find any really good information on it. Mike Norris has been doing a good job detailing wrestling history in Alabama from the 50s on, and pretty much everyone I would ask about, well, what was in Alabama back then, and I'd get, well, there's Jackie Fargo and Nick Goulas running wrestling, and Roy Welch and the Fields boys down in Gulf Coast, and then the Fullers in the 70s and 80s. But I wanted to know, well, what set the plate for that? Where did that come from? And before about 1950, there really wasn't anything. I mean, people didn't have good answers. It just sort of fizzled out. It was like, well, partially because in general, if you look across the hundreds of wrestling books that are out now, you probably notice that the authors mostly seem to center on what they enjoyed growing up. As was said last night by, I think, Nathan Hatton or someone, the best wrestling you remember is the wrestling you remember when you were like in your early teens. Yes. So for me, it was the WWF in the late 80s and the early 90s, and WCW around the same time, a little bit of USWA. And so that was sort of what I knew. And so generally people write what they know. And so a lot of the people writing them, they're 15, 20 years older than me, 30 years older than me. So their time period of wrestling that they remember focused around the late 50s, early 60s, 70s, early 80s. And so that's what everything was being written about, and that's where all the research was being done. It was a little more difficult to find anything going farther back. And so I asked around. I joined the Pro Wrestling Historical Society Facebook group and got onto WrestlingClassics.com, because both of those are great hubs of historians. And there's great discussions about a variety of both mainstream and obscure wrestling history. And I started asking basically the panel of experts all these questions about, well, who was running in Alabama? Where did it start? Where did it come from? And it's just crickets, because no one had really dug into that. So I found a hole in wrestling history where I had a question and I needed to answer it because no one else was going to. And so I'd been spending the last 15 years or so researching my family history. My family, all growing up, everyone's got stories about each other, but there were never any sort of family stories from the last 150 years or so. There's nothing about where we came from or the jobs they had or what they did, who they were. And so I started researching my family history just to get that sense of who we are and where we came from. And over 15 years of using all these websites and microfilm and researching all these records, I assembled sort of a set of skills for history research. And it also, researching your family sort of gives you a window into history that you don't get in school. When you're just in your history class in high school, it's all these very vague, okay, here's the years and names and places, and this war happened in France, and these people discovered America in the 1400s. But you can't relate to that because it's just these static antiseptic facts that are being presented to you. But when you start to sort of find your connection to the history of, okay, so during the Civil War, your family was living in this particular part of Alabama that was completely ravaged. And you can find now, increasingly, you can find the records. A lot of stuff's been digitized and online, which makes this so much easier now than what the historians had to deal with in the last few years. And so now I've got these skills, and I also have a better appreciation of history in general. And so as I start reading Mark James' books and get into Scott Teal's books from Crowbar Press, I see how much information is available, and I realize that I've already got access to some of the resources that some of these people have been using to assemble this research and write these books. I mean, I know how to use a microfilm machine and dig through newspapers and records. I've got subscriptions to newspapers.com. And I can just do the research myself. And so I started doing that to try to figure out, okay, so prior to 1950, what was in Alabama? And so step one, just go on to one of the newspaper sites and plug in, okay, Alabama wrestling 1930 to 1940, see what pops up. And so I started finding some of the free stuff. At one point, Google was making a push to have their own newspaper archive. And then within like a year, they abandoned it, but it's still available. This is not very searchable. You can go on, you can browse what papers they have. They're still there. And so Gadsden, Alabama was one of the papers that was on there. And it was like the only place that the Gadsden paper was available. So I started browsing through page by page, finding the advertisements and announcements that wrestling was coming. And I started figuring out the names. And then I found a couple, I think Anniston was another one that was available at the time. And I said, okay, well, it's a lot of the same names. And oh, there's the promoter's name. So I found that in early 1930s Alabama, there were really two promoters that sort of settled in the area and started promoting. There was Chris Jordan and Sam Siegel. Chris Jordan, as it turns out, was a former nationally known middleweight wrestler who came to America in 1906 from Turkey, of Greek descent, and he toured the country for 20 years wrestling, and somehow he ended up settling in Alabama. He'd been working with Al Haft up in the Midwest at the tail end of his career, started promoting up there, and he was at the end of his career looking for something to do, some way to make his mark, somewhere to settle. So he moved to Alabama with according to various reports, he moved to Alabama with a traveling carnival kind of deal. And then the carnival ran out of money before they even set up. And remember, this is 1931. So the economy's tanked. The carnival ends up around Jasper, Alabama. And so that's sort of where Chris Jordan ends up getting stuck. So he works out with a local promoter who had come down from Michigan, and they just start running weekly shows in Jasper. And then he ties into the wrestling that was just beginning in the Birmingham area. And over the next year, the promoter he was working with in Jasper has an emergency, has to go back home to Michigan. So Jordan takes over as promoter. And over the next year, in each newspaper in Birmingham, Montgomery, and Decatur, you start seeing the American Legion or the Disabled American Veterans or the VFW in association with the Alabama Wrestling Commission has now appointed Chris Jordan as the new promoter for the town. And so he starts developing a territory. And at the same time, as Chris Jordan was a middleweight, his focus was mostly lighter weight wrestlers. And this was something else fascinating that I didn't realize, because it's sort of gone today and has been for basically since the Second World War, is prior to the Second World War, wrestling was very much broken up into weight divisions. It was not uncommon to have middleweights as your main event in a smaller town, the middleweight limit being 158 pounds. So it's interesting, if you listen to a lot of podcasts today, like especially if you listen to Jim Cornette, he'll go off on AEW and Marco Stunt and how small he is, or when he was working with Ring of Honor, he'll complain about Grizzly Redwood. Yet both of those guys in the 30s potentially could have been main eventers because they were in shape and they were middleweights, effectively middleweights or light heavyweights, and there would have been no problem. But they wouldn't have been facing heavyweights. You wouldn't have had Marco Stunt versus Scott Hall. You'd have had Marco Stunt versus Rey Mysterio or Grizzly Redwood. You'd have the small guys working the small guys and the big guys working the big guys. And so what I found was there were really two independent circuits. There was the heavyweight circuit, which was all the historical names that you're probably familiar with, the Jim Londos, the Strangler Lewis, the Ray Steele, Jim Browning, those kind of guys. And they would tour basically just the major cities. So in the South, Memphis, Nashville, Knoxville, Birmingham, Atlanta, maybe Jackson, Mississippi, maybe New Orleans. So they would hit those cities, and they had a very big, their circuit was basically the country, booked out of either New York or Boston, depending on who was controlling the trust, as they called it, basically the different promoters and cities that were all working together. But then at the same time as the heavyweights were running, there was a burgeoning light heavyweight and below circuit, a variety of them, basically the actual territories that were developing. You would have a promoter set up camp and say, well, like for Chris Jordan in Birmingham, and then he would start running all the surrounding towns using his light heavyweight talent. But at the same time, while he's running Birmingham on, say, a Tuesday, Sam Siegel, who was a referee who came up through the Siegel, unrelated, different spelling, but he came up through Morris and Julius Siegel in Texas, who are promoting the heavyweight circuit in Houston and New Orleans in that area. He came to Alabama and Tennessee. He was running the heavyweight circuit in Knoxville and then brought them to Birmingham. So in Birmingham, you had a heavyweight night on, say, Monday, and then on Tuesday, you'd have the light heavyweights. Two different promoters, two completely separate rosters of wrestling, both doing good business. At that point, Birmingham was huge. Even during the Depression, Birmingham was still doing good because there was a very strong steel industry in Alabama back then. And so lots of steel workers and lots of the supporting industry. So there are some people with some money to be able to go see wrestling. So you have both Siegel running heavyweights and Jordan running light heavyweights. But the heavyweights, they come through less often, and it's a smaller group of guys because they're touring the whole country. So you can't have the same guys there every week because they've got to go from Birmingham to Knoxville to Richmond to Cleveland to Detroit to St. Louis, and it's a much bigger loop. Whereas Chris Jordan established his territory of, okay, so there's Birmingham at the center, but even in just the greater Birmingham area, there were like 5 towns within, I'd say, a 30-minute drive, depending on the roads at the time, running wrestling. So you have Birmingham in the center, surrounded by Homewood, Fairfield, Tarrant, Leeds, and there's at least one other right in that area, where you had a weekly circuit right there within 30-minute drive of the core of downtown Birmingham, which I found fascinating. So you could, if you lived in Birmingham in 1935, potentially you could see wrestling 5 days a week right there within short driving distance. But then he also expanded out to North Alabama. He was in Muscle Shoals in Florence, expanded to Huntsville, and then going down the eastern Alabama, Gadsden and Anniston, and then Dothan, down to Mobile, Jasper, Selma, pretty much anywhere. Like I said earlier, if there was like at least 3,000 people in the town, that was big enough for Chris Jordan to at least take a shot at running the town and see if maybe he can add them to the loop. So he kept probably a roster of about 15 or 20 guys busy almost 6 nights a week at times, all through the 30s.
All right, well, we have a couple questions coming in here. So somebody wants to know, what determined a successful wrestler back then? Was it connections or based on skill or something else?
I'd say it was sort of a combination of connections and fan response. There were a couple of situations where, and this was interesting, there was at least one situation where a Finnish wrestler, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his name. It's something like Väinö Kettunen. He was a fairly big middleweight. He was a contemporary of Chris Jordan in the teens and 20s. He was another contender for the world middleweight title. He came in, and because he was one of Jordan's contemporaries, so Chris Jordan brought in a few of his friends, people he'd worked with over the last 20 years, guys that were maybe towards the end of their career. But also, if they hadn't adopted the newer style, because the wrestling in the teens and 20s was very different from the wrestling in the 30s. In the 30s, wrestling was getting a lot faster paced, a lot more exciting, a lot closer to what you would recognize today, a lot less of just 2 guys on the mat struggling for holds. So bouncing off the ropes, a lot of fighting outside. But anyway, he brought his friend in, but had some really dud matches to the point where even in the newspaper, it said that Chris Jordan stopped the match because he was unsatisfied with it and put 2 other wrestlers out there. So that first you have to impress the promoter. If the promoter doesn't like your performance and the fans aren't getting into it, then you're not going to come back. And that, I guess that's really what it came down to. If you were good and you developed a following, then the fans would keep wanting you back. Alabama had there was a big rivalry all throughout the 30s that was a sort of middleweight rivalry between Joe Gunther, who would ultimately replace Chris Jordan as promoter, and Freddie Knickel out of Memphis. They both came about at the same time, so they both have been about 20, 21 when they started for Jordan in 1931-32. And they were middleweights and then went on to light heavyweights, but they were exciting. It was sort of the equivalent of like a Steamboat Flair kind of thing. It was quick paced, it was fast, or maybe more like a Ultimo Dragon Jushin Liger kind of thing. It was hard hitting, fast, and according to some of the newspaper reports, it could go 60 minutes and never slow down. And they just kept the crowd excited. And this was an ongoing, like a 10-year rivalry that kept going and always guaranteed to bring fans in. So it came down to, were they good and could they impress the fans? And well, really, that's all it came down to. It was, could they impress the fans? Did the fans want to see them back? Did they react to them? And it's really the same as it is today. If someone goes out there and just gets no response, they're not going to survive in the business until they find a way to get a response and get the fans into the match.
Okay. I got a couple other questions here.
Sure.
Somebody says, looking at Jason's the Court, who's the best Doctor Who?
Well, sort of like I said earlier, when you grow up, the wrestling you watched as a kid is sort of the best wrestling. So I grew up watching Tom Baker. So Tom Baker will always be my favorite Doctor Who.
All right. And Jimmie Wheeler wants to know, Jason, can you tell us a bit about the chap on your shirt?
Yeah, this is Joe Gunther. This is actually adapted from a drawing or a piece of art from one of the newspapers that I found. And I badgered Jimmie about it to see if possibly I could get it made into a shirt, and he had his wonderful artist update the rendering and clean it up, and now it's available as a design through the Pro Wrestling Historical Society store. But Joe Gunther started as sort of Chris Jordan's keystone light heavyweight in Alabama that he kind of based a lot of the promotion around, because that was the kind of wrestling he wanted. He wanted fast-paced, athletic, skilled wrestling in the ring. And ultimately, he groomed Joe Gunther to be sort of he started teaching him the promoting side of the game, because until Jordan's death, he was trying to expand his footprint. By the late 30s, he had expanded beyond Alabama into Tennessee, West Georgia, Florida, Pensacola area, as far as southern Mississippi and New Orleans. And so he just needed someone else to help him manage all those towns. And then ultimately, Chris Jordan died in 1940, complications from rheumatic fever. But at that point, Joe Gunther had learned enough and was established enough that basically he just took over the entire promotion and the entire territory in Jordan's place. And so now I wear him.
That's pretty cool. Was there anything that that you found surprising, during your research that you thought, wow, I'm surprised they were either able to do that back then or something that they couldn't do today?
I was surprised at how much abuse the referees took. It was fascinating. You'll read, and it would sort of be an ebb and flow depending on how involved the state commission got. But it would go from the referee being the untouchable arbiter of the rules and keeping everything straight to, well, the referee got knocked out in the second fall, so-and-so got disqualified. And there was a lot of abuse of the referee. And I mean, not just making them the center of the heat and getting fans angry at them and whatnot, but actually bumping the referee and slugging them and knocking them out of the ring and throwing their opponent into them, and just more than you would see today. And you just kind of wondered, where does the credibility come from when you're constantly attacking the referee? And sometimes, I guess, because the way they book the finish, the guy would hit the referee in the second fall, gets disqualified, still come back, win the third fall. Sometimes the referee would get involved. Something you really don't have anymore, and you had a lot of heavyweight boxers or legendary boxers retired come in as guest referees back then. So you had like Jack Dempsey would come through and it would top the gate, but anytime you have a boxer in there as a referee, you know somebody's getting punched. And so it was always fun to see something like that happen. But in general, it wasn't all that different from today, really, other than matches went a lot longer. Almost every match was 2 out of 3 falls. A lot of the cards, and I guess something you couldn't get away with today is typically a wrestling card today is like probably 7 matches or more for 2.5 hours or so. Back then it was 2 matches, both of them 2.5, 2 out of 3 falls, possibly each one going a time limit of 90 minutes. So you couldn't get away with that today. They moved into the 40s where they would do a gimmick, and I asked a question on Jim Ross's website, and I got his perspective on it, which I didn't realize at the time. But they would have say 4 guys on the match total, but they'd start with a tag team match with all 4 guys teaming and working against each other, and then they'd break them out and do singles. So every guy worked twice, which meant the promoter got more out of his. He got to pay fewer guys. And gave the fans an extra match.
Somebody wants to know, back in the 30s, were there any black wrestlers that were booked in the Birmingham area?
No. The South was very much segregated at that point, and there is a reference to a Black Panther having wrestled in the late 30s, but I couldn't find anything that pointed it to being like Jim Mitchell or Jack Claiborne. So I'm not even sure it was a black wrestler because the newspaper would have made a big deal about it, and they didn't. There were Chris Jordan he was one of the first promoters to give women wrestlers a prominent role in the South. In late 36, early 37, Mildred Burke and Clara Mortensen came to Alabama, and he sold out a lot of houses. And the beginning of Mildred Burke's big run in the 30s and 40s kind of started there in Alabama. But yeah, I have not run across in the 30s any references to any named black wrestlers. They would often start matches with what they would call a Negro Battle Royal, but that was usually a boxing thing, or it was almost always just kids. It was mostly kids in their teens that they would go throw 4 kids in the ring and have them fight it out and see what happens. But it was always a thing just mentioned in passing. It was never a really attraction to the show.
So were you able to come across any, memorabilia from that era?
One thing I wanted to show, because this will come up in the next book, is I was able to find the families of a few of the wrestlers and promoters, and this is let's see, Clara Mortensen and Chris Jordan and Mildred Burke, and this is from 1936, late 36, early 37. There were 4 of these sets of pictures that were hanging in Chris Jordan's office back in the 30s, and the family loaned them to me so I could get good scans of them and include them in the next book. But generally, I've been disappointed at the complete lack of any programs or posters or anything like that. So it's strictly been whatever I can find from the people, families that I can track down, or newspaper clippings. I haven't found any other posters, which is disappointing because I've found stuff from other places. I got some posters from Kentucky and Michigan from the 30s, but nothing from Alabama.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Jason, listen, we really appreciate you coming today. Where can people find the book?
You can find the book at crowbarpress.com. It's really the only place you can get it right now. But it's great wrestling venues, Alabama, 1931, 1935. It's sort of a series that Scott Teal is doing, Crowbar Press, for a variety of venues and cities where it's just results, clippings, articles, write-ups, as much detail and as thorough as possible for the given location. And he's done similar ones for Nashville and Madison Square Garden and Japan. And I'm planning to do 36 through 40 to come next year.
Great. Well, listen, thanks for stopping by. You guys heard of where to find the book, crowbarpress.com. And Jason, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Eddie.
All right, take care. All right, so we're here at COVID Con. Coming up next, we have Wes Maidment, and then after that, we're going to be having Dan Murphy, author of the PWI 500, as well as Body Slams in Buffalo. We're going to have Scott Teal from Crowbar Press, Richard Vicek, who did the Bruiser biography, and then many more. And of course, feel free to purchase their books. Try to help out everyone who's volunteering their time this weekend. And let me welcome Wes to the stream.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Hey, Wes, how are you?
Can you hear me fine?
We can hear you perfect.
Awesome, that's great. Thank you very much for having me on. This is most exciting to be able to talk about what we love. And
yeah,
last night, some of the guys are awesome.
And I'll tell you, I was doing some research on the upcoming. When is your book coming out?
It's in the writing stage right now.
Okay.
It's a lifetime kind of thing that Kenny's helped me with to grow into actually what it's going to be. And it's going to be based on the Wildman poster stories about every poster, and then some of his history and some of the people that he worked with. Because obviously this is new to most people, and it's going to be really exciting to put out that history and that share the knowledge. And
we're talking about the Wild Man.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Dave McKigney?
The Bear Man, the Canadian Wild Man, Dave Dubois, Gene Dubois. He went under tons and tons of names. Just a brief scenario about the guy. Wrestled in 35 states. Him and his bears were famous. Terrible Ted, 1956 or something to 1975. Toured extensively in the States and Canada. Promoted in Canada for 25 years. 25 years he promoted. No TV, no nothing, just posters and ads. Unknown wrestling royalty, really.
Well, what I thought was interesting is, growing up as a kid, I remember watching footage of someone wrestling with a bear or whatever, but you never really knew who that person was. And so when I was reading about you writing this book, I'm like, wow, that was the guy. So what was what have you learned about the bears? Was he using the same bear? Was it multiple different bears that they were using? I mean, how did they train them?
What I've learned is that he lucked into a situation. And because of his wrestling background, he did start wrestling in 1955, 54, along with Waldo Von Erich and Baron Cicluna, Gito Mongol. These guys all started together, and he lucked into a bear, and it just took off. It's like something happening, and you go, "Oh, this is fantastic! What a great thing to happen to me!" His kids learned how to wrestle with the bear, and he learned promoting, I guess, from somewhere, and promoted his ass all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine, what the wrestlers thought of when someone asked them for the first time to get into the ring with a bear.
Yeah, last night Rock was talking about that.
Right.
That was most interesting because he did mention Terrible Ted, but he learned that it was Tuffy Truesdale's bear, and there's quite a few guys that had bears, but not to say anyone was better than another one. But Dave had a bear for Terrible Ted, and then he had Smokey. And then he used to rent bears from different guys in the States to do his tours in the mid 80s. So, yeah, for sure. One of the bears live under.
Okay.
That was Terrible Ted. That was Dave when Dave crisscrossed Canada with the bear in the cage, and it was a phenomenon.
So, what was the public reaction when something like this first takes place? Are people excited? Are they nervous? What are they? What are they thinking?
I never personally saw the bear wrestle. I have lots of friends who actually wrestled the bear, which was listening to Rock last night talk about it. It's as a wrestler, okay, I can see that, but as a fan getting in, can you imagine getting in the ring?
No,
looking at 700 pounds of fur, and supposedly we've heard that the fingers got bitten off and blah blah blah. That's going to be in my book. The book's going to be called Bear Paws and Body Slams: The Life and Times of Dave McKechnie. And we have lots of stories of guys who actually, newspaper articles that state that he actually got pieces of their apparatus bitten off. Famous stories about the bear being arrested.
The bear was arrested?
The bear was arrested because it accosted some law people in Georgia. And I do have a chapter that's going to be on Beverly Shade, who's a great female wrestler and a good friend of my Facebook page called The Wild Man. She tells a great story about her and Dave in the 60s going to feed the bear in jail. The bear actually spent time in jail, which is bizarre. But, Georgia, no bears, who knows what was going on in the mindset back then, right?
Somebody wants to know that they heard that they were putting honey on the wrestlers' butts as a rib.
I've heard some terrible stories about stuff being put on wrestlers getting in the ring, or fans even slapping them on the back with fat on their hands, or all sorts of things. It still boggles my mind thinking about getting in the ring with a bear. My good friend Terry Dart, who lives in London, Ontario, and he's unfortunately in the hospital right now, kind of fighting for his life, sort of. He wrestled the bear, and the bear fell on him. It broke his ankle, and after the show, not like then, but after the wrestling show, he went to the hospital, had his ankle taped up, and then went to work the next day because it was a badge of honor. The wrestling bear fell on me and broke my ankle.
So what kind of bears were they? Were they using grizzly bears or like a regular, like a black bear?
They're just, as far as I know, they were just black bears.
Okay.
Still big. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
It just boggles my mind. It's crazy to think about that part of our sport. In some ways now it seems absurd. It's like Stu Hart supposedly wrestled a tiger or something, and there's been all sorts of animals in the ring. Tuffy Truesdale had alligators, and he had a bear. And why would you get into the ring with an alligator? Like, what kind of entertainment could that be? But it was the 50s. People were starving for stuff. 50s and the 60s, and you look at an ad in the newspaper and you're going, oh man, look, it says here that so-and-so is going to fight a bear, or so-and-so is going to fight an alligator, and everyone goes, oh man, that's crazy, let's go down to the arena. So it's promotion, it's something different.
Now, where were you able to source those ads?
Like everybody else says, I've done my library thing. I love microfilm. It's bizarre. I enjoy going to libraries and sitting there, tape after tape after tape after tape after tape. I've hit about maybe 40 libraries in Ontario. I've chronicled the Wild Man's career from 55 right up till the end. I have thousands of ads and results on him. The book's going to be just fantastic because we're going to be sharing a part of wrestling history. It's not just Ontario history, because he wrestled everywhere. He had so many people that worked with him. Here we sat, I don't know if we can see this, but like Carlos Rocha, Angela Mosca, The Sheik, Walter Von Erich, Lord Athol Leighton, Vic Rossitani, Chris Colt. Chris Colt was a mainstay at Dave's circuit for years, because Chris Colt was kind of on the outer circle of pro wrestling superstardom, right? Great guy, but he wasn't. His lifestyle led him not to be booked in the major arenas. Let's put it that way.
Now, where did his territory go from, for people that may not be aware?
In Ontario, Canada,
Okay.
we had mostly Frank Tunney. Frank Tunney owned basically everything, or doled out pieces of his promotion to his friends or other guys, and there was a lot of guys who ran in Ontario. When the hockey arenas were empty in the summer, they were starving for business, and pro wrestling was the perfect fit. Dave took his tour all over Ontario. I had a map. We had a get together a few summers ago, had a map up on the wall, and I put highlighted marks around all the cities he promoted in, and it was hundreds of cities, like not just 10 or 20. It was hundreds of cities. He promoted in places that had 500 people, but they had an empty hockey arena. So right from Windsor to Ottawa, all the way up northern Ontario. He competed with Larry Kazaboski for a little bit in the Ottawa Valley with Northland Promotion. He competed a bit with Tunney. He competed a bit with Cannon. He competed a bit with the Love Brothers, who promoted in the 70s, and a bunch of other, Phil Watson Jr. promoted in the 70s. But they seemed to all kind of just travel around. And we looked at, in our research, we looked at, I think, in the summer of 1957, for example, from June to September, there was over 250 cards in Ontario. Cards. There was a big market here.
Wow. So aside from obviously the bear stuff, which is, I'm sure, obviously that's exciting. What else was he doing that was, maybe new age back then that, other people may not be doing, that were getting so many people to attend the shows?
I think everyone agrees that the posters, and there's a green one here and the red one up there. Most people agree that when he was 6 weeks before a show, posters were going up everywhere, barbershops, telephone poles, out in the country, in the cities that was going to be close to his cards. And it was a massive draw, massive draw. The posters were the big thing. Can you imagine in 1975, so that was 45 years ago, and you live near a town of 2,000 people, and you see a poster that says, "The Sheik versus Lord Athol Leighton." And well, everyone knows Lord Athol Leighton was the TV host back in this area at the time, and people would think, so the Sheik is coming to Shelburne, Ontario, or wherever. And it was a massive draw because it sucked me in. I who didn't want to see the Stomper? Who didn't want to see Lord Leighton or Dewey Robertson or Billy Red Lions or any of the other hundreds? Andre the Giant toured with Dave for years, off and on in between his Detroit and Montreal gigs. And I couldn't even imagine seeing a poster. One of the chapters in the book will be about Andre appearing in my town just down the street from me at a baseball diamond in 1970, I think it's 76. And they had like 1,000 people there. So it's mind-boggling to think about a little guy, no TV, just posters and ads, and he was able to bring in such big names.
So how long have you wanted to do this project for?
It's been really, it's been a lifetime.
Really?
I've written stories. I found some stories last week. I've written like 12 years ago. And
okay.
I never had the focus to put it into a project, like other than just writing. Kenny one day told me, "Why don't you focus on the posters?" And the light bulb went off, and in I think 12 weeks, I've written half the book already.
Now, those posters that are behind you, are those all vintage posters that are up there? Originals?
I have 3 original posters. The red one and the green one are Wildman posters, and the one beside it is a Cannon poster. And the rest of them are, some of these posters are from, where are we going here? It's from the Titans in Toronto dinner that Greg Oliver put on a few years ago, which was great to meet lots of the stars from local guys that were around. We got to meet a lot of guys that have passed now, so that's really nice, like Waldo Von Erich, who started out with Dave.
Somebody says that they remember Dave's shows in Midland every summer when I was a kid.
You can't even imagine. Midland in the 70s was like 2,000 people, but he was drawing 1,000 people to the arenas. Whatever they could fit in, they were jamming them in. And at $2 a head, it seems unbelievable how anyone could make any money, but he really did. He made money. And that was the draw in that town, the next town, the circuit he did constantly touring in the summer, practically putting shows on every night. In 1974, I have him in the summer when Stomper came in, Archie Goldie came in for the whole summer, and they had about 6 nights off for the whole summer. They just town after town after town.
Who are some of wrestlers that may have came through that territory that people would know?
Most of the guys from Big Time Wrestling and Chic in Michigan.
Yep.
He did have 6 world champions work on his circuit, which was Fabulous Moolah, worked in 1967. That's going to be a chapter in the book. That's a really interesting chapter. Whipper Billy Watson, Ivan Koloff, Stan Stasiak, Larry Zbyszko, who was AWA champion. And there's one more. Saves my mind right now, but Andre, the Sheik, Rip Hawk, Tweed Hansen, Mark Lewin, Ox Baker, the Kangaroos, the Mongols. It just goes on and on and on. The guys were, say, even in between Montreal and Detroit. Anyone that was there, they would come in. Carpentier, Lord Ethel Layton, Dewey Robertson, Billy Red Lions, most of the local guys, Angela Mosca.
Were you able to connect with anyone that was around during that period to talk to them for the book?
I have on my Facebook page, which is just called The Wild Man, and anyone can just come in and take a look at it. It's just about 5 years old, and it's got everything that is going to be in the book there. It's organized. I talked with lots of fans, tons and tons of fans, and some of the guys that are still around. We have a lot of guys at Wrestle Forum are still members of the Facebook group, so that's really cool. I can ask them a question whenever they want. We have lots of children of the wrestlers that worked for him are in my Facebook group, like Kurt Von Heste's daughter, Hartford Love's daughter is in there. Vic Rosatani's son is a member. So we have lots of people that are willing to share their memories. Say, for example, they were poster boys or they sold pictures at the table and stuff like that.
Oh, that's yeah. Some people are saying George Steele.
Yeah, George Steele worked for off and on for an early time in the
the midgets, midget wrestling.
Practically every card had midgets. They had a couple of Ontario midgets that were popular in the 80s, but he had a lot of the guys from. Dave worked with the WWA in 72 to 74, so he had a lot of their guys come up here. Jimmy Valiant, Bobby Heenan, Blackjack Mulligan came up, and the midgets that were from the WWA came up here also.
Wow, that's really cool. So who were some of the, obviously Dave was someone that you liked when you were growing up, but where did you grow up and who were you rooting for back then?
Well, like a lot of people said last night, you do favor your where you're growing up. I can remember I think about 10 and I found wrestling and I thought it was the most unbelievable thing in the world. I grew up in the Toronto area, so we had Frank Tunney's wrestling, but also in Toronto, we were the luckiest people in the world because we were able to get Stampede. We were able to get Gene Kiniski out of Vancouver. We were able to get most of the Montreal wrestling, and we also had the NWF, which was out of Buffalo, and we were also able to get the WWWF out of New York. So we had lots of viewing. When you have that much viewing and you're getting slapped in the head by your parents, get outside. No, I want to watch wrestling from 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I've been a huge fan. I think I started really getting excited when I started clipping ads. I clipped ads when I was a kid, and luckily I was about the only thing I saved. I didn't save my hockey cards or anything, but that's what the only thing I saved. And I have literally thousands of ads of originals and that I've researched from. Online papers have helped so much with research on this because I've been able to track Dave's travels across Canada and then right down from Washington to California, right across the bottom of the states, and then back up the eastern seaboard.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, what years did he span from?
I'm sorry.
What years did he span the territory?
He started promoting in Ontario in about 64, 65, and then they promoted right up until his death in Newfoundland in 1988.
Wow.
But he toured. He worked in the WWF a lot in the early 70s, and he also worked in Pittsburgh for Bruno a lot. He would take a bunch of guys down for the TV tapings and stuff like that. So that was kind of his mode of making money in the winter, and then starting April or May, he hit Ontario. Crusher Kowalski worked for him, Tony Marino, Tony Parisi, Eric the Red. He had a lot of really talented and popular and famous guys.
Well, that's pretty great. Somebody wants to know if, let's see, did Wildman's girlfriend get roughed up by a bear once?
Unfortunately, she got more than roughed up. A bear, his second famous bear was called Smokey. Smokey got out of the pen and went in the house and actually killed his girlfriend.
Whoa. I
He
didn't expect that.
The bear, we don't
Wow.
know. They don't know what happened, whether it was jealousy or puberty on the bear's part. And the bear hugged her, crushed her. Dave smashed a couch over the bear's head, and the cops, of course, arrested Dave because, the bears got taken away, and they died because they weren't looked after. And after that, Dave didn't have any bears anymore because he couldn't look after them, and he had to rent bears after that. But yeah, it's an unfortunate story. The summer of 1978, Smokey killed his live-in girlfriend.
Was that bear arrested?
Yeah, no, that bear wasn't arrested. They took the Humane Society took the bear away and took it to a farm, and it just passed.
When was his? Dave wants to know, when was his last show, and why did the promotion fold?
Unfortunately, the last show was in Newfoundland when the Adrian Adonis and the Kelly twin and Dave died in that crash. 1988, such a sad thing, and many people said, Ricky Johnson included, who's Rocky Johnson's brother. He said that Dave was trying to make enough money with a tour with Adrian Adonis in the east coast of Canada so that the next year he could come back and maybe get a TV show. So he was, it would have been a lot of older guys, but he was trying, that's what Ricky Johnson thought that Dave was trying to do. Now, Dave did film a TV show in 1975, and the TV show is up on the Facebook page. It's actually an hour-long show taped in an arena with an announcer and everything. Lord Ethel Layton and Bob Finnegan were there, I think, and Terry, guy from Detroit, Terry Teagarden. They put on a show, but Sheik's mobile unit was there from Michigan. But I don't know what happened. Most of the people are gone now, so there's no one to ask those questions of why, specific questions that we just don't know the answers to.
Right. Somebody says that he was a true promoter, used the bear and hit local radio stations and drove through towns with the bear in the backseat of his convertible.
I've seen pictures of the car that Dave had, one convertible with the top completely destroyed. Dave probably went in to get a pop or a beer or something and leave the bear sitting in the back seat of a convertible, and who knows what happened. They would do. He did anything he could for the promotion. He absolutely did anything it took to get people in the seats to pay for the show. Dave went above and beyond all the time, like a one-man show. He did everything.
Now, did you ever meet him? Did you ever have a chance to meet him?
I talked with him like this much.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Yep.
I wasn't like most of us weren't. Like 45 years ago, we weren't who we are now because of the internet, right? So I wasn't going to go up to him and say, "Hey, I know you're Dave Vicek, blah blah blah." Right? So I just briefly spoke with him. Now, some of the people that are on the Facebook group, The Wild Man, they've known Dave, they knew Dave, they partied with Dave, they drank with Dave, they gave Dave rides. so excited to have so many great people on the webpage, or not the webpage, but the Facebook page.
Yeah. So I'm assuming back then that there wasn't like cable like today, right? So he was literally word of mouth, newspaper,
100%.
radio, and was still able to draw 50% of the population to come to the shows. That's unbelievable.
My records show him promoting between 1,600 and 2,100 cards in Ontario. Probably the most famous independent promoter, successful and independent promoter that never had TV.
So
100 cards.
That's incredible. I mean, it makes you wonder what would happen, today if he had, everything that's available today as far as, technology goes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, he might have been Vince McMahon.
He could have. Certainly, he had the promotion skills. He just not really necessarily had the backing, right?
Right. Somebody wants to know, what about Dave's long beard?
I heard a story just recently. Dave had a habit of flicking his beard while he was getting dressed or discussing the matches in the dressing room or talking with people in the car or whatever while they were traveling, and didn't lose a step. He's constantly flicking his beard. People have habits. I pick my nose. What can I say?
So was there anything so you're still doing the research, or you've done all the research now, you're just putting it together?
I'm just editing, and there's a few stories. I don't really have to do that much research. Some of this, I'm doing some stories that are fiction in the book also. I've written a lot of fiction about it, how I think the scenario would have taken place in the car going to a show. Or I've written a story about Bobby Heenan, Blackjack Mulligan, and Dave heading towards an arena to get ready for the show, and they're discussing what they're going to do that night. And because of all the people that have talked to Dave, that knew Dave, have talked to me, and the books that have been written about him, basically Drawing Heat, which Scott Teal has put the second copy out, which is a fantastic book, and everyone should read it. Crowbar Press, Drawing Heat, it's called. You can really get the feeling of what Dave was like. And everyone says he was a very fair guy, paid what he said he was going to pay, and dealt with everybody really fairly.
Well, can you leave
and not be successful and be a good guy?
Yeah. Can you leave us with what's one story that you were able to uncover that you may not have known before that we'll be able to read about?
I think there was a match in '76 in a town in Ontario with a boxer / wrestler, Joe Christie, and I got the poster by accident. And I don't have the poster, but I saw the poster by accident. And to think that happened in 1976 in a tiny little town of 2,000 people, it's most interesting because he did everything. There was nothing that he wouldn't try. Let's put it that way. Nothing that he wouldn't try in the wrestling ring. I don't think he ever did like a Jello match or anything, but being a little more realistic. Yeah, I think that's probably what I've learned in the last couple of months about some of the different things that he did do that I didn't know about.
Okay.
Boxing, Joe Christie versus the Sheik, which is a really old name and then a famous name.
Right. So when can we expect the book to be finalized so that we can pick up a copy? Can we pre-order it? What can we do to support you, Wes?
We're just not ready even to do a pre-order yet.
Okay.
I'm working with Kenny, and it's going to be so exciting to get it out. I'm writing furiously just about every day, and this COVID thing has helped out with time, especially. But I'm still working full time, as is my wife, and our household is still going on crazy. So I really can't say. I don't know enough about that part of doing a book to say, oh, it's going to be 6 months. I wish.
Well, I think you're in good hands with Kenny Casanova. So yeah. I'm sure he'll be able to get that book out promptly for you.
I'm really excited about it, and I'm really happy to have been here. And this has been a lot of fun. And I do thank John and Kenny for inviting me. And am I up here?
Yeah, we're gonna let you go. And Wes, really appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking forward for the book to come out as myself.
That's great. Thank you very much, Eddie, and I hope I'm going to be able to watch a little later on, see Greg Oliver and Scott Teal. Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Wes.
Bye.
All right, so we're here at COVIDCon, and just so you guys know, we're obviously a lot of our guests that they're home. We have technology issues. My lights are flickering for some reason, but we're powering through, and I think everyone so far has had good audio video quality, and we're gonna get to our next guest, Dan Murphy, who you might know from the PWI Top 500 list. And also, he's written the book Body Slams in Buffalo. So I'm going to bring him on right now. Dan, how are you?
Hello. Not too bad. How's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Perfect.
Good. Perfect.
So,
nice.
Well, thanks for joining us today.
Very happy to be here. Thanks. This is a really unique. It's incredible the life that this has taken on since this COVID-Con was announced. All the people that got involved. It's really pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, it's really great to be able to get everyone together, especially with all the fans out there that are watching, stuck home, looking for things to do, and glad that we were able to bring everyone together to get this rolling. So, do you have any? What do you want? What would you like to tell us about? I know I was infatuated with the body slams in Buffalo.
Really?
I have a lot of friends that are from that area, and I thought that was pretty cool. Learning about the history from that time.
Yeah. I've done body slams in Buffalo. I did back in 2002 or so. It's a thin book, and basically I was working with a publisher in Western New York who I'd worked with. I've done some books on Buffalo area history, and the first book I did when I was about 22, 23 was on the history of the Erie Canal, of all things, and it sold really well. It's still selling well. So the publisher says, "Hey, do you have any other ideas?" I was a wrestling fan since childhood. I'd like to tell the story of Buffalo's wrestling history. It was kind of in recent days, there's a lot of books about the histories of the territories that are out there.
Right.
There weren't around the time that I did body slams, at least that I had seen. So I tried to really compress maybe 70 years of history into about a 100-page book. So it was quick and an easy read. If I went back and redid it, I'd probably take it in a different direction. But it was a good opportunity to tell a less known part of Western New York's wrestling history.
Okay. And you also published the PWI Top 500?
Yes. I was with Pro Wrestling Illustrated from 1997 up until last year. Senior writer. So I did a lot of the, I coordinated the 500, did a lot of the articles, had my own column. The 500 was something that I kind of oversaw for the last 10 years. We would sit down with Stu Sachs and some of the other writers. We would kind of make the top 10. We debate. A lot of debate went into those calls and meetings. In the course of maybe a 6-hour day, we might get up to the 70s. And then they would kind of tag me and say, "All right, Murph, you're in, finish the list." And I had to do it, send it in, everybody would review it, and then we'd kind of make any adjustments, then go with it. So for the past 10 or 15 years, I've been keeping an eye on the indies and all the up-and-comers and overseas, Japan, England. So it was a lot of work, but it was definitely a rewarding project.
All right, so I'm gonna mark out here for 2 minutes, but growing up, I loved Pro Wrestling Illustrated. It was the go-to magazine, right? I know. I love the logo. Matter of fact, I just bought a collection of every issue that they ever had from the 80s. But awesome. But that must have been pretty cool for you, right? Because you were obviously a fan growing up, and then you get to go work there.
Oh yeah, I was a fan. I was 10 with the first WrestleMania, so I was kind of right in that perfect age that Vince McMahon was targeting. The Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania, Rock and Wrestling, the whole thing. So I was a fan growing up, and then right out of college, I got a job as a sports reporter with a little weekly newspaper, the B newspapers out here in Buffalo. And UFC, I think it was the third UFC event was coming in. They were going to run at Niagara Falls, New York. And at the time, the state legislature didn't want to have Ultimate Fighting. And at that time, they were going to regulate it. So all of the fighters had to wear gloves. They had to wear mouthpieces. A few moves were barred. And I knew that there was some kind of crossover between mixed martial arts and pro wrestling. Guys like Dan Severn, Ken Shamrock later on. And I thought it might be an interesting story for PWI. So I called the office, like cold called, got Stu Sachs, the publisher, on the phone, pitched him the idea. He says, it sounds, we don't normally do UFC, but it sounds intriguing. If you can get photos, let's do it. So I'm all excited. I grew up reading Pro Wrestling Illustrated, and I just talked to Stu Sachs, and Bill Apter was there at the time. They moved the event about 2 days beforehand, and there went my opportunity to write for PWI, I thought. So I call, I get Stu on the phone. I'm sorry, they're moving the UFC thing to Dothan, Alabama. We talked for a little bit. He says, it sounds like you know your stuff. How about you send a couple clips in? So I did. And next thing you know, I started doing my first piece was introducing Prince Iakea. He had just won the TV title in WCW. And I kept doing more and more and more. And, 22 years later, I was still doing it.
Well, that's pretty cool. So what went into making the PWI 500 list?
Well, basically what we do, and a lot of people kind of don't appreciate it or realize it, the criteria looks at the achievement over the past 12 months. So it's from typically June 30th to July 1st, or July 1st to June 30th of a calendar year, usually. And it is based on their achievement, what titles they've won, won-loss records, quality of opposition, how they're pushed within the given promotion. We look at all these criteria and determine it. What always drove me nuts is some people would be like, it's a kayfabe list, which drove me nuts because, and still does, because wrestling is kayfabe. If you can't, it's not all about work rate. It's not all about, work rate is something to appreciate, but if you can't appreciate the stories that wrestling is telling and do a list that is reflecting those stories, then what's the point? If we're writing about a TV show, you're not writing about what the actors are doing behind the scenes. You're writing about the characters on a show. So we really took pains to try to have the list reflect what everybody had achieved. I remember Christopher Daniels one time came up to me, kind of ticked off about his ranking, and how do I get higher in the 500? I said, well, you got to get more of a push. You got to win more titles, man. What can I say? But we really take a lot of myself, the entire staff, Pro Wrestling Illustrated, put a lot of effort in and really try to make that the best possible list that we can.
So this started. What year did you start doing this? 97.
I started with PWI, yes, in 1997.
Okay, because that's pre-internet. That's pre-internet days. So how are you? True. How were you able to dig up the information, back then to put the list together?
They used to mail in submissions. Wrestlers we'd have a big stack of submissions, photos, Polaroids, handwritten resumes. Some people would send us VHS tapes. So I would get all these and go through them. But what I would also do is whenever I'd go in an independent show, I would bring a notebook and I'd write notes so that, when I would compile the 500 that year, I would think, okay, who impressed me at this show? Who impressed me at this show? And I would also call all the promoters that I got to know. Jim Kettner used to run the ECWA. They would do the Super 8 tournament out there in Delaware and Philadelphia. So I'd call Jim and say, hey, who's good in your area? Who's up and coming? And I had, Bill Behrens and maybe a dozen promoters that I would call. And they'd give me some names. I'd look into it, and then I'd put the list together that way. And then once the internet kind of took off, you began to get things like MySpace. So I was going through people's MySpace pages. And back in the 90s and early 2000s, you had all these backyarders who were creating pages and everything that looked legit. It looked like they were legit wrestlers who were just doing the backyards. They had to wade through all of this kind of crap to find out who was really out there. But it was a challenge.
Somebody wants to know, how did the PWI Female 50 finally come about?
That was my baby, actually, the Female 50. I've been kind of really pushing for it for a while. We had the 500 list, and as women's wrestling began to get bigger, I thought, that we really should do something to recognize that and do a ranking of the women. And it was really, I'm not sure, it was right around the same time, so I'm not sure which came first, but I pushed for it, and Shimmer had started. And it was, I'm not sure if the first 500 came out right before Shimmer or vice versa, but Shimmer was all of a sudden, Dave Prezak was running shows out in Chicago that were not eye candy. They were athletic matches with very, very talented women, with Allison Danger and Beth Phoenix and Natty Neidhart were there. And they were really kind of presenting women's wrestling in a different way. And you could see that there was an underswell of movement in the wrestling industry where women were being taken more seriously, even though WWE and TNA to a lesser extent were still doing, it was slightly past the bra and panties stage, but they were still doing the catfight matches and the 3-minute bathroom breaks and everything. But Stu Sachs finally green-lighted it. We did a list of 50, and by like the 40s, you had people who were, they made the list, like Kelly Couture, I think, made the list. People who were semi-active, just to kind of fill it out. But it kept increasing. Women's wrestling, obviously, the women's revolution and everything. And the subject of my book that came out a couple of years ago, Sisterhood of the Squared Circle, that I co-wrote with Pat LaPrade, The History of Women's Wrestling. The Female 50 eventually grew into the Women's 100. And that was another project of mine that I kept track of, compiled all the listings, and put that all together.
So how did that book come about, the Sisterhood of the Squared Circle?
Sisterhood of the Squared Circle actually came about when I was in Chicago with seeing a Shimmer show. I was writing, I was paying attention to Shimmer for the Female 50. And I got to know Pat LaPrade very well. Pat, I know he's taking part in this, I think this afternoon. He did Mad Dogs, Midgets, and Screwjobs with Bertrand Hebert. He did the Andre book. And I got along very well with Pat. He and I were sitting at the timekeeper's table. I think we were keeping time for Dave, ringing the bell, whatever. And it's one of those things with Shimmer where, if you're there for the show, you help out wherever you can, setting up chairs, doing whatever. And he said, I've got an idea for a book, and I think that you might be the ideal partner to write it with me. And he said, just a history of women's pro wrestling. It hasn't been done. And I kind of stepped away for a little bit, and I began writing in my notebook that I carry with me, and came up with some chapter ideas and some concepts, and came back to him like an hour or two later. I'm like, yeah, we got to do this. And we pitched it to ECW Press, Michael Holmes, who's going to be participating in COVID-Con. And he greenlit it, and we were off and running. And I pulled it all together. It came out in 2017, and I've been extremely pleased with it. It's been a very big success.
Well, that's great to hear. What are some stuff in there that people would be surprised about as far as women's wrestling goes? Because I remember as far back as maybe Fabulous Moolah,
right,
that era, but I'm sure it goes back even further.
It does. Yeah, we really kind of begin with essentially Billy Wolf. We have a little bit before that. The interesting era really is when Billy Wolf begins to take Mildred Burke, and they have their cadre of women's wrestlers, and Billy Wolf trying to get into the NWA, and Mildred Burke and Billy Wolf eventually parting, and then eventually the rise of the Fabulous Moolah. That's all fascinating stuff that happened in the 30s and 40s and 50s. And then you end up having basically you go into the 70s era with all of Moolah's girls, and then the rock and wrestling era in the 80s, the independents, and everything happening in Japan at the same time. So there's a lot of really fascinating things between the individual bios of the women, because a lot of these women, especially like Gladys Gillum or June Byers, and the women who got involved with women's wrestling when it was still in its infancy, they were women who they may not have had schooling, they may not have had a lot of job opportunities. They didn't want to settle down and get married. They wanted to travel and see the world and make money themselves. And in 1940s America, how could you do that? There were no other professional sports for women. There were, if you didn't want to be a housewife, what could you do? If you wanted to see the world on your own dime, how do you go about doing that? So it attracted this really unique brand of women who went out and kind of made history in their own way. So that was fun, just going through in all of the bios of that era, learning about those women.
Now, did that come about the way that women's baseball did, because the men were off fighting war?
It did. There's definitely some parallels to like a league of their own. There was women's wrestling as the men's rosters were a little bit depleted. You ended up kind of filling out the card with some women, and it became very popular. The women's matches were still a novelty. It was still, something new and fresh. It hadn't been done to death. So it was definitely a boom period for women's wrestling. And the women really took it very seriously. They went out there and they wanted to have the best match on the show in a lot of cases. Mildred Burke certainly did. So they went out there and really tried to kind of work, and they knew that they were not respected by a lot of the men. Lou Thez, for a time, would not appear on any show that a women's match was on. He said, the women are good, but I'm the NWA champion. Like I have to present the NWA in a legitimate sense, and having women on the show, I won't do it. So these women had kind of a chip on their shoulder and went out there and really tried to hustle and work, and they did a lot of really good matches back in that era.
Yeah, so. What do you think about the way, it's evolved to what it is today?
What do I think? Well, I think we hit maybe it's the COVID stuff, where you flatten the curve. I think we hit a peak and now we're coming back down. On one hand, women's wrestling is great. I mean, we predicted in Sisterhood of Squared Circle that one day women could headline WrestleMania. We didn't think that would happen within 2 years of the book coming out, but they did. Pat and I did a session in Las Vegas at Cauliflower Alley Club, panel discussion. We had Santana Garrett, Malaya Hosaka, Chelsea Diamond, and cheerleader Melissa up with us. And we discussed whether women could ever make it to WrestleMania, whether, Ronda Rousey could succeed. And this is before Ronda Rousey had joined WWE. And we got a lot of spirited debate, and even among some of the women and some of the people at the Cauliflower Alley Club, they're like, "Yeah, I don't see women ever headlining WrestleMania, or I don't think Ronda Rousey could make the transition from UFC to pro wrestling because it's such a different game." But it happened. That being said, I think that what's happening with wrestling in general right now, not just women but men, you can really see it with these empty arena matches and everything, but it's just gotten too spotty, too worked out, too choreographed. And it just feels to me, and this is one of the reasons I kind of stepped away from PWI last year, it doesn't feel fun anymore. It feels like it's just people kind of doing dance routines. There's no real interaction with the audience, no ability to call things on the fly. And I think that a lot of women now getting into wrestling, and I see this on the independents and definitely in WWE and developmental, they are looking at the women from 10 years ago, and they're just basically mimicking, I have to have an entrance, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to have 3 signature moves, and that's it. And they're not really kind of learning the craft of pro wrestling that people like Allison Danger and the early people in Shimmer, let alone the Mildred Burks and everybody that preceded that, had to go through. So again, I think it's kind of peaked in going down a little bit. I think that women can definitely headline pay-per-views. We've seen that has worked. They can be a draw. But I think the entire wrestling industry right now kind of needs a little bit of a shot in the arm.
Okay, fair enough. We have a couple questions coming in here.
Okay.
Somebody wants to know, what was the general feedback that you would get from the current stars of the WWE as a whole on the top 500 list?
You know what? We actually got pretty positive feedback. There were always some people. I remember last year, Pete Dunne kind of tweeted about it, like, oh, it's a work list, nobody cares, blah blah blah, and I always want to bite my tongue, it's well, nobody cares about you, Pete Dunne. It's who I actually like his work, but it's like I get sensitive because I work on the 500 list when I was doing it. That was 3.5 months of work for me, like every day going through those lists, not only compiling the list, but going through bios, writing all the bios, trying to find the pictures, trying to get everything laid out, doing it on deadline. You'd have somebody and all of a sudden they'd be injured, or something would happen. There were times where we were doing the list and a wrestler died. Oh my God, now we have to change everything and whatever. And that happened more than once in the course of my time with the magazine. So I put a lot of effort and work into it. And when some people like Pete Dunne kind of crapped on it, it bugged me. But for the most part, I think a lot of the wrestlers in WWE and elsewhere really appreciate what the magazine is. It is the last newsstand publication that's out there on pro wrestling. And wrestling magazines throughout the history of wrestling were out there playing a role in introducing the sport to new people and supporting the business and giving publicity to wrestlers, helping make them stars. And we're still doing that with Pro Wrestling Illustrated today. So PWI has got a great relationship with WWE. I mean, guys like John Cena and Roman Reigns and AJ Styles and The Undertaker and the top guys, they've always been extremely supportive of PWI. And, so we do have a good relationship with them.
Well, Paul Edward Clark says the PWI 500 coming out each year was like the old Sears catalog. You rushed to get it, then you looked up the local and regional wrestlers that you watch live in your area.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, that is exactly that's what my experience was. As a kid, I would get the 500, and it's embarrassing to say, I think, but I'd get it, and I would take a pen, and I'd put an X through all the guys who I've seen, and it was my goal. I have to see all 500 of these guys. So these obscure guys in Japan and England and things like that before the internet, how do you find them? You just have to keep your eyes open and see where they're going to be.
Somebody wants you to rank all 500 wrestlers in order right now.
I have not been watching much lately. I kind of made a break from it. I'm still writing. I've got another book coming out for ECW Press next year. But it's more on wrestling history. So I've kind of been looking at older matches rather than what's going on right now. But
what years can we expect in the new book?
When will it come out, or
what time period are you going to be covering?
It's going to cover from the beginning up until today, but only I can't get into too much detail.
Yep.
But only certain wrestlers, some of the all-time greats.
Okay.
But there's a common thread that connects guys like Strangler Lewis to Daniel Bryan. And we basically, my co-author, Brian Young, he's a boxing writer. He and I put this all together. We're actually turning it into ECW Press on May 15th. I have the binder. It's right here. It's done. I'm just going through all the revisions. I can't reveal the title yet, but been working on that. But if I had to go off the top of my head for the 500 for next year, I think number one, the main, it would have to be Drew McIntyre would be number one. He'd be my leading choice to be the top guy.
Interesting. Now, have they done a collective top 500
of
all time? Yeah.
At one time we did, but it would have been like the mid 90s, and it was like I think it was only a few years into the 500, and I think that they did a list, but they didn't do the full bios. So they haven't done an all-time one like in the past 10, 20 years that I can remember.
Okay.
I don't think we've done that at all.
We have a question. Somebody wants to know, how did you ensure that the WWE stars didn't overpower other promotions? And they want to know how you since they're higher ranking.
I always look at it, and this, I would argue this with some of the other writers. To this day, and it's a little bit different now with All Elite Wrestling existing, but being in WWE means that you're on the top. So in most cases, being a mid-card WWE guy gives you a leg up over being a headliner outside of WWE, is the way I approached it. I always looked at it like, would you rather be would you rather be Andrade Almas in WWE, or would you rather be whoever? I don't want to say Zack Sabre. Somebody on the independents. I would look at, would this guy rather trade places with the guy in WWE or not? Because making it in WWE is an accomplishment in and of itself. So I always kind of weighted WWE guys a little bit higher the way I would do it. That's not to say that being in WWE automatically gets you a higher rating. It just means that the guys on the independent really have to stand out if they're going to try to get a higher rating than a mid-card WWE guy.
All right, John Cosper has a question. Corey Storm has been a favorite here in Southern Indiana for years. What did PWI see in him that they chose him to be Mr. 500?
Basically, he was a up and coming guy. He had a lot of talent. Sometimes the 500 spot, sometimes it's a gimmick spot. Shockwave the Robot. Who are some other 500s that we've had? There's been a lot of kind of odd ones, because it's a cool spot to put in somebody who's got a cool gimmick or whatever, but you can't put anyone behind him. It's like, oh my God, like, Shockwave the Robot deserves a spot, but man, I don't want to be the guy right behind the wrestling robot. Like, I'm not as good as the wrestling robot, that kind of thing. That wasn't the case with Corey Storm. That was just a year where everybody was very solid, and he was a guy that of maybe 10 or 12 other people were, in my mind, competing for that final spot. And I just thought that he had the athletic ability, the work rate, and the upside where he deserved it more than the other guys. So he wasn't one of those cases where we went with the gimmick guy. It's just that it used to be, when the 500 first started, finding 500 wrestlers was a challenge. Now, I mean, I easily find 1,200, 1,300 guys and have to whittle it down to the 500.
All right, let's see. Ben Ledoux has a question. Did you ever do any tape trading in order to fill out the PWI 500 list?
I received tapes early on. I didn't trade them. They were sent to the office. They were sent to PWI, and Stu would send them all to me. I never tape traded myself. Early on, before I was with PWI, I ordered some old Smoky Mountain tapes and things like that because I wanted to see the other promotions that were out there. And when ECW was first starting up, I was in college. I was trying to get my hands on ECW tapes. I never did the tape trading through a magazine or things like that. But when ECW ran locally, they'd have their big merch table with other tapes, and I would dig through all the most obscure tapes I could find. So I looked for tapes, to keep an eye out for things. But most of the time for the 500, they were sent in to us.
Okay. Somebody wants to know, was there ever a year where there was a major argument for the number one spot?
Oh, yeah. Every year, almost. Yeah, that would happen all the time. The one year that I remember the most, though, was number one was The Miz. And he was just having an incredible year. And I remember I was driving from where I live in Buffalo, New York, to Philadelphia to the office. It's a 7-hour drive. And the only thought I'm thinking the whole time, somebody talked me out of The Miz, because he had beaten John Cena at WrestleMania. He had this huge run. And it's like, he's the obvious guy. He's definitely the guy who's had the best year. But I didn't want him to be our guy. He, even as champion, he was still kind of being treated as, he's the Miz. He's kind of a joke. So I get to the office, and the other writers are there, and we finally start the meeting. And I think it was Al Castle who said it. He's like, so we're really going to go with the Miz, aren't we? Like, it was all unspoken. And it's like, yeah, I think we are. We don't want to, but he's the guy. And then everything fell in line after that. But sometimes, we've had Mike Bessler and I, Brady Hicks, Stu, we'd argue for a better part of an hour, just to determine who the top 3 guys are. So yeah, that happened pretty often. All
right, Dan. Well, listen, we really appreciate you coming on today. Real quick, someone does want to know, where can they get a PWI t-shirt?
Oh, actually, yeah. We brought these back last year. So if you go to pwi-online.com, That is PWI's website. You can subscribe to the magazine, the digital edition of the magazine, and you can order the t-shirt. They have it in the classic red and white. They also have it in the black. They have a variety of different colors and sizes and everything you may need. So yeah, definitely get it. It's they fit well. It's pretty cool. So yeah.
So Dan, where can people go pick up some of your work?
Okay, Sisterhood of the Squared Circle. You can get that pretty much anywhere through ECW Press if you like, ecwpress.com, I believe. Yeah, ecwpress.com or Amazon. Or if you are friends with me on Facebook, message me directly. I can get in touch with you as well. And I do have the upcoming book coming out next May that I can reveal a little bit more down the road. But yeah, that can be available through ECW Press or Amazon, or once this whole pandemic runs its course, at a bookstore near you.
All right. Well, thanks, Dan. Really appreciate your time today.
No problem. Thank you very much. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Stay safe, guys.
All right, guys. We're here at COVID Con. I may, if my lights keep flickering, I'm gonna have to try to go natural light because I don't think it's showing up well on here. But we're having a great show so far. You know, go to their websites, check out their books. You know, purchase them, help these guys out. We're going to be showcasing a t-shirt after our next guest that we're going to be selling. That's going to help out everyone who's involved running the show today and tomorrow. And our next guest is Scott Teal from Crossbar Press. And he's going to be talking about a bunch of stuff that he's doing. Let's bring on Scott right now.
Well, hey, how you doing, Eddie?
Scott, how are you?
I'm fine. It sort of worried me a little bit when I heard you say you were going to go natural light. I didn't know if you were going to be shedding your clothes or what.
Yeah.
You may wonder why I'm wearing this mask. Well, I did it for a purpose. The people who have been around a while, I'm just curious if people want to message or post on this site where this mask actually came from. Let's see how many people would know where it came from. So
Scott wants to know if anyone out there knows where this mask came from.
Great. And I'm gonna unmask now so you can see exactly what I look like. Hey, I appreciate what you're doing. This is great. This is just, phenomenal. I've had a great time listening.
We appreciate you coming on today. I was checking out the site. You've written 1,000 books.
Not quite that many, but
which one do we start
900. With? What's that?
What should we start with? Do you have anything that's just recently come out that is upcoming?
I'm working on 2 right now. Well, I've got about 12 books actually in the works, but I'm working on 2 right now. One I've been working on for a better part of a decade is Frankie Kane, who wrestled as the Great Mephisto. And this guy has more stories, more information about old-time pro wrestling than probably anybody I know. He's 90-some years old right now, but he has a mind like a steel trap. And I've been working on this forever, but I'm working 24/7 on it right now. That's my sole focus because I want to get this thing out. And it may be 2 volumes before I'm through. I've got like 200 and some pages already, and I'm just barely started. And the other thing is history of pro wrestling history of Knoxville, Tennessee. I did histories on Nashville and Madison Square Garden. Of course, Jason Presley was on a little while ago talking about his book on Alabama. But this is a book I'm working on with Tim Dills, a friend from Chattanooga, and it has every match that we could find from Chattanooga from 1906 all the way up till when the territory pretty much just went out after Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
Wow.
And it's got inside information about John and George Kazana, how they got the promotion started there, who was before them. It's going to be phenomenal. It looks like it's going to be a 2-volume set because there's so much information. It's just incredible. The Knoxville newspapers back then, not only did they print the wrestling results like most newspapers did, but they printed a lot of behind the scenes stuff. There was a guy named Tom Anderson who had a column in the Knoxville Journal. And I don't know if he talked to George Kazana fairly regularly or if he had wrestlers talking to him, but about every week he'd have something in his article about something going on behind the scenes in the wrestling business. And it wasn't a big expose, but it was little things that if you knew anything about the business, you go, man, I can't believe they actually brought that kind of thing up back in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, because it was stuff that if you weren't an actual wrestler and weren't smart to the business, you really didn't know what they were talking about. But it's pretty incredible the amount of information we're finding.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, when I was looking, Brennan, the one that 100% buying when this is over is the let me say what it is. It's called "How Corporate America Destroyed Professional Wrestling." That
was my first. That was my, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That seems like it sums up exactly what happened.
Yes.
So how did that one come about?
Well, I had published a magazine newsletter type thing, 52 issues of a magazine called Whatever Happened To. And
Okay.
it was a tape-bound deal, regular typewriter-sized pages, and I did interviews with wrestlers, the old-time wrestlers, and it got started because so many fans were wondering what happened to the old-time guys. So I thought this would be a great way to talk to these wrestlers, find out what happened to them after they got out of wrestling, after wrestling left them. And then I've been going to the Gulf Coast Wrestlers Reunion in Mobile, Alabama since 96. And one year, Ole Anderson came, and we had become good friends in Las Vegas at the Cauliflower Alley reunion. And we had been sitting in the room with 5 or 6 other guys in the motel room and talking. And as we walked out into the parking lot, Ole went out or we both walked out, and he was walking out towards his car, and he got halfway across the parking lot, and he stopped and turned around. And he says, "We ought to write a book." And I thought, now this is Ole Anderson telling me this. I don't believe this in a second, because Ole Anderson would beat you to death if you said anything negative about pro wrestling or exposed the business. And so I just sort of shrugged it off. I said, "Sure." I said, "That sounds like a great idea." And we didn't say, I don't think we brought it up again for 5 or 6 months. And one day on the phone, when we were talking, he says, "What are we going to do about that book?" And I said, "Are you serious about that?" And he says, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, let's get started." So I did some research and started calling him. We did phone interviews, and I interviewed him between 40 and 50 hours, asked him everything I could think of. And of all the people, like I said, that I thought would open up about the pro wrestling business, Ole Anderson opened up, told me everything. And that's really where the Crowbar Press got started. I can't remember if I came up with a name when I was doing Whatever Happened To, but the name Crowbar Press, but that's where I got started. And after Ole's book came out, I went to Charlotte to the Fan Fest, and Ole and I sat at a table signing his book from Thursday through Sunday, and we had a line at that table, people waiting to buy that book, and it never stopped. That line was 9-10 people the whole time, and as soon as one person would get it signed, somebody else would come up. It was the most incredible thing I ever saw. And during that time, Ivan Koloff and J.J. Dillon came up and asked me if I'd be interested in writing their books. Now, of course, I said no. I had no interest. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, I jumped right on it, you know. Man, have people like J.J. Dillon or Ivan Koloff to come up and say, "Hey, you know, I'd like you to write my book." I mean, what a great feeling that was. I've been around the business since 1968. I was in the business since 1976 or 75. But as much as I knew about the business and the fact that I worked in the business, even then and even today, I'm still a fan of pro wrestling. I still get a kick out of when one of the guys from the old timers I used to watch on Championship Wrestling from Florida, one of them calls and says, "Hey, Scott, just wondering how you're doing. Just want to touch base with you." I mean, Nick Kozak, here's a guy that was the Florida heavyweight champion in 1968, which is when I first started watching pro wrestling. When Nick and I have become good friends because he was coming to our reunion here at our house for several years. And he calls every once in a while, asks me how I'm doing. Well, you can imagine a guy that was one of your idols, one of your heroes. All of a sudden, he calls you, you know, and he says, "I'm just wanting to be sure you're okay." Man, what a great feeling that is. And what other sport can you find? Baseball, football, basketball, I don't care what it is. What other sport do you find people like these guys that you can become friends with that used to be your heroes? I mean, it's just incredible. I've been blessed, absolutely blessed.
Yeah, that's awesome. Was there, so people are wondering, is there any chance for a reprint or some other way to buy the Rocky Johnson book?
That's as good a question as anybody could ask, but I don't have an answer. ECW, that's the only book I didn't publish myself. ECW Press published it. Rocky Johnson gave them so much trouble, so much grief. He gave me a lot of grief too. That story will be coming out soon. But Rocky gave them so much trouble that they pulled the book from the shelves. I can't find out exactly what it is he did, but I know a lot of the things he did when I was involved in the writing process. I don't know if it'll be out again. I'd like to talk to the senior editor there, and I probably will soon, because I'm in the dark just like everybody else. There's no other way to buy it. I will tell people, if you go to bookstores or call bookstores, there's a chance you could still find a copy, because somebody emailed me last week and said the bookstore told them they had a copy or two. So he got a copy. So that's the only way right now that I know of you can get it. I wish they'd republish it, because I worked for 5 months on that book, and it's a shame. You know, it's a good read. It's an interesting story, but it's just, you know, because whatever Rocky did, you know, like I said, I know some of the things he did before I left, before I was out of the picture, but it's just it's the strangest thing, and it's really a shame.
Mark James wants to know who you worked with that you were thinking would be a pain but wasn't, and then also vice versa.
Phew, boy. I have thought about writing a book with Mark James, but I knew he would be a pain, so but maybe no, I'm just kidding. Mark's a great guy. You know, I can't think of anybody that was a pain that wasn't. As far as somebody being a pain that I didn't think would be, I don't think I have an answer for that either. I will tell you, there's been a couple people. One I can mention in particular was Doug Gilbert, who wrestled as the professional. I'm not talking about Eddie Gilbert's brother, but the old-time professional Doug Gilbert. Doug, I got him on the phone. I asked him, I have a 18-page questionnaire that I use for these guys, and I bet I asked him 40 of those questions. It doesn't matter what I asked him, he would say, his answer would be, yes, yes, no, yeah, that could probably be, you know, I probably did. I mean, I got nothing out of him, and it was like, he was so hard to talk to, and I wound up I finally said, well, I appreciate your time, and I hung up. I said, I'll see you later, and hung up, and I never pursued it any farther. And there's been 2 or 3 guys like that had stellar careers. I mean, main event caliber careers. A good one example is Archie Goldie. I went to Archie's place. He was all excited. He wanted to do the shoot interview on video. I asked him 18 pages of questions. There's like 600-700 questions. And we wound up, he answered everything to the best of his ability, answered everything truthfully as far as I knew. We wound up with 2 hours and 50 minutes of an interview, and that's it out of all those questions. I have people all the time, and it wasn't that he was holding back. It was he's like some guys. I don't care how big their career was. Can be main event wrestlers. They just don't have the ability to either remember or to how to put their story into words. So you wind up with very, very little. So that was sort of a disappointing. The shoot interview turned out great, though. I mean, it's really good for what it is. But, you know, I figured his book, you know, because he wanted to write a book. And after we finished the shoot interview and he got it and looked at it, he said, yeah, we need to get this in a book. And I said, well, you're talking about 40 pages, 50 pages maybe in the shoot interview. He says, well, I can tell you a lot more. Well, I'm like, you know, I've already asked you 600-700 questions. You know, I don't think I didn't say that, but that's what was going on in my mind. There's nothing more there, because if I can't get it out of those questions, it's not there. And I've had a few guys some guys are real easy. J.J. Dillon, I tell people you put in a quarter and he'll talk for 2 hours, you know. And then you got other guys, I won't mention names, but there's other guys that it's just hard to get a lot of information out of them. You know, I wind up with a book of about 200 pages, and that's fine. But you'd think with their career, the things they did, they would have, you know, untold number of pages of stories, but it's just not the way it is.
How much fact checking do you do when you're writing these books? Because I have seen in a lot of the shoot interviews, obviously when you're watching them as a fan, you watch and then you go back and watch the match that they're referencing, and it's not exactly how they say it happened. So how much fact checking do you do, or do you just go by whatever they say is gospel?
Oh no. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and it isn't always these guys. There's guys that they will embellish stories. There's guys that will lie to make themselves look better. There's guys that most of the time what I find is these guys think when they tell you a story, that's how they remember it. It's been so
Right.
long ago that they for some reason, even if it was two months ago, they may remember it, wrong, than the way it really was. I check everything, and I'm talking about everything possible to check it. I check it. Like working on Frankie Kane's book yesterday, he said something about a couple of the wrestlers that he was with these wrestlers in so and so territory. Well, I go looking for it. They weren't in the territory when he was, but they were in the same territory as he was in another city at a different time, in a different territory. So I call him back. I said, I cannot find so and so in the territory with you during that time. I said, could it have been Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1968? And man, it went off like a light. He says, yes, that's where it was. And he goes on. He says, because I remember Leroy McGurk was there, and so had called Leroy, causing him a bunch of problems. So it's things like that. If I can find little bits of information that can help these guys remember stuff, then they start remembering, and they also remember other things. But no, I check everything, and I don't care how simple it sounds. I have Frankie's another thing. He told me something happened at a certain time. Well, I went, or somebody, it was how somebody died, and I went and looked, and he didn't die. He said he died he had his legs amputated and died in a car wreck or something. Well, that wasn't the case. The guy didn't have his legs amputated, and he didn't die in a car wreck. He was alive until he's probably 60 some years old. But that's how Frankie remembered these stories. But then you got like another one he told about the death of Janet Boyer, who was Buddy Wolf's son in Columbus, Ohio. Billy Wolf's son in Columbus, Ohio. He said that she died because the girl wrestlers beat her to death. Well, that's not what happened. I mean, there was a lot of controversy about that situation. Ella Waldeck was raked over the coals because fans read about it in the newspaper, and they used to call her murderer because they believed that she had actually killed her in the ring. But that's not exactly what happened. So it's things like that. I have got to check everything because if one little thing goes through that's not true, people say, "Oh, that's not true. That's a lie." And if that's a lie, then they think, well, if that's a lie, then what else is he lying about?
Yeah.
So you've really got to be careful. And you're not going to get everything. I've got stuff in a lot of my books, I'm sure, that's not true. It's not that I didn't check them. I didn't have any way to check them. There was no reference to them anywhere, which is the hardest part about researching pro wrestling. You just don't really have the resources. Baseball, football, you can check that kind of stuff. I mean, that stuff's gospel. But when you're dealing with a thing like wrestling where they're working you and they don't print anything in the newspaper except the result, who won the matches, there's just not a lot, to go by as far as the actual facts of what happened behind the scenes.
Yeah. Jimmie Wheeler says that Bruno Lauer's book is his favorite autobiography of all time, which is the Harvey Whippleman.
Yes, that's a great book. Bruno called me. It was after I'd done Ivan's book, and maybe I know it was after Jody's. He called and asked me if I'd be interested in writing his book. Well, Bruno is a more modern guy because I always wanted to write about the guys from the 50s, the 60s, the early 70s. When Bruno called me, I said, Bruno, I try and write books about the older guys. I said, I don't like to get into this more modern stuff because, Bruno even goes up in the WWF, WWE is, Harvey Whippleman. And I said, I really don't think I could do justice to this, and it wasn't that I couldn't do justice, it's that I just really wasn't all that interested. Well, he says, will you let me send you the manuscript? Well, he sent me the manuscript, and I fell in love with it. I mean, he has a great way of telling a story. He's got a great sense of humor. I mean, the stories he told about Sid Vicious in the book, they're just drop down laughter. It's great stuff. So yeah, I'm so glad I did that book. Just for the opportunity to write about somebody that was a more modern guy. And as far as I can tell, what he told me is the truth. It's a little bit harder to research his career as far as some of the background facts, but in some other ways it was easier because some of the things he talked about have been reported in the Observer because he was a more modern guy, where in the old days we didn't have that.
What was it like working with Tony Atlas?
Oh, great. Tony is so much fun. He's another funny guy. He's easy to talk to. And the best thing about his book, so many of the guys, they put themselves over. And in the process, a lot of times, if they had problems in their career, they blame others. This guy did this. I didn't make it here because so-and-so held me back, or blah, blah, blah. Tony, it's really funny. It's like the name of the book, Atlas Too Much Too Soon. Tony said the person that hurt him the most in his career, and can you guess who that was, Eddie?
Tony Atlas.
That's exactly right. He said, and he lays out all these things he did, all the problems he had with drugs, with the sex, the shoes. And that's another story. But he was so honest in it. He didn't blame anybody else. I mean, he had some stories about people that didn't treat him right. Rocky Johnson being one of them. But he told it straight up. I was the problem. I was my own worst enemy. I did this. I did that. If I hadn't done this, I wouldn't be having the problems I am today. So that was the best thing about that book. And Tony's just a salt of the earth guy, just down to earth. He's not a big, he's not one of these great big fancy, guy. He's just a normal guy, and I loved working with him.
I'll tell you, I watched some of his his shoot videos. He's a great storyteller, and I tell you what, I would pay money to have that guy read me like a bedtime story, because the way he tells a story it's just captivating.
Yeah. He's really good at telling stories. He draws you in. That's something else with my books. I don't try and write them as if I'm writing a book or presenting it as if this is Tony Atlas who wrote his book. What I want is for you to sit down with his book, open it up, and as you read, I want you to feel like, you know what? I feel like I'm sitting across the kitchen table from Tony Atlas, and he's telling me his story. I don't want it to be some big fancy, big worded books. I wanted you to feel like Tony Atlas is talking to you personally through this book.
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody wants to know, what is it like to write a book about a subject who is deceased and to be able to find reliable sources?
That's a good question. And that's a discussion I had just this morning with Jimmie Wheeler from the Pro Wrestling Historical Society Facebook group. He's working on a story about a wrestler way back, and it's so hard to find information on this guy. And I told Jimmie, I said, that's why I don't write books about dead people. My focus right now, the best source of material and stories and information is from the wrestlers themselves. And as long as these wrestlers are alive, I want to get to them. So when all the wrestlers are dead, which hopefully will be a long time from now. But when they're gone, then I'll sit and think about writing a book about a wrestler that's deceased. But until then, I got so many people I want to talk to interview. My favorite thing to do in pro wrestling, as far as my writing goes, is interviewing these guys, because they have so much information to share with you. There's so many of the guys that have passed away without doing a really in-depth interview. That it's a shame, because, like, for instance, John Tolos. There are just so many names, like that were big names in the wrestling business. Eddie Graham. I mean, think of the stories we could have gotten from Eddie Graham, but he died before all this really got kicked off. Well, the shame of that is all the stories in Eddie Graham's mind, in John Tolos's mind, in Johnny Valentine's mind. When they died, those stories disappeared. We'll never be able to recover them. So my focus is on the guys that are alive. I want to get these things out of their brains before they're gone, because that's where the information is. They were the ones that lived it. And granted, there's embellishments. There's things they may say that aren't true, but some of that we can fact check. If not, it just goes down in history the way they told it.
Yeah, the one for me would be Randy Savage.
Ah, absolutely. Now Lanny would be a great book. Lanny,
Yeah.
you know, he'd be the second best thing to actually talking to Randy Savage, because he was there with him. He knows all the ins and outs. He was there. I'd love to have interviewed his dad, Angelo. You know, I knew him when he worked for us here in Nashville. He had tons of stories he told me when he lived here, when he worked here. But you know, he's another one that we've lost before we had a chance to really mine, you know, his information and his story.
Let's see. We have a question here. Are there any former lady wrestlers that you'd be interested in writing a book on?
You know, I do a series of books called Wrestling Archive Project, and what those are, they're made up of about 3/4 of the book is my old interviews from my Whatever Happened To that I did years ago, and most of those interviews with the wrestlers in those books are dead. They're already gone, and I'm the only one that ever interviewed them. But there are about 1/4 of that book is brand new interviews. Well, I'm thinking about doing a book, a complete Wrestling Archive Project book, one of the volumes, strictly on the lady wrestlers. And I can't really think of anyone in particular that I, you know, want more than any of the others, but they all have such good stories that I think it would be fascinating to just sit down and interview every single lady wrestler that, you know, started in the business, say, before 1980, 1985, you know, and just talk to every single one of them and go through that list of questions I've got and ask them everything. I mean, there's so few of them now that really had a handle, were around when Moolah was in her heyday. Those are the ones I want to get to more than any, because they were there. They know exactly what went on in Moolah's training quarters. And granted, some of them are disgruntled, so they may say some, you know, tell a few things that maybe aren't quite true, but I think for the most part, we'd get a good picture of that, exactly how Moolah handled her business. And I don't mean I'm looking for negative stuff, but I just like to know every facet of it, because there's girls that love Moolah. I want to talk to them as well. So yeah, that's a great question. And I'd love to do, you know, more interviews with some of the ladies.
What is your format? I mean, do you have like a standard list of questions that you ask people when you do an interview, or does it depend on, you know, who they are and stuff like that, or do you just?
No, I have a standard list. It doesn't matter whether they're main event, a guy from the 80s, guy from the 50s, guy from today. It's those 18 pages of questions. I formulated those questions over past 20 years as I've done interviews, and I just go. That's my go-to. You know, I go right to that every time I call somebody, and it starts out very basic. When and where were you born? What were your parents' names? I ask them everything, and you know, some people say, "Man, there's too much about this so-and-so's childhood in this book." Well, how do we? The childhood is how we sometimes determine why they grew up to be the way they were. Ole Anderson, he didn't have a good shot. The dad was a mean old gruff person. Well, Ole Anderson's a mean old gruff person, you know. So that's because of his father. That's how he turned out. So I think it's very important that we include all that, you know, all those kind of things.
Yeah, I mean, I have, you know, 40 to 50 autobiographies from wrestlers, right? And it's probably the only ones that I'll read. And people, you know, in college, they're like, why do you have all these, you know, wrestling autobiographies? And I'm like, these people lived their entire life as this one character, and we never got to know who the real person is.
Yeah.
It's a story that people love reading about. And, you know, we're thankful for the authors like yourself, you know, that are able to bring these guys to life and let us see what the person was behind that. Because, you know, Brad Pitt gets to be Brad Pitt when he's done, you know, doing his movies, you know, so these guys didn't really have that opportunity in the 80s, and maybe even not even earlier.
Right. Guys like Sputnik Monroe, he didn't come into the ring or leave the dressing room, and when he walked out, all of a sudden he puts on his Sputnik Monroe suit. He was Sputnik Monroe 24/7. I mean, if you saw him before the matches, at the hotel, after the matches, at his house, he was Sputnik Monroe. All those guys were like that. You know, they had their whatever they portrayed in the ring. That's the way they were. Yeah, there was a few, you know, that were different. You know, that acted like Abdullah or the Sheik. Yeah, they weren't like that, but for the most part, you know, guys like Sputnik, they were exactly what they portrayed in the ring. And the great thing about, you know, you talk about your friends asking about why do you like these books? wrestling was a world of its own. It was like a fairyland. I mean, we had so much fun in the cars and in the dressing room. You know, the people out in the audience had no idea what was going on except at the match. That's all they knew. We were having a ball, and it was like living in a different world. You know, it wasn't like we were in the real world, and that's a problem with some of them because when they got out of the business, they didn't know how to cope. They were used to this fairy world or this make believe land that they lived in. But it's exactly true. That's if even non-wrestling fans read these books, I think they'd be really interested in how some of these biographies are read.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Scott, listen, we really appreciate your time. Where can we find your upcoming stuff?
Just go to crowbarpress.com, and I've got a ton of stuff there. And anybody has any questions, they can reach me at the easiest is Scott@crowbarpress.com. That's not my regular email address, but that's the easiest one for people to remember, Scott@crowbarpress.com. I'm more than happy to answer any questions anybody has.
All right. Well, Scott, appreciate your time today. And
we appreciate all you've done. This is great. I just can't tell you how much people appreciate what you and John and Kenny have done. It's just really amazing.
All right. Well, thanks, Scott.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Crowbarpress.com, and you can pick up some of his books there. All right, Scott. Take care. All right. So we're here at COVID Con. Let me, like I said, go to these guys, check out their websites, pick up some books. I mean, you're definitely going to enjoy reading about, a lot of the superstars that you grew up watching. We're going to bring Richard Vicek on pretty soon to talk about Dick the Bruiser. But before we do that, let me showcase the T-shirt that we have up here. If I can figure out how to do this. Let me just share my. Wait, I'm not doing that. Hold on here. Let me figure this out. It's not going to let me do that. Okay, we'll figure out how to do that in 5 minutes, and then we'll get back to the T-shirt here. In the meantime, let me bring on Richard Vicek to discuss Dick the Bruiser. Richard, how are you?
Very good, and it's great what you guys are doing, and I appreciate being able to visit your COVID Con program.
Well, we appreciate you coming on today to talk about your book.
Well, thank you, and I want to also thank John and Kenny. This has been a wonderful experience so far.
All right, so tell us a little bit about Dick the Bruiser and what drew you to picking him as a subject.
Back in 1965, I was 9 years old. I turned on the television, and there's a black and white wrestling program, and this wrestler comes out for an interview with a gravelly voice, and I'm going to murder this bum. And I was just riveted on this wrestler. And then I watched the program some more, and they say wrestling coming up, whatever the date is, at the International Amphitheater in Chicago. And I begged my parents to take me. Well, Dick the Bruiser was on the main event, and that left a big impression on me when I was 9 years old. So let's go forward to the early 2000s when wrestling books started to be published. I thought, well, wait a minute. Most of these books are written about the current wrestlers, by the current wrestlers. What about the historical side of things? Because Dick the Bruiser died in 1991. So I thought I should apply my research and writing skills to developing the story of Dick the Bruiser. And starting in 2009, I started doing the research, traveled from libraries from New York to LA, all the big Midwest cities where Bruiser wrestled, St. Louis, Detroit, Chicago, Indianapolis, Milwaukee. So just kept, and by the time it was a 7-year labor of love. So if you get Bruiser, the world's most dangerous wrestler, you're going to get a cradle to grave story full of details, detailing the rise and fall. And of course, your previous guest was Scott Teal. 4 years before publication, he was talking to me and giving me advice and guidance. During that process, I interviewed over 250 people.
Wow.
Yes, so
That's incredible. And so he was also played for the Green Bay Packers as well.
yes, in 1951, he was picked in the NFL draft. He played 4 seasons with the Green Bay Packers in a time when NFL players weren't making big bucks. They had to have other jobs a lot of times. But by the time of the end of the 1954 season, he had been introduced to professional wrestling by Hall of Famer and San Francisco 49er Leo Namolini. So he started out wrestling at Reno, Nevada, and by the time his football career ended, he went into wrestling because he figured out, hey, I can make more money doing this, and I don't have the wear and tear on my body like in the NFL.
Interesting. So, what were some of the more interesting things that you were able to find out during your research?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was lucky to find a couple amazing historical sources of information. The Indiana State Library had the complete collection of Margaret Afflis, his mom, who was a Democratic politician in Indianapolis from the 1930s to the 60s. There was a lot of paper. There was like an insurance policy she took out on her son when he was playing high school football. That would pay X amount of thousands of dollars. If he was injured, there were baby pictures. So, and then of course the Jack Pfeffer collection at the University of Notre Dame, which had bits and bits of Bruiser, plus a library treasury of wrestling magazines across all brands going back to the 1940s. So that was a neat thing, finding that these reference places existed. For Dick the Bruiser, even though he had a rough bully type image and everything, I was surprised to learn how frequently there was a story about him donating his time to a charity organization. He did telethons in the 1950s for the March of Dimes. His whole life did visits at veteran homes. He appeared on muscular dystrophy telethons and donated proceeds of his T-shirt and license plate sales to the Paraplegic Foundation. So.
Wow.
And I remember I had one of these license plates. It had a snarling picture of Dick the Bruiser on it, and with my Bruiser Buddy was the printing. And that went to I wish I still had that. But, it was outside on the car, and salt and dirt just ate off all the display. But that's the thing that really stood out. All the praise he got from charitable organizations when he passed away in 1991.
So that is incredible. But did you ever get a chance to meet him?
No, nothing more than waving to him, walking down an aisle in an arena. No, I didn't. In fact, his family was not willing to grant a compensated interview. So I had to rely on over 250 people, of course. A lot of them are household wrestling names. Dory Funk, Blackjack Lanza, Jerry Briscoe, Mad Dog Vachon, Johnny Valiant. They all shared things, and I was able to put it all together like a jigsaw puzzle with the guidance from Scott Teal.
Were you able to, somebody wants to know, were you able to get an idea on how Dick was in his personal life, or was that hard to find out because of kayfabe?
I had some great sources to get personal glimpses. Two of his three son-in-laws, Scott Romer, also known as, who was a photographer, and Saul Weingroff, and Tim Rapogel, who wrestled as the Golden Lion and Dick the Bruiser Jr., both shared a lot of insider information, I thought, on him that really helped out, to peel back the onion, so to speak. And both of those guys are acknowledged in my acknowledgments page. Saul Creechman, by the way, is Scott Romer's ring name. I wanted to get that correct. So that's, yes. Now, I never thought about this. I didn't think about doing this until at least 10 years after Bruiser passed away. So I had to rely on all the people he worked with. And, I had another great source was the son of his partner. His partner was Wilbur Snyder, who died the same year as Bruiser. The son, Mike Snyder, was a great source, because he lived through all this, because his father was Bruiser's partner throughout the 60s and the 1980s in Chicago and in Indianapolis.
Okay. Somebody wants to know, any chance of doing a companion book on the Crusher?
There is a Crusher record book just completed and available on Amazon from George Lentz of Wisconsin. So there's no way I could compete with George, who has covered the Crusher probably since the 1960s. So look for the Crusher record book.
Okay.
But I'll give a little about another book. Another book would be deserving, would be on Wilbur Snyder, who was Dick the Bruiser's promotion partner for a lot of years. But here's the thing, Eddie. I interviewed 250 people for the Bruiser book. 1/3 of them passed away since the interview.
Whoa.
These are the same people who I would interview for a Wilbur Snyder book. So, maybe I should have started that 15 years ago. But Wilbur would really deserve it. But, it's when so many wrestlers from that era, Mad Dog Vachon, Johnny Valiant, Rene Goulet, Ivan Koloff, Ox Baker, Dr. Rex, Larry Hennig, they're all, no longer with us. So I don't know. I have to be glad I did what I did for Dick the Bruiser.
No, that's really great to be able to bring that to life. And then somebody else wants to know, but I think you probably already answered this. What type of feedback did you get from Bruiser's family? Were they supportive of you, putting the book together?
No feedback. They declined. The widow declined a compensated interview, and she spoke for her daughter and her son-in-law also. So, I just dropped it after that. I have no idea if they saw it at all. Luckily us reporters or us journalists have freedom of the press as far as writing a book. Now, I couldn't go start selling T-shirts with Dick the Bruiser's picture on it or posters or other stuff, but I'm within, I contacted 2 attorneys to find out what my legal grounds were for writing it, So, like I said, I can't sell T-shirts, posters, that kind of stuff. But, a book, that's fair game. Else, journalists couldn't cover dead people.
Somebody wants to know, did Bobby Heenan help at all? Were you able to talk to him at all?
Declined a compensated interview where I sent a letter and saying, how's this? I will send you a list of questions. For any question that you answered, I will pay you X amount of dollars. He sent a letter. He sent the envelope back, not interested. I understand that there was a lot of resentment because, okay, he got his start with Dick the Bruiser, and rumor and legend has it Bruiser was very rough on him, not only personally, but if you see any early the surviving video from the WWA, Heenan's taken all kind of bumps and juicing, and so I'm sure. And then he left over a pay dispute, so I can understand him not wanting to help me out, and I wish he would have, but he had a rough ride from Bruiser.
Okay, we have John Cosper's going to come in because he's got a question.
Oh, hi, John.
I'm going to bounce out for 1 second and fix a few things, and then I'll be right back.
Hey, Richard, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, got a question for you. It's a Bruiser question that came up when I was working on Bluegrass Brawlers about Louisville. And the question is, what legend story have you heard about how he ended up getting the Louisville territory? And there's a couple different versions of that story. One of them is a whole sordid tale involving Jim Barnett and possibly the UK football team, and he had to skip the country. There was one where he I guess Bruiser ran opposition to him and put him out of business, and another where he possibly held Jim Barnett out of a window and said, "Get out of my town." So I got multiple different versions of it, and I was just curious what you had heard.
I had working on the book, I never was aware of the whatever football team or holding somebody out the window. I wasn't even aware of that then. I wasn't. I started this 11 years ago. I guess there was still internet, but had no knowledge of that. I did talk to William Estes, an attorney in Texas. He is the son of the late Buck Estes, who was a matchmaker working for Barnett. Bruiser and Snyder just decided to open up their own shop in Indianapolis, and of course it also included eventually Louisville. They promoted opposite, sort of the principle, well, we'll build a better mousetrap. So that's how, and eventually though, Louisville didn't take off too successfully, and they dropped it. But there's an internet video of Bruiser wearing a sweatshirt with a skull and crossbones on the chest, and they're promoting Louisville. Interview, so that was a city on the circuit for quite a while. I know it's just less than a 2-hour drive down from Indianapolis, and that's where one of Bobby Heenan's first matches working for Bruiser was held. Heenan describes that first night in his first book.
I remember that story. Yeah. So I was just curious about that. I know Louisville's just kind of a footnote in the whole Dick the Bruiser story, and I mean he's an Indiana legend, and I mean Letterman used to make references to him all the time and everything. So, curious too. How much did Scott Romer get to contribute to the book? Because I know he's got a lot of Bruiser stories.
I traveled on business to Indianapolis 4 or 5 times a year. I had dinner with Scott Romer on every one of those trips. Yeah, with notebook or tape recorder in hand. Scott also on his own is also and still is an outstanding photographer.
Oh yeah.
So there's easy 15 photographs in the Bruiser book taken by Scott Romer.
Hmm.
And he was so nice about the thing. He would give me a CD-ROM with 300 pictures. Go through these and see if you like any. Yeah, so I was able to go through a very extensive collection, and of course there are a lot of other photographers, William Ondeco, the family of the late Chicago promoter Bob Lutz, and Minnesota wrestling historian George Shire. I hope I don't leave anybody out, but with over 200 pictures, that made a big difference.
Absolutely, yeah. So I know Chris Parsons had done. He used to have a website about exclusively Indianapolis wrestling and had a lot of great Bruiser
Chris
stuff.
owns the rights to the Bill Ondeco photos, and I went, good. I could credit Chris for giving permission.
Yeah. Okay, somebody's asking a question. Can you comment on the bar nightclub that Dick the Bruiser owned?
Oh yes, it was 2108 North Meridian in Indianapolis. It was called the Harem. It had go-go girls up on pedestals. It was a bar. Wrestlers hung out there. That probably didn't survive past the 1960s. The last I drove by Indianapolis, it was a submarine shop, sandwich shop. But yeah, it was called the Harem Club, and he had a local garage bands there in the day. I guess they weren't called garage bands there, but like local up and coming groups. There are frequent old wrestling magazines where the photographers went to the Harem and shot pictures. But yes, 2108 North Meridian.
There we go.
Welcome back, sir.
Hi, Eddie.
Quick bathroom break. Had to fix the lighting in my house too, so I'm going natural light.
I need to fix the lighting down here. I look like I'm in a cave. I am in a cave.
More lights. But thanks, John. I appreciate you jumping in.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys later.
All right.
John. So, Richard, you answered the question about the Dick the Bruiser, the nightclub.
Yes.
Anything else that you think that you'd want to do in the future as far as tackling a project?
There is, because so many of my sources for the Bruiser book have passed away.
Yep.
It would be really tough. 1/3 of them. And it would be really tough doing a book on someone in Dick the Bruiser's peer group. So, I don't have anything I'm working on right now, and I wish there was, but I started too late. I'm not going to blame anything else, but I got into this too late in the game. So I'm just going to have to rely on the Bruiser book.
Yep. Somebody wants to know if you ever had to work with the Bushwhackers.
No, but I was aware of them from my tape trading collection.
Oh, okay.
When they were the sheep herders in Memphis. Because right after, as Dick the Bruiser's campaign went into a decline, because by 1980, he was 50 years old, and so were Moose, Bobo, Wilbur Snyder, and their promotion faded out. I started watching Memphis wrestling via tape trading, and that's where I saw the sheep herders, the various ensembles that were I never met them. I'd see them sometimes on a WWF program also.
Okay. So aside from Dick the Bruiser, who were some of the people that you idolized growing up?
I was and still am impressed with Raymond Lewis Heenan. Bobby, that first called Pretty Boy Bobby Heenan, then Bobby the Brain Heenan. So much of the success of the start of the Dick the Bruiser campaign, the promotion with Wilbur Snyder, known as the WWA. One of the success reason for it, there was always a stable of villains managed by Heenan. It started out with the Assassins, then the Devil's Duo, Patho and Markov, and then Blackjack Lanza, the Blackjacks, the Valiant Brothers, Ernie Ladd and Baron von Raschke. So all managed by Heenan. So without that antagonist and having a television program with somebody you love to hate, hey, the Bruiser promotion was never the same, in my opinion, once Heenan left and went to the AWA. And of course, Heenan in the WWF achieved way more than Bruiser ever did on a national stage.
Right.
I always, if I would have one fantasy wish, I would like to ask Bruiser, hey, were you aware that Heenan was in the main event of WrestleMania? What did you think of how this guy took off and how he became a legend? I'll never have that opportunity. But hey, Heenan was the one that really made a big difference.
Right. So where can people find your book?
It's on Crowbar Press, at Crowbar Press. You just had Scott Teal on.
Right.
So you can get a paperback of Bruiser, the World's Most Dangerous Wrestler, on Crowbar Press. Also on Amazon, if you are somebody that uses the Kindle platform, it's you read the book on your computer or on your smartphone. That's on Amazon in Kindle form. So that's the two places. And I just want to, can I comment a minute or two about the legacy of Dick the Bruiser?
Yeah, absolutely.
Since we're getting, Bruiser was one of the best NFL players who then turned to wrestling. When you think of he's in the category of like Wahoo, McDaniel, Ernie Ladd. Bruiser was one of the most believable brawlers of all time. He was a quick study that learned real quick, and by January of his second year, he was in the main event at Madison Square Garden against Argentina Rocca, the second year. And of course, Bruiser became an extremely successful promoter, part in Indianapolis with Wilbur Snyder going up to around 1983. And then he was partners in Chicago with Vern Gagne and Wilbur Snyder. Under Bruiser's watch, the teams of the Blackjacks and the Valiant Brothers were created. And Bruiser had the foresight to hire Bobby Heenan and David McLean. Each one of them had their first wrestling job for Bruiser. And look where each of their careers took up to. And of course, one of the big legacies was teaming with Reggie the Crusher Lasowski. They teamed up over 4 decades and became one of the most explosive tag teams in professional wrestling history. So those are some of the main legacies of Dick the Bruiser.
Wow. Well, that's really great to hear, and people are gonna definitely try to pick up your book. Richard, thanks so much for coming today.
Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
All right, guys, you heard at crowbarpress.com. You can pick up the Dick the Bruiser book, and we're gonna bring on Mark James in just a second, and I'm going to attempt to showcase the t-shirt one time here, if I can figure this out. Let me see. I'm sharing my screen, and then I'm going to here we go. All right, so this is our t-shirt that we have on prowrestlingtees.com, and all the money that's donated, that's used for the t-shirts, is going to go to everyone who's participated in COVID Con over these next 2 days. So there you have it. You can check it out at prowrestlingtees.com. Okay, we should be back. And let me bring on Mark James, Memphis
Hey, Eddie.
wrestling historian. Mark, how are you?
Doing good this morning. How are you doing?
Thanks so much for coming on today and participating in COVIDCon.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it being included.
And I'm loving the beard. I'm wondering how long it's gonna take me to get my beard like that.
I think I'm at about 15 months now.
15 months. Wow. All right. Good for you. That's some dedication right there.
Laziness.
So, Mark, you primarily focus on Memphis wrestling, correct?
Yeah, I've done about half my books on Memphis, and then the rest of them I've done a lot of results books for probably around a dozen different territories.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you grew up in the territory.
Yeah, I grew up in the Memphis area.
Okay. So what is it about Memphis? Because it feels like Memphis is like like the feeder system for all the big territories, right? Because it's like almost everyone came from Memphis. When you're watching footage.
Yeah, a lot of people did. One of the main things is Jerry Jarrett purposely raised new talent. The first 2 or 3 matches on every card was usually rookies against established guys to give them experience in the ring and experience in front of big crowds, and just to get used to it. So that's one of the reasons Memphis lasted for so long, was specifically because Jarrett wanted to rebuild, what was going away, keep the feed coming, so to speak.
Okay. So, what were some of your favorite books to work on?
I've really liked working on the yearbooks for Memphis. I did 1977, 1978, 1982 so far. It's it covers Memphis specifically during those years, and it breaks down month by month and has the Monday night programs that were sold at each show, all the 52 weekly issues of that. Then it's got breakdown by month of what was going on in front of the camera, behind the camera, what the fans were thinking, what they were trying to do, the angles, what fell through, what worked, what wasn't supposed to work but did, and the opposite like that. So it's a in-depth yearbook. I've done 3 of those, like I said, and we'll be doing more of those.
Oh, great. So do you have the opportunity to interview some of the older guys that came through Memphis, or is it strictly research based?
No, it's I've been able to talk to a lot of the guys. My gosh, I mean, you can go through the list: Jerry Lawler, Bill Dundee, Jerry Jarrett, Lance Russell, Dave Brown, Jimmy Hart, Stan and Steve, the Fabulous Ones, Ricky and Robert, the Rock and Roll Express, Austin Idol, some of the older guys like Tommy Gilbert, who are no longer with us, Jackie Fargo, who's no longer with us. Just a lot of the guys that were the big deal here back in the 60s and partially 60s, some but the 70s and the 80s. And I just think it's really important to get their words of what they thought was going on. In my 82 book, as an example, that's the year Andy Kaufman came to town with Lawler and had that big feud. Everybody's talked to Lawler. In my book, I talked to everybody else except Lawler. I talked to Hart. I talked to Jimmy Valiant. I talked to Dutch Mantell. I talked to Bill Dundee. All the guys that were around. Referee Jerry Calhoun was in the match with them. I talked to all these guys because no one's ever asked their opinion of what was going on. And I just wanted to get as big a complete picture as I could get on it.
Were you able to get in touch with anyone who was connected to Andy Kaufman?
No, not really. I talked to one of the producers of the David Letterman show, who was there when Andy and Lawler went on in July of '82. But I said, look, is there any way you could get Dave Letterman a couple questions? He says, Dave won't talk about it. I said, okay. I was appreciative the guy at least got back with me. So that was cool.
Somebody wants to know, what are your thoughts on the Rock and Roll Express still going strong right now?
If they can go strong, keep going. Just stay safe. And I've seen some of the moves Ricky's been doing the past year, and they're kind of crazy, but I love Ricky and Robert. I've always said for Memphis, the best Memphis tag team in Memphis was the Fabulous Ones, but the best Memphis tag team that left Memphis to go nationwide was the Rock and Roll Express.
All right. We have a question from Nathan Hatton. Hi, Mark. Can you speak to the circumstances of Buddy Fuller leaving the Memphis promotion after he exploded the territory?
Yeah, I guess that was right around in '77. Jerry Jarrett split from Nick Goulis. They went to war. Jerry Jarrett won the war and won Memphis and could promote in the area. Part of the deal he had to have with the NWA board of directors was to be in that you had to be in a family who was associated with the NWA. Well, Buddy Fuller is Roy Welch's son, so the Welches were heavily invested in the NWA. So he made Buddy a partner. There were some shenanigans going on in a couple up north cities, up in I believe it was Indiana, that Buddy was doing, and Buddy was keeping a lot of the money from the ticket sales. Jerry found out and let him go. It didn't really. There was a deal where it's hard to remember what it was. There was some deal that Jarrett just said the money you kept, that's like a loan or something, and you can owe me the money. But they split and really never did business again. Even though Jerry did business with his sons, Robert Fuller specifically, and actually brought him in the book in the late '80s. But there was when Buddy died, Buddy's wife apparently, and this is according to Jerry Jarrett, came and sued him for the money for something about the loan. Anyways, he had to end up paying more money to Buddy's widow about it when it was his money to begin with. And it didn't make a lot of sense, but it was like Jerry Jarrett explained, it's like, it doesn't always have to make sense. You can go to court with guys and keep paying lawyers and pay more than you would have had to just to win, or you can just pay it and be done with it. And that's what he chose to do.
Okay. Let's see. Somebody wants to know, tell us about the concession stand matches.
They usually happened in Tupelo, Mississippi. Tupelo was every Friday night they had Tupelo at the, I don't know if it was American Legion building or a little cinder block building. Anyways, the reason was because every Saturday morning was TV in Memphis. So the boys would all go to Tupelo on Friday night, have their matches, and then come back to Memphis and have a little hotel party thing going on at the Admiral Bimbo. Anyways, they would have these matches. It started around 78 or early 79. I think the first one ended up being, I forget who it was. It was Lawler teaming with Rick Gibson against, I can't remember who the opponents were. Anyways, the big famous one happened right after that when it was Bill Dundee and Jerry Lawler going against Wayne Ferris and Larry Latham, the Blonde Bombers. And they tore the place down. The wrestlers knew it was going to happen, but the old guy that owned the concession stand did not know it was going to happen. And that cost a lot of money to Jerry Jarrett when he had to pay for all the supplies and food and everything. But they would occasionally, about once a year, get other tag teams. I know Ricky Morton and Eddie Gilbert, when they were tag team, and I believe they had a concession stand brawl with, it was an Oriental team with, I think it was Masafuchi and Mr. Onita, managed by Toji Yamamoto. And they had a concession stand brawl down there as well. So it was one of those things that they would occasionally go back and do. And they would literally go in the concession stand and just start beating each other with everything that was there, throwing bottles, big jars of mustard and mayonnaise at each other and splashing the walls and just destroying everything in there. And Jerry Jarrett would then have to go write a check for a couple $1,000s every time.
Somebody wants to know, what are your thoughts on the current indie shows around Memphis?
There's some good products out there. I think it just depends on the talent and the guys putting it on and how serious they are. It's hard to do that nowadays without storylines. For guys like us who are used to storylines back in the day and watching and being cohesive, that just isn't possible anymore because there's no TV. There is some internet, but it's just a different product now. And some are good, some are not so good. But I think there's always going to be wrestling. That's just how it is.
Yeah. Mark, any plans to come out with a second volume of the wrestling news?
Not right now. I was having a problem with the publisher with the those old wrestling news newspapers. The quality of that paper is just so bad on the scans. It's kind of hard. So I'm not sure there's any plans to move forward with that right now.
All right. Somebody wants to know, what is the real story of Paul Heyman not showing up for the scaffold match?
I believe he just was scared he's going to get thrown off of it and killed. That's just, he was, it was legit. It was 15, 20 feet in the air. It wasn't a little light one. It was a big deal. And you look at the scaffold match with Cornette, at the Skywalkers at Starrcade, he blew his knee out. And I think Heyman probably figured he would have been the one going off that cage that night. Or not the cage, but the scaffold.
Okay. See, any good stories about working with Jim Cornette?
Oh man, we've done 2 books together, and I can't even tell you how many conventions and stuff like that we've set up together. And he's just an amazing guy. The best thing is everything you see online about Jimmy and this and that, it's pretty much true. He's kind of crazy and he's out there, but he's the most honest guy I've ever met in my life. We've done books, like I said, we do when we're splitting the money. I get an itemized email from him with everything sold and this and due and this and that. And he actually beats me to the punch in getting the information to each other. So he's a very good guy. All right, I'll tell you a quick story. Quick for me, I guess. Jimmy is ultra liberal, ultra Democrat, but he's a good guy. I could care less. I mean, he's Jimmy. And this is probably 2016. We were in Charlotte at Greg Price's Fan Fest, the last one he put on. And there was just so many people there. And we were at this booth from like 9 a.m. till about 5 p.m. every day, 3-4 days. And after about 4 or 5 hours there, it's like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are starved, but we can't leave because there's lines of people. So it's like one of the fans says, "Look, I'll go get you some food." And Jimmy said, "Oh, would you?" Yeah. So we gave him some money. We got the food, came back and did it. Well, the guy got Chick-fil-A. And Jimmy is to his core against Chick-fil-A and their standards and their views, which is fine. But he says, "I can't eat this." And his wife Stacy's there, and she grabs Jim and says, "Jim, I am starving." And she grabs him by the arm and pulls him on the ground, and they sit down behind the table so no one can see. And she says, "Jim, shut up and eat this sandwich." And so Jim's eating the Chick-fil-A sandwich, and we're all eating it, just laughing.
That's funny.
So
that's a great story.
Yeah, Jimmy's great. He's wonderful to work with. He's one of the few guys that I've worked with that's like me. We literally, when we're knee deep in the book project, we'll work 20-hour days on it, literally. And he's the same way. I'll get an email from him at 3 a.m. about it, boom, and he'll get one from me at 4 a.m. And it's just, we work like crazy on the books when we do them, and it's a lot of fun to work with Jim.
See, Ben Ledoux. Ben, I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correct. What do you attribute how long the Memphis was able to last after the majority of the territories died out?
The territory is kind of what I touched on earlier. Jerry Jarrett was always looking for new talent, in that a lot of territories didn't have newer talent. They would wait for other territories to make guys up and then bring them in. Jerry had the older guys who were willing to train and teach, and that helped bring your own stars up. Guys like The Undertaker came through early. We were talking about a while ago about all the guys that came through, but the last phase in the late 80s, early 90s, there was guys like Undertaker, Stone Cold Steve Austin. All these guys were green to begin with, but they were trained throughout the way to talk, the way to wrestle, the way to use ring psychology, the basics. And I think that was why it was the last station, so to speak, of where you could go to get trained the real way to be a professional wrestler.
Okay, let's see. We have some other questions here. Oh, how many times was Lawler fined in Memphis?
Fined? Oh, I don't know. A couple times at least, probably. So much. I mean, in the 70s, early 70s, he was the bad guy, Lightning. Then that happened then. But from the late 70s through probably 80% of the 80s, he was a good guy. So the good guys don't get fined. It's only the bad guys. So
let's see. Any stories of Bruiser Brody?
He came through in 86, the spring of 86, had a feud with Lawler. Excuse me. Great feud. I've heard Jerry talk about it. He said he had no problem with Bruiser. Bruiser came in, did what he said he'd do, did what was asked of him. They had a good working relationship. And I just recently heard Jerry Lawler talk about that. And he says he was a pleasure to work with. Very professional.
All right. Who do you think was the best trainer in the Memphis area?
Man, there's a lot of good ones. I think Bill Dundee is great. Bill Dundee gets psychology better than 99% of the guys out there. He knows it. You also had guys like Toji Yamamoto who would do training. He understood the psychology too. I mean, this guy had 2 moves in his wrist. his wrestling moves. It was a hip toss and a karate chop. And he got over like $1 million in Memphis because he understood psychology of when he was a bad guy and when he was a good guy. And that's what he was, one of those guys in those early matches on the card that would train with the young guys in front of the crowds. Tojo could put his fist behind him and act like he had something in there, like some salt or powder or something, and do an evil smile. And 10,000 people would just be screaming at the ref. Just something as simple as that. And then he'd open his hand up and show the fan, and they would just get mad at him, and he'd laugh at them. But he had them eating out of his hand. And that guys like that were really good. I'd say Dundee and Tojo.
All right, let's see. Dave Heilman wants to know, can you give the background of Randy Savage coming into the Memphis territory after the promotional war Jarrett had gone through with his father, and what impact his arrival had on Jarrett's business?
Yeah, Diamond Dave Hillman. Okay. Savage was just crazed. I can remember in Memphis, we would get the syndicated ICW show. And Randy Savage would go on there challenging Lawler, Tojo, Dundee, Jerry Jarrett, just to show up at an arena and give him $10,000. And he would spend 15 to 20 minutes of every episode of his own show talking about the Memphis guys. It was insane. And he did it every week. Jerry Jarrett did the best thing, ignored it, didn't talk about him on the show. No one was supposed to talk about him. They just let it go. And eventually, in '83, excuse me, Randy and ICW did go belly up, and they closed. A month or two later, Jerry Jarrett calls Randy and says, "Hey, why don't you come work for me?" And he says, "What are you talking about?" He says, "Look, you're closed, right?" "Yeah." "Come on in. Let's do an invasion angle." And that's what they did. Lanny, Randy and his dad, Angelo Poffo, showed up on a Saturday morning Memphis show, rated this, just came in off the streets. It looked like it was planned, and it was staged that way. But it was the biggest thing you'd ever seen. I mean, everybody knew Savage was crazy, and Savage was after Memphis and all this, and boom, here's this Poffos and Savage on Saturday morning TV. It was an excellent angle. I mean, you think of NWO 15 years later. Here it is in late 1983, and here they are doing it then. So it was very good. Randy stayed around about 2 years till about 85 when he went to Vince. But he ended up, flip-flopping back and forth, good guy, bad guy some. Later he ended up teaming with Lawler. It was a great feud with Lawler teaming with Randy against Rick Rude and King Kong Bundy. It was wonderful. It was really good matches because Randy was just amazing. Seeing Randy work back then, even though his WWF work is amazing, I mean, his Memphis work was outstanding. I saw an amazing match. I think it was in 84, 85, him against Nick Bockwinkel, and it was just amazing. I highly recommend. I think that match might even be on YouTube. If you can go look it up, I highly recommend that match. We want to see how good Randy Savage is. Going against Nick was amazing.
All right, yeah, we'll make sure we check that out. Let's see. Somebody wants to. How long would somebody typically stay in the territory before they move on to the other areas?
Yeah, it totally depended on how over they were, which is pretty much, I think, how it was a lot of places. You got guys who they gave a big push. Don't ask me why, in 1984 to Iron Mike Sharp. No idea why. They brought him in like this big deal, had him win a belt, a Mid-America belt, and nobody cared. And he was out of there in about 3 weeks. But you come in and a big great example is when Lawler did his retirement angle in '77 after the hair matches with Dundee. They were going to bring in Dick Steinborn as Mr. Wrestling. He was going to be the big heel. He was going to bring Lawler out of retirement and turn him to a babyface. Well, the night of the tournament, one of the guys in the tournament was Jimmy Valiant. And he just clicked with the fans. They hated Jimmy. I mean, they were just going nuts over him. And so Jerry Jarrett on the fly went out and gave the information to the ring because it was supposed to be a draw between Jimmy and Bill Dundee. And there was going to be a coin toss finish where Bill won. Well, they sent word out to the ring, tell the ref and the coin tosses have Jimmy win. And Jimmy ended up winning the title that night. And then that ignited the whole Jimmy Valiant versus Jerry Lawler feud. And that just, I don't know. What's the question again? Because I got confused on that. What was your question? I'm sorry.
I think it was how long someone stays in the territory for.
There you go. But if the fans react and are buying tickets, they could stay there for years. Bill Dundee came into the territory in 1975. He didn't leave till 1983. You got guys come in for 3 weeks. So it just depends on how over they get with the fans and if they're selling tickets. If they're selling tickets, they'll keep keeping them.
Yep. When it comes to the ownership of the Memphis footage, what information have you gathered on the situation? It seems like people come out of the woodwork when it comes to who owns what.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if there was a group out of, I guess it was Cleveland, that Lawler sold USWA to, which was XL Sports. He still gets sued from them about every 2 years. It's been 20 plus years, 24 years after the fact. There's some other guys that say it's public domain because it wasn't really, it's no man's land. I don't deal in footage, so I really don't have to know. I deal in the books, so.
All right. Greetings, Mark James. Elaborate about the TV ratings in the 80s, and your 1982 book is a must.
Thank you about the 82 book. Yeah, the ratings were getting, my gosh, Memphis was about 450,000 people. And their ratings, they were getting around 350,000 people a week watching out of that. I forget what the numbers were, if it was a 29 or a 28 or something like that. But on a Saturday morning from 11 to 12:30, they were getting 3/4 of the city watching Channel 5. So it was a big deal. It was a big deal. And you got to realize back in the day, it wasn't like it is to now on wrestling, where you get main event guys fighting each other. It was, the main event guy against a jobber or something. So it was all about setting up the matches, talking, doing the interviews, and it got over. Memphis guys could talk.
Okay. So who were some of your favorite guys in that territory?
Sure. Obviously, you got to, growing up here, Lawler, because he was always here, and he just was the guy. He was our Superman, so to speak, our Batman. We didn't have a pro sports team, so a lot of the young guys like me, we just gravitated towards wrestling. And you got to do Lawler, you got to do the Dundees, you got to do the fabulous ones, Steve Kern, Stan Lane. Always loved Jimmy Hart when he was here as a bad guy manager. He was amazing. His WWE work just is far inferior as to what he was doing in Memphis. If you want to see some really good stuff, watch any old Memphis clips from 1980 to 1985 when he left that Jimmy Hart's in. I would put that 5-year span of Hart against any other manager at any time frame. He is just, I've always made the comparison. If you've got to have like your Batman, then you've got to have the equal Joker. And Lawler was the Batman and Jimmy Hart was the Joker.
So did you follow them to WWF when they had left, or did you
Well, the show was syndicated. We watched, we saw, they just didn't use managers the same way as they used in Memphis.
Okay.
It was, you got to realize on Saturday morning shows, because of who they were managing, Lawler might come out and do a 5-10 minute segment. The other guys do 5-10 minute segment. Well, Jimmy Hart's got a stable of 6-7 guys. He's literally on the microphone 30 minutes every show out of an hour-and-a-half show. So as a bad guy, he was getting more airtime than anybody other than the announcers, Lance and Dave.
Yeah, it's so interesting listening to people that grew up somewhere else, because I grew up in New York, where we only had, the New York territory.
Yep.
I never really only heard of Memphis through the magazines.
Yep.
So.
We had, in the 70s, all we had was Memphis, period. And we had the magazines, Bill Apter magazines. And then around the early 80s, we started getting some cable. And we could get Atlanta, TBS, and then you could get WOR out of New York and get some of the WWF feeds. And then after that, I want to say around 82 or so, we ended up getting the ICW show out of Kentucky on one of the other channels. And then we started getting worldwide show from Crockett. We started getting Texas World Class. And then after that, we started to get, you could literally get about 6 hours of wrestling every Saturday morning by the time, by 84, 85, just from Watts Mid-South, both NWA shows out of Charlotte, World Class, there was one of the WWE shows on here, or WWF shows by that point, and then Memphis hour and a half, so you could get a lot. And then on cable, Saturday afternoon at 5:05, 2 hours from Atlanta.
Okay. Let's see. We got a couple questions here from Mark Bujan. Can you talk about the Detroit book?
Yeah, I did. I was born in Flint, Michigan, which is just not that far from Detroit, and and we moved away when I was a tiny kid, and I'd always wondered about it and wanted to know more. So I got with several guys and got some picture collections and did a results book from the Sheik the entire time the Sheik owned Detroit, from the mid 60s up until around 1980 when he shuttered Detroit. And we did a results book for all those shows. And it's one of my favorite books just because it was one of those things I always wanted to know about. And when I was hardcore into wrestling, by then in 80, Sheik had shut it down, so it was just like gone. And kind of like I wanted the Memphis stuff to not be forgotten about. I didn't want the Detroit, I wanted the Detroit results to be out there for people to look up, see who was there.
Is it true Jim White lost a spot in the big box office tag with Lawler because of his marriage to Lily Thomas?
Yeah, actually it was. And I don't even think they were married at the time. I think they were still dating. And it was totally because she was black. Back in Memphis, 1972, 73 maybe. You got to realize that's 6 years after Martin Luther King was assassinated in Memphis. So it's not that far away. And they let White go because of it.
See, Rod wants to know, are managers ever going to make a comeback?
I don't think so. The reason they don't think so is, here's my reasoning. They work off scripts now. If you got a script, a guy can read the script. The reason they use managers is guys couldn't talk on the fly back in the day. Like, that's why you had a Jimmy Hart, you had a Bobby Heenan, whatever, and Jim Cornette for that matter. And you would have to talk back then. I've heard Jerry Larder describe it. He said about when he was booking for Memphis 6 months out of the year, he'd go to the guys on Saturday morning TV about 15, 20 minutes before they were going to go out on TV. He says, okay, you're fighting this guy, and this is what's going on. I need you to get this point across. And they'd say, well, how do I do it? They say, that's up to you. Just get it done. And if you can't figure out how to get it done enough, they're going to give you a manager if you're drawing. So that's why it's all scripted, so much of it. And because of that, there's no need for the manager to do the talking now.
All right, let's see. Tom Burke wants to know, did Henry Rogers of Malden, Missouri supply talent for TV?
That I don't know. I seriously doubt it, because the Memphis TV were a bunch of Memphis guys that lived in Memphis. So I would expect, the Ken Rapers, the Jim Jamesons, guys, a lot of the guys knew Lawler, knew the other boys. I know several of the guys now, Tom Maley. These guys were all local guys. So I don't think, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just not aware of any.
All right, let's see. What was your favorite angle from Memphis?
Oh, man, that's like asking a favorite book. Favorite dog. I don't know. I just, I did enjoy the Fabs. The whole creating of the Fabs was good. I enjoyed Lawler finally winning the AWA World title from Hennig in '88. That was great. The angle with Lawler losing his hair in '87 was good. I did love the '86 angle where Dundee was teaming with Buddy Landell against Dutch and Lawler, and Dundee and Landell were the bad guys. That was really good. That one of the best matches I ever saw was Landell and Dundee against Lawler and Lawler and Dutch in I guess a death match, and I think it ended up going 27 falls or something. And that was just amazing. There's just so many stuff. I mean, it's you got to realize 52 weekly matches plus Saturday morning stuff, and I watched from I was a kid in the early 70s up until probably weekly. I watched it till the late 80s, around 90. So that's a lot of angles for me to pick out.
All right, let's see. We have one last question here. When did Hulk Hogan make his TV debut in wrestling at the Chase, and who was his opponent in the match?
Have no idea. I don't know a lot about St. Louis. I mean, I know the basics. I don't know when people debuted in St. Louis at the Chase. I just know in Memphis, he debuted in Memphis summer of '79, probably around April '79. He was going against the Mongolian Stomper a bunch. He ended up leaving, coming back about 3 months later, July or August, and was getting in a feud with Ron Bass. Brutus Beefcake was here as his brother, Eddie Boulder, and he was teaming with him a little bit, but no idea about the chase, though.
Okay. All right, Mark. Well, listen, we really appreciate you coming on today. You can check out Mark's stuff at memphiswrestlinghistory.com.
Or markjamesbooks.com.
Or markjamesbooks.com. Is there anywhere else we can check stuff out? Just those two websites for now?
Just those two. If you go to the book page on there, everything's on Amazon.
All right, Mark. Well, listen, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for participating in COVIDCon, and be safe.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. All right. So we're here at COVIDCon. If you want to have your question answered, please go to Wrestling Bookmarks /COVIDCon on Facebook and, type in the comment, and we'll try to get your question answered on the air. And please, visit their websites, check out their books, and do everything we can to support everyone during this time. And up next, we're going to bring on Brennan Martin. Just in 1 second here. Brennan, how are you?
I'm doing great, Eddie. How are you?
I'm doing great. So we appreciate you joining today. And
great to be here.
And your book is called Teenie. Is that the name of it, I believe?
Yeah, it's called Teenie, Professional Wrestling's Grand Dame.
Okay.
So it's about a biographical novel about my grandmother, Christine Jarrett, and her 50 years behind the scenes of professional wrestling, starting in 1946 in Tennessee and Kentucky.
Wow, that's incredible. And so being close, being that it's your grandmother, obviously, was it easier to write the book, or does that make it harder?
Well, it was easier, I think, for me to write the book because I knew her. I knew, so the book is not written as a straight biography, right? It reads as a novel, and it's based on a true story. And what I did was to collect stories from other members of the family, from people that Teenie worked with in wrestling, a bunch of names that you would know, like Lawler and Dundee, and of course my Uncle Jerry. Talked about both family things and wrestling things, as well as Jim Cornette and a bunch of other guys. And so I took those stories and I kind of wove them into a novel format, which involved creating dialogue and kind of imagining how these things unfolded into a consistent narrative. And so the fact that I knew Teenie and I knew many of the personalities that are in the book personally, creating that dialogue and doing it that way was a lot easier. I think it reads pretty true to form in terms of what kind of folks these people are and sometimes were.
Okay. So what were some of the surprises? Were there anything that was surprising that you were finding out, or was this stuff that growing up you already knew?
Well, there were all kinds of stories that I had not heard before. So I included this family tree in the background. This is an illustration done by Jerry Lawler in about 1972, I think is the timeline based upon the ages of the people in here. But I'm the son of Teenie's daughter, Carolyn. And one of the things the book talks about is that my mother, she hated wrestling because wrestling is what took her mother away from her. Teenie was a single mom who took a second job selling tickets and ended up just absolutely falling in love with the business. And she was a bit of a workaholic. And my mother, she was never fooled. Like from the time she was 5 years old, she figured out without being told that wrestling was a work. And so it was just this matter of her mother was always gone. So then when I came along, and this is me up in the corner here, my mother really tried to keep me away from the business as much as possible. And of course, I was around it some. I spent a summer at the Nashville Wrestling office when Teenie was still working for Nick Goulas and Roy Welch. And I, would go to the matches sometimes. But a lot of Teenie's professional life happened kind of outside my view. And so there were all kinds of stories that I learned along the way that I had not heard before. You know, for instance, Jerry Lawler talks about a time when they were wrestling in Lexington before they started working Rupp Arena every month. They were the event was always held at this Catholic school. I think it was a girls' Catholic school, or it might have been co-ed. I don't remember for sure. But he tells this story about a lewd drawing that he left on the door of the girls' locker room, which is what the boys were using as their own locker room when they were there for a show. And he wasn't thinking about, you know, what he was doing and where he was. He was just, you know, being the entertaining guy that he always is. And he drew this picture full size on the back of this door of this naked woman with a huge erect penis. And he tells a story in the book, and I relay it in the book about, you know, he left that night, never thought about it. Teenie got a call then, of course, from the headmaster of the school the next day, telling her, you know, that basically asking, so are any of your wrestlers artists? And she said, well, yes, actually, Jerry Lawler is a fantastic artist. You should see some of his work sometime. And the headmaster said, well, I think I have. And I'm going to save it for you until you get back up here next month. And anyway, Jerry goes on to tell the story of how Teenie reacted to him when she saw what he had done and then saw him again that next month. And it's a really funny story because I think it shows how much she thought of Jerry and how much Jerry thought of her as well. They were very close.
When you were doing some research, were there anyone that you were trying to get in touch with that just wouldn't talk to you for any reason, or?
You know, I had a list of people to talk to, and because I was really trying to tell a story. This was not trying to be an exhaustive biography. I stopped when I felt like I had enough material to tell the story I wanted to tell. So there were a few folks that I think that probably the one person that I wish I had talked to that I didn't is Jimmy Hart. And I wasn't able to get in touch with him at the time. I don't recall, quite frankly. I'd have to look at my list. I don't know if I had his information and just wasn't able to connect or what. But really, most everybody that I talked to, that I reached out to, that I wanted to talk to were happy to talk to me about Teenie. There were a few people who she didn't get along with, and didn't have a lot of warm fuzzy stories to tell about her. But everybody was happy to talk. So I think, given the fact that I was in the family, even though some of those guys didn't know me that well, it opened doors, and so it was really a pretty easy process of collecting the information that I needed to.
Okay. So were there any, who were you excited to talk to that you were, actually able to?
Well, Lawler, of course, was high on the list.
Yep.
I knew how close they were. And there were really two wrestlers that I always thought of as Teenie being very close with. And this opinion comes from, I can remember as a child, she would show me every year the Christmas cards that she got from Jerry Lawler and Jimmy Hart. And she just thought the world of the both of those guys. And she was always very proud of, they would always remember her birthday. They'd always think of her at Christmas. So Jerry was one was somebody that I absolutely wanted to talk to. Coco Ware was somebody that I got to talk to that was, he really offered fantastic insight into Teenie. And I opened the book and closed the book with basically his interview. In the opening chapter of the book, I relay a story that he told me almost word for word, using his dialogue and what he had to say about this situation when she sat him down the first time she met him I think it was in Louisville, if I remember correctly, and sort of laid out her rules for how she expected the boys to behave when they were working her towns. And then I also closed the book with a quote from Coco talking about how she was really just focused on the business. She had her rules, and they were not rules that all the boys really appreciated very much. There were some of them, in fact, who really chafed against kind of her stern approach to managing her towns. But as Coco said, it was all about the business. And when you were in her town, it was her business, and it was never personal. So that was a couple of guys. And of course, one of the guys that I spent almost a full day, maybe it was only half a day, anyway, a long time with Jim Cornette. He was somebody that I absolutely had to talk to because Jim and I had met before when I was really young, and I went on a trip with Teenie to Evansville, Louisville, and Lexington, and we spent either 1 or 2 nights at Castle Cornette with Jimmie and his mother instead of coming back to Nashville the way that she often did between those towns. But she knew Jimmie from the time he was very young. She was the one that first brought him into the business, working for her originally in Louisville before Jerry brought him into the ring as a manager. And so he was somebody that I was obviously very excited to talk about. And he was, as he always is, a wealth of information.
So we have a question. Somebody wants to know, as an old Nashville fan, Miss Christine was a class act. How did she feel about Jeff wrestling?
Well, she was worried. She didn't want Jeff to get hurt. And this is the same kind of concern that she had when her son Jerry went into the ring. She was happy when Jerry decided to quit his job and work in the office with her in Nashville for Nick and Roy. She was all for that. But I tell the story in the book about that, and this came from Jerry in terms of how she reacted when she overheard him talking to Nick and Roy and Tojo about him getting in the ring. And she knows, she obviously knew everything about wrestling, but she also knew that that there was a possibility of getting hurt in the ring, and she didn't want her family to suffer that. And so when Jeff came along, she knew she didn't have the same control over Jeff that she did over Jerry. And obviously, she made a deal with Jerry that, about what it would take for him to be able to, for her to agree to let him in the ring, because Roy and Nick made it very clear that without her blessing, they wouldn't put Jerry in the ring. But she knew that she didn't have that kind of authority over whether Jerry was going to let Jeff in the ring. And so Jeff started out, refereeing, and then eventually got into the ring. And Jeff told me that when he first saw Teenie at one of her towns after he had started wrestling, she took him aside and said, "Jeff," she said, "I can't do anything about this, but I hope you stay safe, and I hope you manage to, avoid getting hurt." But she was super proud of Jeff and Jerry, obviously, too. And, she was, as much as she was concerned about them getting hurt, she was both of their biggest fans.
So what made you, want to embark on this project?
Well, my wife actually was the inspiration behind it because she never got to meet Teenie. Teenie died in 1998, and my wife and I sort of got together in 1999, and she just heard these stories about Teenie, and she knew that Teenie was a single mom, and she went from taking a second job part-time to this great success. Really, she was the most successful female promoter in the United States professional wrestling. I think Mrs. Baba in Japan is really the only female promoter that could be said to be more successful than Teenie was. And she said, my wife just said, the world needs to know Teenie's story. I think there's going to be people that are out there that, whether they like wrestling or not, they're going to be interested in this story of this woman who took, it was a real rags to riches story. Teenie came from a very poor family background that was riddled with alcoholism. And so I said, I think you're probably right. And I also, the other thing about it is I feel like I owe everything I have to Teenie. She paid for my private high school education. which resulted in me getting a scholarship to college, which resulted in me having a good professional job. If it weren't for Teenie, my financial situation would look entirely different from the way it does now. So I just wanted to pay her back. And I also felt like hers was a story that was getting lost. Everybody knows about Jerry Jarrett and what he did with Memphis Wrestling. But I didn't think everybody knew about how much Christine Jarrett was involved in running things behind the scenes and in really, being the promoter. She was never the face of the business, but she ran everything in Kentucky. So Jerry really ran Tennessee and the events that, things that happened in Arkansas and Tupelo, Mississippi, and so forth. But everything that happened in Kentucky and Southern Indiana, that was Teenie's territory. And she was the one that was making those towns a success. And I just felt like I wanted people to know about how instrumental she was behind the scenes of the overall success of, Memphis Wrestling in the greater territory in Tennessee and Kentucky.
Okay, let's see. John Cosper wants to know, can we hear some stories about the grip?
Yeah, so Teenie's signature move was the boys affectionately called it the grip. And what that means is that if Teenie had something to say to you, if you broke one of her rules, and the rules were no foul language, be on time, stay away from the arena rats, and never, ever, ever break kayfabe. I mean, those were really the 4 rules that Coco told me that she sat down and told him when he first met her. But if she caught you breaking one of those rules, she would come up and grab you either by the chin, and she had a very strong grip, and squeeze your lips together to make it kind of hard to talk, or she would sometimes grab them by the ear and pull them out of the dressing room. And she would read you the riot act, and she would tell you what you had done wrong. In fact, I've got this great picture. She was known for the grip from early on. This is a picture from the Nashville wrestling office with Roy Welch playfully giving Teenie the grip, sitting, I believe, at Roy's desk there in Nashville. So anyway, she was doing this from early days. But one of my favorite stories about the grip actually involves Ricky and Robert from the Rock and Roll Express. And I was working an event with them in Jackson, Tennessee in 2017 when the event first came out. Burt Prentice was running the show. Mark James was there. Jim Cornette was there. And we had all our tables set up before they let everybody in. And we were just kind of BSing. And I asked Ricky and Robert, I said, did Teenie ever put either one of you guys in the grip? And I think it was Ricky that spoke up real quick. He said, absolutely not. He said, we knew better than to break Miss Christine's rules when we were in her town, when we were on our best behavior around her. So no, she never put us in the grip. And I just thought that was a great example of the respect that these guys had for her. And now, not everybody had that respect. But some of them absolutely did. There were certainly some of those guys that weren't so afraid of her. But she did put the fear of Teenie into some of them.
So what was it like? So what was it like growing up in a wrestling family?
Well, again, I was kept separate from it a lot. And so, but for me, my Uncle Jerry was like a rock star. Because I did go to the matches and on occasion, and I saw how the crowd reacted to him. And he also had this, he started out with this big house out on Old Hickory Lake that, downstairs he had a pool table, and, there was like the whole kind of entertainment center, and he had one of those giant widescreen TVs. And, that's not what my household was like at all. We lived a very modest, had a very modest upbringing. But Jerry just was, he was this larger than life character, and somebody that I always, looked at with great respect, and somebody that I wanted to be around as much as possible. And my cousins, Jeff and Jerry, Jerry Jr. and Jeff are here in this photo. you know, I had a younger sister about 6 years younger than me, but, you know, they were sort of, I looked at them like, man, it'd be really cool to have older brothers. And so I enjoyed the time that I got to spend with them, but it wasn't very often. There was this one summer. So my parents divorced when I was 6. And so my mother was working, and I think she was spending, there was one summer where she did some work at the wrestling office in Nashville. In any case, I don't remember exact circumstances of it, but I spent much of one summer at that wrestling office. This is the Goulas Welch wrestling office on 8th Avenue, I guess, across from the Kentucky Fried Chicken in Nashville. And the Kentucky Fried Chicken that sticks out in my mind because one of my only duties when I was there, because I was 7 years old, 6.5 years old, something like that at the time, was to walk across the street or down the block, just a couple buildings down to Captain D's and pick up lunch for me and Teenie and maybe my aunt, my cousin Donna, rather, who also worked there. And so, that was a time when I can remember being exposed to lots of different wrestlers. I can remember, for instance, I got to know George Goulas at that time and developed some impressions about him because he was always hanging around the office. Lawler and Dundee would show up, and they would give me little gifts from time to time. For the longest time, I had this little stuffed baby alligator that Dundee gave me, and I had some golf balls with smiley faces on them that Lawler gave me, and so it was just a time when I was seeing these guys, outside the ring, but I was never smartened up by any of them. Right? I went my entire childhood not being smart to wrestling. I was a mark, I'm embarrassed to say, until Vince came out with his sports entertainment thing on 2020 or whatever it was when they started talking about wrestling not being exactly what it would appear or how it's presented. And that has everything to do with sort of the family's, especially Teenie and my Uncle Jerry's views on it and the importance of maintaining kayfabe. So although I grew up in a wrestling family, I was kind of an idiot to the whole thing.
All right. What is your relationship with Jarrett today?
Quite frankly, it's non-existent. I sent last contact I had with him was when I called him right after the book was published to get his address so I could send him a copy in thanks for the stories that he provided. And I don't think he's a big fan of the book. I haven't heard from him since. I did exchange a quick text or two with him late last year when somebody contacted me wanting to get him on a podcast, and I just got in touch to find out if it was okay if I gave his number to this person. So, we don't have a relationship. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, so who were some of the some of your favorites growing up? Where you grew up?
Lawler has always been my favorite.
Yep.
Again, because he was just, as far as I was concerned, he's, just to call him part of the family is a stretch. But he was, in the sense that he was someone who was part of the territory from the earliest days, the earliest I can remember until the territory went away. And he was always very loyal. And he was also very kind to me every time I saw him. He did things like he came, he painted a big mural with spray paint of Kermit the Frog and a rainbow with a pot of gold at the end that was on my sister's bedroom wall growing up. My father had spent a little bit of time in the ring in the early 70s and always had a very positive view of Lawler. So he was one of my favorites. And of course, I love showing this picture, but Andre, how can that not be a favorite? But that's me and Andre in Nashville I think we figured out this is about 1974. So I was about 5.5 years old.
That's incredible.
When this one was taken. So, big fan of his. Only ever got to see him wrestle that one time, only live. And then the other guy that I became a fan of in the 80s, and still am to this day, I just think he's a wonderful human being, is Handsome Jimmy Valiant. Really loved the work that he did with Lawler. They were in the midst of their feud when I made my one road trip with Teeny, hitting Evansville, Louisville, and Lexington. And I think it was 1982. But I didn't really get to know him at that time. I just thought he was a great character and a great performer, and really became a fan. And then I've gotten to meet him more recently as part of this book effort. He and I have been at several events together, and he's a great guy.
So are you still a fan of wrestling, or do you still follow it?
I don't follow it much. I mean, to be honest, I follow it enough to sort of be able to promote the book. And on Facebook, I follow old school wrestling pages, and it's particularly Memphis wrestling pages, or at least the ones that haven't banned me. And there've been a few that have uninvited me to their particular parties for reasons that I'm not 100% clear on. But in any case, I follow it in that regard. And I'm have kind of a passing awareness of what's going on with WWE and AEW, but I'm not a regular viewer of those events by any means.
All right, somebody wants to know if any road stories that you can share.
Road stories from the Memphis days. So I'm not sure that this is what you're looking for, but this is one of my road stories, and this is coming from that one road trip and when I got to meet Jim Cornette for the first time. So as you may know, Jim has talked about this a lot on his podcast, but Teeny and Jim's mother, Thelma, were very good friends. And that came about through the fact that Jimmy and Thelma were in Louisville every week from when Jimmy was a child. And so when we spent the night at then Thelma's house, Jimmy took me up to his attic bedroom, which is now his repository of all of his whole collection. And it was a huge collection then. I mean, I was stunned, but at this point, so I was 12 years old, but him at like 17. And he's showing me all of these different magazines he's got. And that was the first time that I became aware of Jimmy's Superfly Snuka. He had these videos of Jimmy's work that I'd never seen before, and showing him jumping off the top rope and just showing me all this stuff. And one of the things that he showed me were some photographs that he had taken, and they were clearly in like a school gymnasium. Tojo was in a referee's outfit, and there were some of those like gymnastics mats spread on the floor. And there was different photos, and I was looking at them, and I was like puzzled. And I said, what? I said, Jimmy, what's going on here? It looks like they're practicing. Is that it? And looking back on it, I can remember the look of shock on Jimmy's face, realizing that I was still not smart to the business, and that he was showing me some of these behind the scenes photos that he had taken of, exactly that, some of the work that was going on to, prepare for different matches. And he quickly gathered up all the photos, put them away, wouldn't answer any of my questions, and changed the subject to move on. So I don't know if he remembers that story, but it's very vivid in my mind. And I look back on it as, again, how stupid I was, and how I should have figured things out by then. Because on that same trip was when I had seen that match, the main event match between Lawler and Jimmy Valiant 3 times, all end in exactly the same way, and still didn't manage to ask the question or in the right way for Teeny to admit anything to me about anything being scripted.
We have one last question here. how did the Honky Tonk Man get his nickname in WWF?
Not a clue.
Okay. I didn't think that you would know, but
I appreciate the question.
All right, Brennan. So listen, where can they find your book?
My book is only available on Amazon.
Okay.
If you want to go to teenyjarrett.com, you can read the first chapter for free to get a sense of what the format is and what this biographical novel is all about. Because I know it's very different from what other wrestling books are done. But on Amazon, it's available in paperback, and I've got it on sale during this lockdown for $9.99 paperback. You can also get the ebook, or it's available in an Audible audiobook format.
Great. Well, we appreciate you coming on today and hope you're being safe.
Absolutely. Staying locked up. Thanks for
Brennan.
having me.
Thanks so much. All right, guys. So we're here at COVID Con. We're about to bring on Bertrand Hebert. He's the author of The Eighth Wonder of the World, Andre the Giant. I'm going to bring him on in 1 minute. Just want to remind everybody, go to the websites and, purchase books, read about your favorite wrestlers, favorite stories growing up, and do everything we can to support these guys. And let me bring on Bertrand Hebert here.
Hello.
Bertrand, how are you?
Thank you for having me.
I hope I pronounced your last name
correctly. Happy to be here. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so you have the Andre the Giant book that everyone seems to have. I think we might have some feedback coming from you.
Yeah, I mean, the feedback has been very awesome. I mean, we've worked on this for the better part of the last 2 years. So having the feedback that we've been getting so far, I mean, it's very rewarding in itself. So we're really happy about the Eighth Wonder of the World, the true story of Andre the Giant, me and Pat LaPrade.
How long did you work on the book for?
I mean, the better part of 2 years. I mean, it's a long process going through the publisher. You have to finish and do the interviews and put a manuscript together. Then they go through it themselves and they do a lot of correction. And obviously, for me and Pat, English is not our first language, so that's also it's a lot of issues. But it's a very rewarding experience. So we hope that people will be able to find a copy in those times, and because the French version has been delayed here in Quebec, so there's a French version sitting in a warehouse somewhere waiting to be released.
So where can people find a copy currently?
At the moment, it seems that barnesandnobles.com in the US is the best place to go, as Amazon has availability issues, and the books are not a priority for Amazon. In Canada, indigo.ca, and through the ECW Press website directly, they can get a copy, a hard copy, and they will get the free ebook at the same time as well with buying it through the ECW website. So that seems to be the way to go. It's available also on audiobooks since I think yesterday. So that's also something people can check. And of course, the Kindle version is available everywhere as well.
So what went into writing this book? Were you able to get in touch with any family members, or who were you able to get in touch with?
Yeah, Pat LaPrade went to France and speak again with the family, which he had met when he was working on the HBO documentary. So we were able to speak to his brothers, sisters-in-law, nephews, and really get a feeling of what his life was in France before coming to North America. We spoke with Bradley Craig from England and the UK about his stay in the UK, which to us was all new material as far as the time that Andre spent over there. And we're lucky enough to speak to a lot of his friends from the business and that knew him very well. Was lucky enough to speak with Mean Gene Okerlund before his untimely passing, and Gino Brito here locally. Rick Martel gave us an interview, and so we were really able to, with everything that Andre left behind and everything that has been written and said about Andre, we had a lot of materials. I mean, I think there's like 8 pages of research material at the end. So it was a passion project to really bring up a picture of Andre the Giant. Yes, there's a character, there's that story that he put in front of him, but behind all of that, there was an Andre Roussimoff, which had acromegaly, that was very lonely at times, and we wanted to have the full thing. It's a successful story. It's also a very sad and tragic story at points.
Right. So, what were some stories? I mean, everyone loves the Andre the Giant stories. So, what were some of the stories that people may have not heard before, or that you haven't heard before?
Well, I mean, I'm more of the feeling and the story and the emotion of a story. So for me, I mean, we were able to learn exactly a little bit more about how Andre may have left the Montreal territory, as not a lot of people know that Andre was part owner of the Montreal territory in the early 80s. And apparently he and Dino Bravo had some issues at some point. And Andre was the type of person that would say, well, I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to have confrontation or big arguments or anything like that. Doesn't work. I'm walking away. And more or less, that's what happened. So that was really never known. I mean, even us, when we did the Mad Dog Midget and Screwjob book about the history of Montreal wrestling, that was kind of, Andre decided to leave, was pretty much what we had. But then we were able to speak to other people like Bill Heady, Mass Superstar, was a great friend to Andre, and more with Gino Brito and the people who were in the office in Montreal at the time. And we were able to piece out that part together. And for me, since I grew up watching wrestling in Montreal, that was a big deal to learn about that, because you kind of learn again a little bit more about Andre Roussimoff, that person that said, well, I'm not gonna waste my time arguing over business with somebody if it's not working out. So that was a very interesting part for me.
So how long did you guys work on this book for?
More or less the best part of the last 2 years.
2 years.
It was officially released on April 14th. And we had been, almost right after Pat was done with the documentary. That's a project we had on mind. We had on our list that we had pitched before. And, coming off the documentary, ECW Press gave us the green light. So we've been on it ever since, doing as much interviews and as much digging and research we could do in newspaper in Montreal, other newspaper across North America, trying to get everything together. And there's over 150 some pictures in the book, some released by WWE. And when we select pictures for a book, we always go with we've never seen that picture before, because we've seen a lot. So if we haven't seen it, there's a good chance that a lot of us have not seen it as well. So that's how we went and put up the book together the past 2 years or so.
So obviously this book focuses more on Andre the person versus Andre the wrestler.
No, I mean it's trying to find a balance. It's just, because he put Andre the Giant in front as a big smoke screen in front of him. Yep. And since back then there was no way for Andre the Giant to put a baseball cap and sunglasses and go out and be himself. He was on. As soon as he was out of the door, he was Andre the Giant, and he had to play that role, and he had to sell that role all the time. Even to a point where most of the tall stories about Andre came from Andre himself, because he kept on repeating what promoter made up as far as his backstory, the thing about being a lumberjack or being trained by Carpentier or all of that stuff. He kept on repeating it because that's how he was built, and that's how the character was first presented. So he just kept on repeating the same thing over and over again, which were not true. And that's the beauty of it, is to go and be able to see where he was actually trained, who actually trained him, who discovered him, who actually brought him to America, and how he ended up with the WWF at the time. And so that's the part. But also, there was to get also the Andre Roussimoff story, the guy that's alone at the bar because the hotel room is so small that he cannot even take a shower. That there's that person as well, and that person had not been talked about a lot. in the past few years. So that's where the family came also, and the close friend like me and Gene, who were able to share with us a lot of the more insightful part of Andre, which to me is very interesting, because it's always fun to know exactly where he was, how much town he worked, and how many dates and all that. But to be able to know how he was feeling, and who he met, who he was close to, the woman of his life, things of that nature was also very interesting to me.
Who else from the WWF was helpful or cooperating with you?
Well, obviously, I have a relationship with Pat Patterson, so I
Yep.
was able to speak with Pat about his time with the Giant back as far back as when we worked on Accepted, the biography I wrote with Pat Patterson, where there's a few Andre the Giant stories from even before the WWF days. So I was able to speak with Pat and verify some stories, especially all the stuff about, is Andre's going to lose or not at WrestleMania 3? Well, as far as Pat is concerned, Andre was making Hulk sweat, but he kept on winking on the sides and letting Pat know, don't listen to what I'm saying. I'm just messing with Hogan, So that I think was interesting. It's also show another side of Andre, the wrestling buddy guy, the guy that liked to be one of the boys, entertain himself by pulling pranks and being, making Hulk sweat before the big match because, he knows how nervous everybody is, but he's not nervous because he's Andre, and that was the fun of the boys back then, as they say.
Was there anything about his acting career that you were able to uncover?
Well, there was some very interesting stories we were able to uncover about the Princess Bride, principally. There's also stories from the $1 Million Man, the $6 Million Man. Let's not get confused. And even on the set of the $6 Million Man, the people who were there are telling stories of him, eating a dozen of eggs in the morning and eating 2 or 3 steaks at lunch, a full chicken for dinner. Andre was not eating like that all the time, but if he was on in front of a group of new people, he would, act like that and make sure that everybody had a story to tell about him. But if he was alone at the ranch, Jackie, who lived with him for years, told us that he would often eat fruits and yogurt while he was at the ranch. So it's not like he could, if he wanted to, eat a lot or drink a lot, but it's not like it was nonstop every day, 365 days a year. That's where the man and the legend and the myth all collide together, because that one time he does something, people will repeat it until they die. So that's also part of what we try to uncover and present in a fair manner in the book.
Somebody wants to know, what is it about going to Japan that kept him traveling back there?
Well, he was very well treated. I think that's the most important part. When the whole thing happened with Maeda in Japan and the match, we discussed that match at length in the book. Obviously, he was not the Andre of old. He was not that athletic giant that you can find online if you look a little bit from his time in Japan or his time in Montreal even, where he was much more athletic and he could do a lot because he was classically trained as a wrestler. He wasn't trained to be a giant wrestler. He was trained to be able to do everything back in France. So in Japan, he loved that style. He loved being able to do that style. But by the time we're around WrestleMania 2 or so when that match happened, and if you watch the Battle Royal at WrestleMania 2, you'll see that Andre is using the top rope a lot just to keep his balance. So he's having issue with his body at that point. So what kept him going there is the respect the fan had for him, and basically New Japan asked All Japan to get Andre a spot because the New Japan time was not conducive to bringing back Andre after his WWF career, but they asked Baba and All Japan to find a way to book him. And since All Japan already had the comedy match where usually Baba was there, they ended up having a tag team with Baba and Andre. And he was that big and he loved being with the boys and being backstage and doing traveling that much, and that's why he was out there. Obviously, you know, those are not classic matches, but it is what it is, and it shows again the personal side. You know, that's all he knew. That's all he wanted to do. So, and he was only 46. So it's not like he was an old man, even though physically he appears much older than he actually was.
Do you think he could have lived longer if he actively tried taking care of himself?
I think that if he would have got the procedure done, either in the 70s after learning about the condition in Japan, or in the early 80s after the ankle, he got his ankle broken, there's no doubt he would have lived a lot longer, even if he kept on drinking and eating the way he did, with the right diet after that operation. I mean, you know, a 70-some years old giant might be not possible, but I'm guessing from my reading on the acromegaly and when people get it done, and if we look at the Big Show, who just got older than Henry was when he passed on, obviously, you know, we could have expected Henry to at least add 10, 15 more years minimum to his life if he would have taken care of himself.
Let's see. Were you able to speak to Haku about their time tagging together at all?
No, obviously we missed Aku, but you know, Aku did do a lot of interviews and mention Andre on a few of them, so we were able to get some of that information through the different interview and the podcast and radio interview that Aku did. So we were able to get quite a bit of information from there. But we did speak with Bill Eady from Demolition at the time, who have worked with both of them during that run on a regular basis.
What is the one thing you want us to know about Andre?
That's a good. And there's so much stuff in the book, but that, you know, that it is a tragic story. That there was so much more available to him, but for some reason he made that decision that he was born this way, and that's what made him Andre the Giant, and he didn't want to take any chance about getting the operation, which at base is a brain surgery to get that condition fixed. So obviously he may have been scared, he may have been receiving bad advice, but you know, it from our perspective in 2020, that's very sad and tragic that he didn't get that condition under control when it was time.
Was there anything that you found out that maybe he thought it would affect his career at all?
No, I mean, except for the fact that it's brain surgery, and at the time it may have been not as easy of a surgery as it is today. There is complication possible. Nothing that I personally feel would have made any difference, because by the time surgery was an option, he was already a giant. He was already big. He was, you know, so that's never going to go away. If your bones have reached a certain size, they're not going to shrink, obviously. So there was no reason except being scared and bad advice and thinking that he could not get off the road, because we're talking, you know, if my memory served me right, maybe an 8-week, 10 weeks maybe for him if he would have got the surgery done before he could have returned. So at the time of the ankle surgery, it would have been perfect timing since he was going to be off anyways.
Jason Presley has a question. Among your earlier books, which do you think is the most underappreciated that more people should read?
Well, if we look at numbers, I think the Mad Dog Vachon biography right here is maybe the most underrated book. It's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful story of someone who wanted to travel, wanted to see the world, and wanted to be better. And through all of his career, you know, he went through ups and downs, but at the end he was at peace and he was a better man. So I think it's a fantastic story. People don't know about Mad Dog Vachon. He went to the Olympic in London. He won a gold medal at the Commonwealth game, and he had that fantastic career in the AWA. And he was such a character and such a great person that I think, you know, that number wise, as far as sale go, I mean, that would be the one that people should have a look.
Okay, and you also did a book with Pat Patterson.
Yes, me and Pat worked together on his book, Accepted, and that was a fantastic experience because that's the only book I wrote by myself with Pat and not with the other Pat Prad. So, but being able to sit with Pat Patterson and be under that learning tree about professional wrestling, all the territory he went to, working with Roy Shire. And he's such a happy-go-lucky person and such a great guy. I mean, he was always happy and he was always upbeat about everything. And we're still in communication today on a regular basis. By the way, he's safe and sound, secluded in his Florida home. There's I think 4 people. He lives in a park over there, and there's like 4 people in the whole park left because it's mostly French Canadians who spend the winter there. So they all came back to Canada. But he's safe and sound, and as you know, he bored easily, so he's very bored, but he's safe and happy. But that was a great experience because Pat has such a wonderful story. My only wish about that book would be that Pat memory would have been better, because there's he had forgotten stories, as many stories he had forgotten that he remembered. So there was so much stuff that we can never got to because he just doesn't remember. But that for me was one of the big thing about Pat Patterson. He's one of the few wrestlers I have interviewed that wrestling was his life, was work, but it never was his be all and end all. There was always other interests. There was always his partner Louis that kept him grounded, so he never lost track of reality and never lost himself in his wrestling character. So that was very interesting to me.
And how did you meet Pat to be introduced to him to do this book?
I was working here in the local scene in Montreal for years. Marc Blondin, who worked for WWF as a French announcer back in the 80s, and Sylvain Grenier, which is Pat Patterson's protege. I mean, for Pat, Pat considers Sylvain to be the son he never had. So they were very good friends. So Sylvain and Marc Blondin started a promotion here called TOW in Montreal, and they shot four pilots for television in the hope of bringing wrestling back to television. And I was the booker, writer, producer, name it. And Pat Patterson was allowed, after requesting to Vince to do his the brunch of Pat Patterson segment, which is the Piper's Pit type segment he used to do on the French television here. So I was able to produce that and write that with him, and we put that together for our television show. And my Mad Dog Magician's Crew Job books just got out at the time, and he had read the section we had wrote about him, and we got to talk, and he loved talking to me, and he saw that I could talk to him about his early days in Montreal, and I could talk with him about Dolph Ziggler last week on Raw. So that was very refreshing to him. He was already on his second writer for his biography. So it took a while after that, but the second writer got the boot like the first one, and I ended up being flown to Stamford to have an interview with Kevin Dunn. And wow. 7 months later, they finally went ahead and gave me the job, and we were able to put the book together. So that was an amazing experience, and even more amazing to me, because I grew up watching heel Pat Patterson singing about the Rougeau brothers on television, and now I consider him a friend, and he calls me on a regular basis, and we have kept in touch since, and it's an experience I cherish.
That's really cool. Somebody wants to know, your books are fantastic, well researched and written. Any plans for further books on Brito, Martel, Bravo?
I mean, thank you very much. We always put out books that we would like as avid wrestling fan to be able to read, with everything that we've ever asked ourselves about our subject. Rick considered himself retired, and would will speak to us from time to time on different subjects, and we're very lucky about that. Obviously, I think there's a book there, but I don't think Rick wants to go there. Obviously, as he's getting older, maybe he will. His daughter is going to university next year, so maybe he'll have more time and to go back to memory lane. The Gino Brito, I mean, we would like maybe to do more with him at some point, but obviously, you know, since the Vice documentary, the Dino Bravo story, has picked up some steam, so that's a subject we would like to tackle in the future. Obviously, the whole Dino Bravo saga from his wrestling career, but also his life after wrestling and his untimely passing.
All right, let's see. We have a couple more here. You have done a lot of Montreal wrestling. Any future Montreal projects, or are you going to go in a different direction in the future?
In the book so far, I mean, one project has led to the next, basically. So you know, it's you know, we did the first book. That was a 5-year process of putting that book together, and from there we went almost right away as we had the French version of that book released. Mad Dog passed away. We were doing the big book fair in Montreal, and you know, we ended up doing interviews for 2 days about Mad Dog because we had that book out and we were the last one to speak with him. From there, our publisher, you know, almost put a deal on the table right away for us to do the Mad Dog book. As I was finishing the Mad Dog book, I ended up getting the call to do the Patterson book, and La Prade went on to do the Sisterhood of the Square Circle book. And as he was finishing the HBO documentary after that led us to the Eighth Wonder of the World. So who knows? Obviously, the next project is always sometimes, you know, in direct relation from the previous one. So obviously, you know, any opportunity is interesting to us. Obviously, though, Montreal is our specialty since we grew up here and we have all the connection now. And more importantly, people from that era of wrestling trust our judgment in bringing their story out there. And that's important to us as well. You know, when a guy like Gino Brito or Rick Martel or Pat Patterson trust us, that is a big, you know, it's very hard for a 10-year-old me to understand, but for almost 50-year-old me, that's just mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Let's see. We have someone says, I'm reading the Andre book now. Why did Grand Prix break up?
Well, Grand Prix, you know, it's the old saying, too many cooks in the kitchen. There was a lot of ego. Wrestling, you know, wrestling stars usually have egos. The people that become big stars, they have a little bit of an ego. So when you put all of those guys together, sometimes it just blow up. And, you know, that's basically what happened. Grand Prix caught fire. Andrew was a big part of that. But, you know, with Maurice Vachon, who was such a big star and a local guy, and you had Edouard Carpentier, which was maybe the most over star and the most popular star ever in Quebec that was not born in Quebec. That's a lot of ego out there, all at the same time. I mean, Grand Prix at some point was running 2 shows. You know, the Vachon were running their shows, and Andre and Carpentier were running their set of shows, and they would the full crew would only meet like in Quebec City at the big show at the Colisée or at the Forum in Montreal. So, you know, it became a competition within the company. And obviously, you know, you cannot fight yourself within the same company without leading to bad business. And basically, that's what happened. The Vachon, you know, said goodbye because they couldn't deal with the micromanagement of the Robert and the Carpentier. And, you know, it just things that happen. When in wrestling, rarely you'll see such huge success as Grand Prix was for that short of a time without, you know, the when the page turned, there's a downturn, and obviously there was too many cook in the kitchen.
And one last question we'll try to get in here. Any insight as to why Rick Martel doesn't like talking about about his career or experience in wrestling?
Well, I mean, my understanding is that Rick has never felt comfortable talking. He was never interview was never his forte, and he had bad experiences with people trying to turn the business into a joke, or having him do 4 hours interview for a documentary and not using 1 second of footage. So he has shied away from talking about the business, and he has focused for years on his real estate business, which he just sold 3 years ago almost now. And then he focused a lot on his daughter, making sure that she, went to school, got good grade, and got good opportunity for school, and just, retired himself from professional life, basically. There's no much more insight than that. And that's why we feel so lucky that he will speak to us on our different project.
All right, Bertrand. Listen, we really appreciate your time. So Barnes and Noble is the place.
Barnes and Noble
is the place to find your book.
US. Yeah, and Indigo in Canada.
Okay. It's called The Eighth Wonder of the World, The True Story of Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
All right, well, Bertrand, thank you so much for participating today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you for everybody for watching, and keep on watching, because there's going to be so much more of my friends and different authors and wrestlers. So it's going to be very interesting. I'll pop in from time to time as a viewer.
Great. All right, take care.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring on Jimmie Wheeler next. Let me just get this. Jimmie Wheeler, a wrestling historian. Let's see if we can get Jimmy on here.
Hey,
Jimmy,
Andy.
can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Yes, we can.
Excellent.
How are you?
Thank you very much for having me today.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. It's amazing to be on a lineup of so many names, like names that influenced me to do what I do.
So, Jimmy, why don't you tell us a little bit? I saw you in the chat talking about the Pro Wrestling Historical Society.
Yeah, Pro Wrestling Historical Society.com.
Okay.
Basically, it's like myself and Greg Skelly started nearly 6 years ago now. And it's just to really capture the history of pro wrestling as it actually happened, which is obviously very hard to do because it's like a kayfabe world, and there's so many stories, so many legends, so many myths. But we wanted to go through and use as many contemporary sources as possible to try and keep as much accuracy to our research as we could, and then make an archive of it, which is the website. And we also have the group on Facebook, where people can join in and chat. They post things, ask questions that they want to know about the history. They share their favorite memories, all that kind of stuff. We do a lot of on this day in history posts, and there's just so much of the history to cover, and we just wanted to kind of take a stab at covering as much of it as possible.
That's awesome. That's great. So we have a question coming in. Can you talk about the career of promoter Harry Hill, and is he tied to being one of the first in fixing pro wrestling matches?
Oh, Harry Hill, we're going right back straight away to the 19th century. Harry Hill was quite big in the 1860s as a wrestler himself in the collar and elbow style. And he was definitely one of the first people to really promote fixed wrestling matches. He promoted out of a place in East Houston Street in New York City. And he had boxing matches there, he had wrestling matches there. All the biggest names at the time on the East Coast went to Harry Hill's. It was one of the most famous venues, probably in all of America, actually. And that venue lasted from the late 1860s all the way up to, I'd say the late 1870s. Then it actually got closed down by the police for fixing matches and other notorious, nefarious activities that were going on there, such as it was rumored he had prostitutes going on in the place. He was using the upstairs as a bit of a brothel. And then he reopened another place elsewhere in New York City and kept that to probably the early 1890s, I think it was. But Harry Hill was one of the most important figures in all of the early history of pro wrestling in America.
Interesting. Okay. Kenny Casanova wants to know, how is UK wrestling different than USA? Can you explain the difference in style?
These days, it's exactly the same. Ever since like the early 1990s, when I think it was 1989 when World of Sport closed down, and then WWE was and WCW was pretty much the only thing we got over here, and a couple of like really dodgy independent shows that just copied the WWE, and they had like they called it the American style of wrestling, and you have people like the Warriors of Doom, which is our rip off of the Legion of Doom, and you'd have people like I'm trying to think of some of the names that we had. We had like the Undertaker instead of the Undertaker, and different names like that, and that was like throughout the 90s, and like now obviously as we come in 2020, wrestling is pretty much the same everywhere on the independents. But before that, you had like a round system. I wasn't born. I should say I wasn't born until like 1988. So a lot of the old style of wrestling in England, I never got a chance to see when I was growing up because I grew up on WWE and WCW. But there's like a round style of system, and it was a lot more technical based than what American style was. It was still obviously showmanship and all that, but it was just a lot more technical than what the American wrestling was known for on a whole.
So, and Jimmie, you recently released a book, correct? The Italian Temper.
That's correct. Yes, that's just here, right next to me.
Okay.
The story of how Alphonse Bisignano turned out all right. Alphonse Bisignano. It was never meant to be a book, to be honest with you. It started off as a Facebook post, and his story was just so interesting. Like he used a bootleg liquor. And then he was a boxer, then he was a wrestler, then he got his own restaurant, he opened up nightclubs, his nightclubs got shut down because he was selling liquor during the Prohibition. He ended up going to the White House because he was good friends with President Jimmy Carter and helped Jimmy Carter get elected as president from the Iowa kind of, what's the word in America, constituency? And he was like, held all the parties for Jimmy Carter in his restaurant there, and he'd done a lot of political work within Des Moines, Iowa, to try and get Carter elected, and obviously Carter did get elected. So when that happened, Babe went to the White House and he put on a big banquet for the president, and he likes to tell a story of how Jimmy Carter accused him of stealing silverware from the White House. But yeah, he's just like a fascinating character. He went to prison, and then he ended up doing talks in prison and trying to help the youth not go in prison. So, sorry, I'll say again. He went to prison, and then when he came out of prison, he started doing work with the youths in prison to try and help them straighten their lives out when they were due to come out. And he'd like employ people that had been in prison, all for like the good of the community. And he went down as like a legend, like an icon in Des Moines for all the good work that he did, even though he had such an unscrupulous past.
Jimmie, can you hold the book up to the screen so people can see it?
Yeah, of course.
There we go.
It's available on Amazon, and also there's some signed copies available on EatSleepWrestle.com, which is John Cosper's site. He published the book for me.
Okay. Let's see. We got some other questions. Can you name the first promoter who was known to promote entire wrestling cards rather than individual main events?
Not to be honest. I'm trying to think. Because initially you had like variety shows in wrestling, so it'd be like you'd have vaudeville entertainment basically. You'd have like some acrobatics, you'd have singers, you'd even have like a dance after the show, and then like wrestling would be included in there. And then there's some shows where you'd have like wrestling and boxing shows included, and then probably around the beginning of the 1900s is when you start to get just wrestling shows. I don't know who it would have been exactly. It's always so hard within pro wrestling to say this was the first one ever. Do you know what I mean? Because you think you know the first one ever, and then you find someone earlier. But Jack Curley, who promoted out in New York City, and George Kennedy, who promoted out of Montreal, Canada, both of them spring to mind as being some of the very early pioneers in doing all wrestling shows.
All right. Then somebody wants to know, how did Charlotte Flair come to WCW in 1999?
I have no idea. to be perfectly honest.
All right.
It's kind of my expertise is like the 19th century, going up and probably push it up to like World War One, and then after that, I know bits and pieces of things. You know what I mean? But it's the 19th century that's like my main focus.
So what? Yeah. So what drives you to want to focus on that era?
Well, when I first started like researching wrestling history, I started off through Crowbar Press, reading their books. That got me interested in the history, and then I found the Wrestling Classics message board. I don't know if people know that. It's wrestlingclassics.com. It's definitely worth checking out if you like the history of wrestling. And they had people like Steve Yohe on there and a number of other people, and they were talking about pro wrestling being fixed pre-World War One, like people like Frank Gotch, George Hackenschmidt, Ernst Robar, Tom Jenkins, Dan Bliard, a load of other people from like that kind of era. But then you'd read books from Mike Chapman, who's considered an expert on Frank Gotch, and he talks about wrestling back then being legitimate. So I'd only ever known wrestling in the 19th century and before, before World War One as being legitimate wrestling. And I discovered this whole world through Wrestling Classics that actually the matches were fixed back then. And it just fascinated me because it was like there's so much misinformation out there. And I stumbled upon like some newspaper archives. I think it was actually the Library of Congress ones I found first. And I just started digging into it and I found like all these fascinating stories. Like I mentioned earlier about Harry Hill and how he had a brothel in his wrestling venue. And then there was like a guy called Professor Theobald Bauer, who is Kurt Bauer's great uncle. Kurt Bauer being the owner of MLW, and also he used to work on the booking team for WWE. And his great uncle was a pro wrestler way back in the day. He came to America in 1875, and he was connected to the founder of the Pinkerton Agency, which is the agency that made all the files for the FBI. And you have like all these little connections in there, that just absolutely blew me away. It's just interesting stuff. There was a guy called Clarence Whistler, and his brother was on the Greeley expedition, which was one of the first expeditions to go to, I believe it was the Antarctic. And the expedition went really badly, and I think it was 7 people were eaten alive by the other members of the expedition because they ran out of food and were stuck in the Antarctic. And just, it wasn't so much the wrestling, but the stories that came with the wrestlers that was so interesting to me. And because nobody really looks at that kind of era, it was very easy to keep finding new information and finding new stuff that I couldn't find anywhere else by going through newspapers and various other sources.
Well, that would bring me to the next question that people are wondering is how prominently was British wrestling covered in the newspapers in the 1900s?
The British Newspaper Archives, I believe it's BritishNewspaperArchives.com. It might be .org, I can't remember. They have got a ton of information on British wrestling. And you have to pay a subscription to access it, but it was covered a lot in there. And you can find results for pretty much all cards all across the United Kingdom, like through their newspaper archives. I was actually just talking to someone about buying a cup from 1905 in a Scotland tournament. So excuse me, and I actually had to go into the archives to look for information about that cup to find out what actually happened. It is very easy to find. It's if you go to BritishNewspaperArchives.com, you'll find loads of information in there about wrestling cards from all eras, basically going back to the 19th century.
All right, let's see. We have another question. How did you go about creating the Pro Wrestling Historical Society?
Greg Skelly contacted me. Greg Skelly, he doesn't really do much with wrestling anymore, but he was trained by Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer back in the day. Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer actually screwed him out of money. I think it was $3,000 he took off him. A very similar story to what The Undertaker told on the recent network special he did with Steve Austin. But Greg had a passion for the history of wrestling. And at the time, I was probably 21 years old, I think, 22 maybe. And I was just getting into writing about it, and Greg took a chance on me. He said, look, you seem to know what you're talking about, and that let's start a Facebook group, see how that grows. It grew immensely within the first few months. We went up to about 25,000 members within the first 3 months, I think it was. It was just phenomenal. And so then we was like, okay, we was going to start the website, grow it a lot and maybe build stuff up for say 2 years. after 6 months, we was like, okay, we just need to start a website right now because it grew so quickly. Unfortunately, Greg Skelly had some personal problems, and he had to back out, which is why he doesn't do much of wrestling anymore. I'll still keep in touch with him, but unfortunately, he's just not able to be online as much as he used to be. And so I kind of ended up taking over the reins, and that's pretty much how it was created. It was just two guys having an idea and going, yeah, I think we can do this. Pretty much how Kobe came together between John and Kenny, actually.
Right. Let's see. How many hours a week do you devote to the Pro Wrestling Historical Society, and is there a lot to it?
Well, I work. I have a day job, obviously, which is so I do 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And then I'll try to spend like a minimum of 5 hours a night after work working on PWHS. And on the weekend, I'll spend 5 to 8 hours a day. Obviously, if I'm going out or something, that varies. But yeah, I'm spending a good few hours on it every single day of my life because there's just so much history to cover. You're talking, what, say 1860 to 2020. That's a lot of history to cover.
That seems like a lot. Let's see. Nathan Hatton wants to know, can you speak about Andre Crystal and the multiple variants on that name?
Oh, yeah. First of all, Nathan is a great historian himself. He's helped me a lot with a lot of the research that I've done. So thank you to Nathan for that. Andre Crystal was a Frenchman. He come over in 1874, I think, with another wrestler, and he was actually known as a swimmer when he first came to America. He used to swim the rough seas off the East Coast, and that's how he made a name for himself in America at the beginning. And then he started wrestling in the New York City in the Greco-Roman style. And Andre Crystal is a man of many mysteries because there are several different people who use the name Crystal. There's Lucian Mark Crystal. There's a guy called Black Crystal, who's known as his real name is John Dublair, who was a pioneer in European wrestling, and his wife actually wrestled as well. I can't remember her first name, but Mrs. Dublair. She was one of the early pioneers in female wrestling back over in Europe. Then there was also another guy called Leon Crystal, who went on to have a pretty famous career. I can't remember what his name was. I think it was Ivan Leon or something. Someone will correct me, I'm sure, in the comments. I can't remember. But anyway, there was a famous story of Andre Crystal. He disappeared for a few years, and then another Andre Crystal popped up, and he started wrestling, and he got beaten by a load of people. And he goes to a small town in Deadwood, Deadwood, Colorado, and he's challenging all comers, as was common back then. And some guy comes out of the Deadwood mines, the coal mines that were going on down there, and that's like not coal, gold mines that was taking place in Deadwood, Colorado, and challenged this new Andre Crystal to a match, and he beat him up. He bloodied his face, and he really did a number on this new Andre Crystal. And it turned out it was the original Andre Crystal. And he'd taken offense that this new Andre Crystal was using his name and trying to get famous and cashing in basically off the career that he had had. Now, whether that was actually a work or whether that was how it really went down, we'll never know. But something tells me it was actually a work. And the real Andre Crystal had given this other guy permission to use his name, and it all built over the 18 months to them two having that big match out in Deadwood. And the fake Andre Crystal was actually Lucian Mark Crystal, who then carried on wrestling as Lucian Mark Crystal for the rest of his career. He had a good career actually, and he was also proficient in broadsword competitions as well. Like a lot of the wrestlers were at the time, they were all-round athletes, and he often billed himself as either the brother or cousin as the real Andre Crystal after the incident happened in Deadwood. If that makes any sense, I know it's a bit complicated.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Somebody wants to know, what's the deal with wrestling on horseback?
Wrestling in the horseback was a kind of a novelty kind of deal. It didn't last very long in the professional ranks. Basically, two guys would sit either on one horse and they'd wrestle on the back of this one horse, and the idea was to throw the opponent off of the horse. Or sometimes it'd be two horses, and they'd be both riding a horse each and trying to grab the other person and throw him off the horse. It's a very dangerous sport, as you can imagine. Funnily enough, the
Sounds
wrestlers
like
never
it.
really got injured, but many horses got injured in that sport. As it happened though, it actually carried on within military ranks and became part of military training in America for when troops were riding horses in battle. So it carried on for many years after it died out in the professional ranks. People like Captain James Daly, what's his name, and Sam Matthews were two of the prominent wrestlers that use that in America.
Okay. Let's see. We have another question here. Can you talk about how the Gotch-Jenkins rivalry influenced modern hardcore wrestling?
I don't know if I'd say that rivalry in particular did. Tom Jenkins, though, his nickname was Rough Tom Jenkins because he liked to have rough matches, and he was known for like blooding his opponents, and he was said in the newspapers that he actually liked to hurt them, and he'd try and he would try to hurt his opponents, try and break arms, or he'd try and gouge people's eyes out, and he'd like to fish hook people in the mouth or in the nose. He'd do anything he could basically to win, and he preferred like a rough and tumble style of wrestling. But that was in all of his rivalries. I wouldn't say that was just in the Frank Gotch rivalry in particular. Um, Tom Jenkins is quite an interesting character, actually. He worked in a steel mill for many years, and he was meant to be able to like pick up a lot of heavy weights and all that. But he lost his eye when he was a young lad, so he only had vision in one eye, and so he had a whole wrestling career with only being able to see out of one eye. Um, and his I think it's his great grandson actually has done a lot of work and research on Tom Jenkins, and I'd greatly recommend looking that up for a full picture on him.
All right, let's see. We have one other question here. Let's see. I'm probably going to mispronounce his name, but was Theobald Bauer the masked wrestler of Paris in 1867?
It's unlikely. There's a lot of talk that he was the masked wrestler of Paris, Le Homme Masque. It was actually one of my real interest in wrestling. I've got somewhere I can't get it out because it's so delicate, but it's a newspaper clip. Well, it's a whole newspaper from 1867, which has an illustration of the masked wrestler of Paris, and I have two of them, and it's just so fascinating. The whole period's so fascinating because it's just a mystery. It's a misconception that there was only one masked wrestler in Paris in 1867. There was actually two, maybe three, all at the same time. One newspaper is even quoted as saying, they've got masked wrestlers, masked ballroom dancers. There's even masked dogs going around in the entertainment circuits in Paris at the time. It's just like a really fascinating time. The answer is like nobody knows who any of the masked wrestlers were. It's rumored that Andre Crystal was one. It's rumored that Theobald Bauer was one. It's rumored that a guy called Alfred Perrier was one who ended up living in San Francisco. I've done a whole series of articles actually on it though on the Pro Wrestling Historical Society website called Hooded History. If you want to check them out, that'll give you like more details on that, on like the different characters that it may have been. It's certainly possible that Theobald Bauer was one, but I doubt it because the timeline just doesn't quite match up. He'd have been too young at the time, in my opinion.
All right, let's see. Do you think the famous Gotch Hackenschmidt reel will ever be unearthed, or do you think it's been lost?
I certainly hope so, but I doubt it. It's been too long now, with no sign of it ever coming to light, unfortunately.
All right, Jason Crozier wants to know, can you speak about the Gold Dust Trio and talk about their impact in the sport?
Yeah, certainly. By the way, thank you to Jason. Jason's been a huge supporter for many years. He runs his own group on Facebook. I think it's called Pro Wrestling History 1989 to 2010. So certainly check that out. He's a great guy. Yeah, the Goldust Trio is it was a name that was given to a group of three wrestlers and promoters after they were active. It was given in the Fall Guys book in 1937, which has been reprinted and annotated by Scott Teal and is available on quebarpress.com if anyone's interested in that. But basically, it was Ed Strangler Lewis, Billy Sando, and Joseph Toots Mont. Joseph Toots Mont may sound familiar to some people because he went on to help Vince McMahon Sr. create the Worldwide Wrestling Federation and had a part in the Capital Wrestling Corporation, which was the forerunner to the WWF. So that's why that name may be familiar. And of course, Ed Strangler Lewis went on to be the mentor of Lou Fez. But those three guys got together and they realized that after World War One, wrestling had hit an all-time low in America and people just weren't interested and they needed to do something to change that. Promoters had kind of already started doing it, but what the Goldust Trio did was they formatted wrestling and set the format of a whole wrestling show with no boxing or no variety entertainment or anything, and they set that in stone. They got together in 1922, and they were together for about from 1923 as a major players in the wrestling scene from about 1923 to 1927, I think. I might be slightly off on the dates, but it's roughly that time period. And they basically set the format for wrestling, as you'd have an opening match, then you'd have another match, then you'd have like your mid card, your upper card, your main event, and so on. And that was their main legacy. But they also quickened up the pace of wrestling, and they took a chance on people like Wayne Munn and Gus Sonnenberg, who were like professional. Well, they were professional football players. They had no background in professional wrestling or normal wrestling, for that matter, amateur wrestling. And they took a chance on them and made their champions as showmen rather than people with legitimate wrestling backgrounds.
All right, let's see. What classic wrestler is overrated in your opinion?
Jeez, what a question. I think there's probably a lot of wrestlers that are overrated. I'm trying to think of one in particular that I'd want to say. I think a lot of it for me is like the impact that wrestlers had is overrated rather than they were overrated as wrestlers for style or their drawing ability. Like say Gorgeous George, for example. He obviously popularized wrestling, took it to a whole nother level and all that, but he was by no means the first person to have what we now call a gimmick in pro wrestling. And I think he is overrated in that sense. When people say he created gimmicks, that he popularized gimmicks, he actually borrowed his gimmick from a guy called Dizzy Davis and another guy called Lord Lansdowne. Lord Lansdowne was from Ohio, I think it was Columbus, Ohio, but he billed himself as being from England. And he had like a lord gimmick. He'd come down in like nice fine clothes with a suit. He had an atomizer. How do you pronounce that word? Sorry, atomizer. And he'd done all that kind of gimmick. He had like a butler or a valet that would fold his robe up and all that kind of stuff. All the stuff that Gorgeous George done 10 years later, Lord Lansdowne was doing in the 1930s. Before Lord Lansdowne, you had people that played gimmicks as well. You had like Konstantin Romanov, who was a German. And he portrayed a Russian character, and he'd strut up and down the streets of Los Angeles wearing a Russian soldier's outfit, even though he was actually German. And Konstantin Romanov, even after he died, up until 2016, I think, people thought he was still Russian. And even on reputable websites like IMDb, the Internet Movie Database, they had the wrong information for him. They had the information for a real guy called Konstantin Romanov, not the actual wrestler who was Friedrich Wilhelm Mayer from Germany. And it was only because the family contacted me and gave me all the documentation of when he came to America, his naturalization, marriage certificates and all that kind of stuff. We managed to get IMDb to update their records and break the kayfabe on Konstantin Romanov as to who he really was. Going back before him, you had the Terrible Turk, who wrestled in 1898 in America and started in Europe in the late 1880s, I think, and he wrestled in France in 1895, and he wasn't really that terrible of a guy. He wasn't really a savage or anything, but he was billed as like this big savage from Turkey, from the Ottoman Empire, and earned the name the Terrible Turk. And that's one of the first gimmicks that I can really think of, was like at the end of the 19th century. So I think I would say Gorgeous George for that part of it, not because he was overrated as a draw or as a wrestler, but for the part that he played in actually creating gimmicks.
All right, so we got one last question here. What was your favorite faction in pro wrestling?
Same as yourself, D-Generation X. I've actually got just behind me here a D-Generation X car.
Oh, there you
which is
go.
something I had from my childhood. So yeah, the Generation X by far was my favorite faction because, like, I think it was Jason Presley mentioned in his little chat earlier. You always love what you grew up on, and I grew up on 90s and early 2000s WWE/WWF.
Somebody wants to know what were your Terry Kent wants to know what will your next book be?
I'm currently finishing off research on Homer Lane. Homer Lane was a collar and elbow wrestler from the 19th century, the 1800s. He started wrestling in about the 1850s and continued wrestling until I think his last scheduled match was 1898. So that's quite a long career, as I'm sure you can imagine. I'm not going to do the math, about 40 years or so. And he was a true pioneer. He was one of the first people to go from the East Coast over to the West Coast. He went to places where wrestlers didn't go. He helped catapult the careers of John McMahon and Colonel James McLaughlin, who were two of the biggest names in collar and elbow wrestling, and that was in large part because of Homer Lane. He was also a good friend of Harry Hill's, who came up earlier in this little chat. And Homer Lane he actually sold lightning rods. And he'd go around the East Coast. This is how he got started as a professional wrestler. He'd go around the East Coast selling lightning rods, and he'd offer to the buyers of the lightning rods, if you can throw me and beat me in a wrestling match, I will knock half the price off the lightning rod for you. But if I beat you, you pay double the price. And Homer Lane was only like a small guy. I think he was about 5'8", wasn't particularly athletic looking. So they'd always fall for it. And the guy, yeah, I can throw this guy. He's nothing. It's not a problem. And so of course, Homer Lane very rarely lost the matches, and the people would end up paying double the price for the lightning rods that he was selling. And just very quickly, I know we're about to wrap this up. This is, as far as I'm aware, the only known picture of Homer Lane in the world.
That's pretty cool. Well, thanks, Jim. Hey, Jimmy, we really appreciate your time. You can find his book, The Italian Temper, on Amazon or eatsleeprussell.com. We really appreciate your time today. Thanks for being part of this.
Thank you very much, Eddie. You take care now, and everyone, enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, take care. All right, so we're going to bring on Greg Oliver right now. Greg, how you doing?
Hey, guys.
Oh, perfect.
I'm good. I'm in sales mode. You need a little break, though, right, Ed?
I
haven't seen you. Have you left to go to the bathroom yet?
You got to cut an 8-minute promo. Can you do that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to give it to Greg for the next 5 minutes.
Hey, everybody. I'm Greg Oliver. I've run the Slam Wrestling website for a long time, since 1996. I also am an author. I've had 15 different books published, 7 on pro wrestling and 7 on hockey. And this is my business. This is my only job. So unlike a lot of the other guys who've come on here who I love and respect, who may have other jobs, this is all I do besides raise my son. But he's 13 and doesn't want anything to do with me anymore. However, this is why we're here. You're supposed to go out and buy some books and buy some other things. I'd like to point out earlier, Wes Maidment had a Pompero Furpo shirt on, a vintage iron-on. Here's my Wahoo McDaniel. It's also a vintage iron-on. These are iron-ons from the 1970s from the AWA. I have some of those for sale and my books. Oliverbooks.ca. Oliverbooks.ca. Now, why would you want to buy my stuff? Well, that's a good question, because Daddy needs to eat here. I don't make as much money as I used to. I don't get to go to the Cauliflower Alley Club maybe until September. I was supposed to sell books there. I was supposed to sell books at a Tommy Fierro event in New Jersey. I go to hockey card shows. I go where I can to sell books. You know what's not happening now? Not very many books being sold. I'd like to plug the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, The Storytellers, written by Steven Johnson and I. It came out last August. Did really well right off the bat because SummerSlam was in Toronto, where I live, greatest city in the world. And but we're not out there selling this book. We're not at events. We're not out there. It goes from the very early days of storytelling right through, as you can see, to AEW. And we talked to Kenny Omega a lot. My good buddy, the Blue Meanie, Brian Heffron, did the forward. It's a good book. How do I know? Because it's a long way from this book, which you can't buy anymore. It's called the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, The Canadians. It was my first book, came out in 2003. That was a long time ago. It's not for sale anymore. It's they stopped printing it. So if you have a copy, hold on to it. I know I love my copy. That was the first one, 2003. Then Steve Johnson and I tag teamed. Hey, isn't that the appropriate word for the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, the tag teams? Often people ask what the bestseller is. It's been this one because people remember tag teams so fondly, especially from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Into the 90s, and now it's like tag teams come and go. You don't really think of them the same way anymore. That's one definitely look out for. Bobby Eaton wrote the foreword for that one. This one, I always knew I wanted to write a book with the picture of Bulldog Brower on the front because the guy has the best eyes in the history of wrestling. He's got them all rolled back there as he beats up Carlos Colon, who was Carlos Belafonte at the time when he wrestled in North America. Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, The Heels is the other bestseller we've had after tag teams. But really the one that sold the most and then didn't sell anymore was the quickie we did on Benoit. And I worked with Steve Johnson and Heath McCoy and Irv Muchnick on it. It really was the first one. It was a true crime book that came out right away after the horrendous incident. And it sold a ton in a hurry and not so much anymore. I'd also like to plug another book available on my website. This one's called Bang Your Head. I didn't write it. You know who did? My wife. I don't know how she did it. Dewey was certifiable in many ways. He was unreliable, but she worked at it, and she did this autobiography with the missing link, Dewey Robertson, who was a dear friend of mine. And I say that and I would say that to his face. He was a great guy, but this thing I mentioned, I put out our best of, where a lot of our crew went together and talked about that we did over the years. It's a hidden gem. I once did a book at one of my day jobs was with ESPN called A Beautiful Beast of a Book. It was Total Baseball 8. It was 15 pounds. Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame Heroes and Icons.
I think Greg's having some technical difficulties because he froze up here. We're gonna get him back on momentarily. Let him fix that feed, and I guess this would be a good time to talk about the T-shirt that we have available as well. I'm gonna need see if he can get him out, and then he's gonna come back in. Greg, if you can hear us, you got to come back in. In the meantime, let me ProWrestlingTees.com, and you can pick up your COVID Con shirt. Help support everyone who's involved with making this show today. And let me see if Greg can come back in here momentarily. Does anyone want to? I guess you can just ask me a question, since I'm the only one here. We're waiting for Greg to come back, and let's see. We're bringing him back in 1 minute here. This is the price. This is what we put up with when we during COVID Con, when everyone's home in quarantine. Greg, can you hear us?
Hello. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think your video is lagging just a little bit.
I don't understand why, but okay.
Okay, go ahead. You should be all right.
Okay, well, how far did we get last time? Does anybody know?
No, you were
lost
okay.
your feed. Yeah, I've logged back in.
Yeah, you're good. You should be good.
Okay. Long story short, we need to get out and support the authors. Not sure you're being too nice about that, Eddie. The fact is that people like me, this is our only job, and we're not out there selling things. We're not out there at the Cauliflower Alley Club. We're not out there at fan fests. So whatever you can do to support us is most appreciated. I have my books at oliverbooks.ca and my iron-ons. And I say the iron-ons because I have vintage iron-ons. So this is my Wahoo McDaniel. These are iron-ons from the 1970s that the AWA was selling. They were in Al Tomko's basement. And so you can go to my website and get those and help support my family that way. I am fortunate. My wife's got a good job, which I should mention, but she's also an author, and she did a book with Dewey Robertson, The Missing Link. Am I still working there, Eddie? You look a little perplexed.
Nope, you're still working.
Okay. Writing is a great business, but it's hard. You don't make a ton of money. You got to get out there and hustle yourself. A lot of these guys are doing it as their, little part-time gig on the side, which is great. And I'm happy to help. And I've helped so many of these guys over the years. But, the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, the Canadians came out in 2003. That was my first book. And I'm now up to 15. And it's been a wild ride. And then we're up to the most recent one, which was the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, The Storytellers, which Steven Johnson and I did, that came out in August. So the idea is that it tells the story of pro wrestling and how storytelling has changed through the years, right up to, we got Jericho and Omega on the cover here. And we're going to talk about my next book in a few minutes when John Arezzi comes in.
All right.
You got any questions about my sales pitch there, Eddie?
No, I think it was great. I mean, I'll tell you what. I had Kenny on my show that I do a couple weeks ago, and one of the misconceptions out there that I think it probably comes back from maybe the early 90s is that when someone writes a book, people assume that you're going to become wealthy from writing a book because you see that, when you walk it right, and that's probably a huge misconception.
Sadly, I make more money off
John, how are you? We're gonna wait for Greg seemed to be frozen again.
Yeah, how you doing, Eddie? Good to be here.
I'm doing great. John said that he wanted to have you on as a guest. I understand you're helping him write. You guys are writing the next book together. Is that what's happening?
Well, Greg is actually partnered with me on my memoir. So I got a book deal with ECW Press. It was contingent on getting a good writer to write it with me, and Greg was the guy. And there he is.
I don't know what's wrong. I moved closer to the router, all that kind of stuff. Now you can see my Mad Dog Vachon. It's a signed Mad Dog Vachon up there. Can you see that?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we can see that.
That's an old beer poster, and there's a hockey card beside, or a hockey ticket with Gilles Graton, who I also worked on a autobiography with. So he was my precursor to working with Mr. Arezzi here, and he's even more nuts than John. So,
well, Greg, you froze up just as you were answering my question, and I was actually interested in that answer, because that is a big misconception, is that someone puts a book out because they're used to seeing, like, maybe the president of the United States puts a book out and they, whatever, or they see it in Barnes and Noble, on the new release wall. So do you find that as well?
Yeah, no, you don't make anywhere near the money. I think I was saying that I actually make more money off the Canadian public lending rights, which is books in libraries, than I do off royalties. Now, where I do make decent money is when you go to events. Like I said, there are no events. So if I have a table at a fan fest, like Tommy Fierro was going to have his 80s wrestling fest, at those places I can make good money because I'm buying the books at a decent price and then selling them basically at a higher cost, and that money goes right to me. The money, when you buy a book from Amazon, Amazon's taking their cut. There's distribution. There's your publisher taking a cut. All those different things. So even as simple as going to your local bookstore and saying, "Can you order this book for me?" is a wonderful thing because it helps an author in innumerable ways. It gets that author on the bookstore's list. It gets them thinking about you, maybe your other books. Maybe they'll order other things from the same publisher. So don't be scared to go to your bookstore and ask them to order you a book, not just Amazon. Amazon doesn't need to rule the world. Now we're talking ruling the world. That's John Arezzi and the Mets, right? So
Let's go Mets. How you guys
So,
doing?
do you guys want to tell us about the project that you guys are working on together? The memoir?
Well, yeah, I mean, Greg, I mean, you could start off and it's really my memoir about my life and the different identities I've had. And Greg agreed to get involved with it. And that's kind of why I got the deal with ECW Press. If it wasn't for Greg being involved with the project, I'm sure the book deal wouldn't have happened.
That actually goes back a little bit what you were talking about, Eddie, is that a first-time author has a really tough time getting noticed. It's tougher to get in the bookstores, all those kind of things, to get placement and other things. But once you've got one in there, you've got a foot in the door, and it's a lot easier to get another book deal. And that's just the unfortunate reality. It doesn't mean I'm necessarily a better writer than somebody. It just means that I already have a proven track record. So when John came to me at the Cauliflower Alley Club last year and said, "Hey, your name was recommended to me to write my memoir," I said, "Great. What's your story?" And then he told me, and I was fascinated, not by the pro wrestling part, because, you know, I've been writing about pro wrestling since I was 14. I've done a lot of it, but John did a pioneering radio show. He was around for the whole sex scandals and the steroid scandals with the WWF. But then he also did baseball, and he also worked in country music. And both those things just were much more fascinating to me. I wanted to learn more. And that's always what I'm looking for with a project is, how can I learn more? What will be interesting about that? That's how I ended up writing hockey books. That's why I ended up writing a biography of an old actor named Billy Van that I hope to get published this year. We're going to self-publish that, but we're waiting for this COVID thing to end so we can get pictures. Anyway, John, was I not your psychologist or your shrink here?
You still are, Greg. Stuff? You're still my psychologist when we talk almost every day, and you are. Because my life story has been a roller coaster, and it has involved not just pro wrestling, but working for a stint with the New York Mets in the minor leagues. And then when I left wrestling, I've been in and out of wrestling. Greg coined it as the scratch, the itch I can't scratch away. 3 different times I disappeared for 23 years. I moved to Nashville, changed my name to John Alexander, and became an artist manager and a vice president of marketing for a couple of major companies, Great American Country Television and then Black River Entertainment, owned by the Pagula family, and managed artists like Sarah Darling. I worked with Patty Loveless years ago and discovered a kid named Kelsey Ballerini, who's really prominent today in country. But Greg saw that crazy life with 2 different names and embraced it, and he got a lot out of me and a lot of stuff I've never told people before. So I think it's going to be a fascinating read for people.
It's out in next spring is the plan. ECW Press is putting that out next spring.
Yeah.
But again, it's the kind of project you want to do because it's interesting. And as an author, if you can sell your soul all you want, but I've been fortunate I've never really had to do that. I'd rather do passion projects. I'd rather do fun things. The Slam Wrestling website's a great example because we can write about what we want to write. And if somebody comes to me and says, I really love, this old book that never got published or there's only a couple of copies of, can I write about it? Okay, well, let's go do it. So that's a nice challenge that anybody writing, don't be scared. That was one of the questions you did right at the beginning, Eddie, was with Keith Greenberg, right? Being a writer isn't just about success. It's about also wanting to do it. It's about needing it to get it out of you. And if John's book sells 4,000 copies, awesome. If it sells 2,000 copies, that's still awesome. He needed to get it out there. And that's what writing is sometimes, is you need to write to stay healthy.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating when people can get their message out into the ether and have it sit there forever. 200 years from now, the book and the story will still be there.
There's a picture I took of my son just after he was born with me and my books, me and my babies, really. And that's exactly what it is, right? It's like these the books through the years change a bit, right? They're more like teenagers. They're a lot more mature publications now. The storytellers, Michael Holmes, who's on there later today on this Covacon thing, but he basically said the storytellers might have been the best written wrestling book he's ever gotten, which is an incredible compliment to get. But it's also a testament to Steve Johnson and how we work really well together, and he's able to push me. I may be more in touch with what's going on today, but you need to also push and prod each other and get better stories out of each other. And that's part of the reason I was lucky enough to go down to visit John in Nashville, is you get different stories in person than you do over the phone.
Yeah, it was great to have you in Nashville, by the way. It was a lot of fun. You got to see my other life. I mean, the life in country music and the archives and the people I knew at the Grand Ole Opry and all the, it was a fascinating thing for me to see you come in and kind of peruse all of my crazy unorganized archives. So, I mean, it's a lot of fun. Yes, thank you, George Tejanos there. Yes. I was the first guy to do that in 1990, and I ran an annual wrestling fans convention in New York for several years, and it is what it is today, which is amazing. What a business!
Well, so it's a business on hold.
Well, Kenny wants to know, what do you think of the current version of the convention?
Well, I mean, I love what they've done. I've loved the growth. I've loved all the different things that you could do at a wrestling fans convention today. I mean, of course, today you have so many more active performers, independent performers, as well as the legends. So what a great mix. And there's a lot more dealers than it used to be when I did mine in New York. But I love the model today. I know there's so many of them. They're everywhere. So I'm hoping that all this will go away by the time the book comes out, so Greg and I can go around the country and go to a lot of wrestling fan conventions and meet the fans and get this book out to them.
Yeah, Ben says that your conventions are legendary, and he's hoping that the book will touch on how revolutionary they were.
Well, I mean, I think, Greg, I mean, you could attest to this. I mean, it does cover the conventions and the dealings I had to do. I mean, Herb Abrams announced his UWF at the press conference at my 1990 convention, the very first one, and that was the infamous question and answer where he said that Bruiser Brody was going to be one of his performers when Bruiser Brody had been murdered the year before, and that Blackjack Mulligan was going to be his booker, and Blackjack was in jail at the time for counterfeiting. So Herb got off to a good start at my convention, and matter of fact, I'll be on Dark Side of the Ring Tuesday night. They interviewed me for that. But yeah, the conventions were fun. They were stressful, but I brought Ric Flair to his very first one. I was the only person ever to bring the original Sheik to a convention, his only one and only performance, autograph signing in 1993, I think it was. But it was a roller coaster.
It's a good example too of how hard it is to write about John's life, because he's done so much. Like, we could have done like another full huge chapter just on people telling stories about these conventions. But if you're trying to tell somebody's life, well, you've got a lot to cover. The growing up part, which Scott Teal talked about, you need to have that because it helps shape who somebody becomes. You got the conventions, you got he did a newsletter when he was, or a radio show when he was still in university. He did a newsletter. He brought the world Vince Russo. So John's to blame for some things, but then, the baseball stuff, you got to fit on all the country stuff. You got to fit in everything. So you have to make hard choices sometimes about what you can include.
Yeah. And Greg, I guess that's why we have 3 forwards in the book. One to cover the baseball time with John Gibbons, who was the manager of Toronto Blue Jays, is writing the forward. He was my roommate when I worked for the Mets. Mick Foley wrote a forward on the wrestling side of it, which is amazing. What an honor. And TV personality Suzanne Alexander did the country forward. So I don't know how many books have 3 different forwards, but I have 3 different personalities. So
3 different lives, yeah.
Hey, John, how does baseball compare to wrestling? How does that work?
Well, I mean,
it's on the level, right?
Yeah, it's on the level. Yeah. I mean, it's still, it's a sport. It's there's the. I was not in the major leagues. I worked in the minor leagues.
Yep.
Where you did everything. So I loved the time, although the work was extreme. 7 a.m. to 10 o'clock at night was our hours. But I loved baseball. I loved it. I mean, that's what I lament throughout my entire life. I'm wearing my Mets jersey. They're part of my DNA. So I should have stayed in baseball. As always.
Well, I've always felt the minor league baseball copied wrestling when it came to promoting stuff.
Well, yeah.
You know, where they would have a baseball player racing against a horse. They get people to show up.
John brought wrestling to one of his events.
Yeah, we did mud wrestling, Mississippi mud wrestling on Friday nights at the ballpark until a girl got a pebble in her eye. We didn't use any mud that should have been used for wrestling. We just put dirt in a box, and we had two girls wrestle in it, and that didn't last that long.
Yeah, I interned for the Rochester Red Wings.
Oh, cool.
And they brought a horse named Zippy Chippy, who had never won a horse race. And he raced against the outfielder.
Yeah. Very cool.
Just to get people to come in there.
You did whatever you could. I mean, we brought the San Diego Chicken in, and Max Packin, the baseball clown, and we had promotions every night, giveaways. So yeah, it was like a circus atmosphere every night. What can we do to bring the fans in? And,
that's an interesting. There's a Zippy Chippy book, Eddie. I don't know if you know that.
Really?
No, I didn't.
But it's like how many copies did that ever sell? I know I've read it because I got to review it for Publishers Weekly. But it's like there's a need for some people to write, and it can be a passion project, and that's why that's part of what this is about too, right? Encourage people to get out there and write. You may not sell a lot of copies, but you should. People need to get out there and buy these books. Go to Scott Teal's Crowbar Press. We saw the archives, didn't we, John? When we were in Nashville there, we got to see where he stored them all.
Amazing.
I've got way too many books here. I've got a big. I don't know if you can see that. That's all books that were meant to go to the different fan fests and things I was going to. They're sitting here, so get out and buy some books for me, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're going to be the only person I talk to this year who knows who Zippy Chippy is.
I never heard of Zippy Chippy.
Well, the reason I brought the baseball thing was because of the entrance music. They stole that from, I believe they stole that from wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, that probably was that way. And when I was in Shelby, North Carolina, that's where the team was, I used to play a lot of music. The Mets had a theme called The Magic Was Back. So every time we hit a home run, I'd play a song about magic. Do you believe in magic? And when a batter struck out on the opposing side, I'd play Another One Bites the Dust. I got Don Mattingly pissed off at me once because he struck out, and I played that song, and he turned around and he just, so I was a little controversial in minor league baseball too, I guess.
All right,
don't give away all the stories from the book, John.
That's right.
And for those people out there, obviously there's nothing happening. No sports are happening. No. I told my father-in-law, I go, hey, I'm going to be talking to Greg Oliver today. He's like, Greg Oliver? I have all of his hockey books.
That's awesome.
For people out there that are hockey fans, you can go pick up some of Greg's hockey books as well. I'm sure that was just as exciting for you to be able to write, especially since you're from Canada. You live in Canada, right?
Yeah, I'm Toronto. So the hockey books were different. Like often people there's a lot of tie-ins, of course, between wrestling and hockey, whether it's the guys who wrestled at Maple Leaf Gardens, so they'd have the ring set up. So the junior team, the Marlies, would come in on the Sunday night. The ring would still be there. So after their bus got in, they'd go goof around the ring. There's guys like Pierre Pilote, who was a huge wrestling fan growing up. And you hear these kind of stories. Mad Dog Vachon was a, beer league goalie sometimes, so the hockey certainly permeates it. Eric Young is another great example. He's a huge hockey fan at all the Nashville Predator games. So there's a lot of different tie-ins in there. But what I did find by and large is that if you're talking to an 80-year-old hockey player, he's generally still got his wits about him. You're talking to an 80-year-old wrestler, it's hit and miss, man. Because it's just an example how the wrestlers just don't have the support. They don't have a union. They don't have a medical plan. They don't have anyone looking out for them the way the hockey players did, baseball players, all that kind of thing.
And you have the Slam website. Do you want to talk a little bit about the growth of the site, how you're able to grow that?
Well, we were fortunate for many years to be a part of the Sun Media chain. So we had the Sun newspaper and the articles from Bret Hart and Cyrus, but we've really developed our own identity over the years. There aren't too many other people that do interviews like we do, talk to so many different people, do the profiles of the old timers, and they're not just the same old timers again and again. I mean, Greg Valentine's an interesting dude, but how many Greg Valentine shoot interviews do you need or interviews with them? Let's talk to the guys nobody knows. Dino Bravo came up the other day because they did the Dark Side of the Ring. They did not mention that he was named after Dino Bravo, who was Dominic DeNucci's original partner. And that was Dino Bravo's real name, not Adolphe Brociani, which is the second guy. Like that should have been mentioned. Well, I've done a big article with Dino Bravo, the original, and I'm the one that brought them together. He and Dominic DeNucci hadn't seen each other in like 35 years when they came for a Titans in Toronto dinner. So to me, it's important to pay back as well. So these guys all have stories. Let's do our best as historians to tell them. And that's why it's encouraging to hear young guys like Jimmie Wheeler there just before talking about doing this. And he's so young that I have clothes older than him, but that's okay. Like, it's great that he's doing that.
Mark wants to know, will there be Titans in Toronto?
Well, I think we need to lift this travel ban first there, Mr. Bourgeon. Yeah, you're not going to be allowed to come up through Michigan up here till that happens. We had talked about it. So we may do another one, but obviously a lot of things are up in the air right now. Trouble is, a lot of the old timers are gone. So our old timers around here right now are people like Trish Stratus, who, you know, she'd probably kick my ass if I said she was an old timer, but there aren't as many around anymore.
Ben says, I know some footage exists of those conventions. Are there plans to release any of the footage anywhere in the future?
Yes,
good plug.
mattmemories.com. There's a sign-up page now. I have archives. I have films from Madison Square Garden I shot in the 70s, thousands of wrestling pictures. I had a promotion called the International Wrestling All-Stars. I got content like you wouldn't believe. Go to mattmemories.com, sign up, give us your mailing address. We're going to send you some bonus content just to get you started, and the full site should be launched around July 1st.
I've seen some of it too. It's unbelievable. I mean, he's got footage of Andre the Giant at Madison Square Garden. Nobody else has this stuff. So yeah. John's got a good business plan to make this happen, and it's going to be worth it for people to sign up at mattmemories.com. And of course, listen to his podcast. He does too with Brian Last.
pwspod.com for the podcast, Pro Wrestling Spotlight Then and Now. We go back 30 years to listen to the show we did 30 years ago during that time. And Twitter at John Arezzi. So to find me. But I want to thank you guys for even letting me be here today. And Greg, you know, you're my hero, my friend.
Well, I need more heroes. Everybody go buy stuff. Remember? So this was it. Oliverbooks.ca.
Buy it.
Buy my books. Buy certainly the Iron-Ons are really unique. I did 2 kids books as well. So if you need something for the kids to do while they're home, one is called Duck with the Puck, which I wrote with my son, and Santa's Day Job, which you can set aside for Christmas.
Well, Greg, since our 230 is not here yet, I was looking at some of the books that you've written. Was the Benoit book controversial at all?
Only in the sense that people thought we were capitalizing on a tragedy.
Okay.
And that's inevitable. But I personally fought to make sure we had a whole chapter on Nancy. I didn't want it to be just about Chris. It was a tricky book to walk, which is why we had 4 different people write about it. So like Steve Johnson focused a lot more about the media attention, and Heath McCoy did more about Stampede, and Irv Muchnick did what Irv Muchnick does best, which is stir up some shit. So I covered a lot of the Benoit stuff. I also had some personal interviews and emails with Chris. After Eddie died, he confessed to me about, you know, how he was feeling and how Nancy had bought him a journal to help him, you know, write down his thoughts. So all these things sort of really helped shape how the book came about and what it ended up being. Later, Irv Muchnick did his much bigger book, Chris and Nancy, which is way deeper into it all. We didn't know a lot about the head trauma. We didn't know a lot about some of the other extenuating circumstances when we wrote the book. But it went out in a hurry and sold a ton of books right away. And then it dried up like a lot of true crime books do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, I really appreciate you guys coming on today.
Thank you.
Sorry about the tech issues. I don't know why.
No. I mean, when you're in quarantine, you know, what can you do, right? I mean, everyone's using the internet. So
it's kind of funny that that's actually where I work upstairs in my office, and it's offline on purpose. So my computer that's in there is not connected to the internet. So I brought the laptop up, figuring it would work fine. It didn't.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. What the website again?
Oliverbooks.ca.
Going well?
Yes. Sorry, my son's here bugging me. I'm still online. Yeah, so oliverbooks.ca, that'll have links to Amazon, or you can just send me a note there and order the things directly. There's also information there about John Arezzi's book. So come on down, check it out.
And when will that book's come out? In the spring of 2021?
It should be out in the spring, yeah, spring of 2021.
Okay.
If everything goes according to plan, which we've all learned, not everything goes according to plan, right?
Right.
Well, at least we finished it, so.
Well,
it's done. You're right.
All right, guys. Well, we really appreciate your time today.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for hosting, Eddie. Glad you got a little break, buddy.
All right. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. All right, guys.
Have a good one.
All right. Greg Oliver, everybody. Feel free to check out his website for unbelievable books. I mean, hockey, wrestling, anything that you guys need. And let me bring on Nikita Breznikov here. Nikita, how are you?
Eddie, I'm here. I was on the other line from last night. Sorry.
That's all right.
I had to listen to Greg Oliver. He's a great guy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. That was great to have him on. So, Nikita, how are you?
This is just beautiful. Thank you guys so much for putting it on. Kenny Casanova had a great idea. John, just fantastic, and you're doing a great job as a host.
I'm trying my best, you know. So your book, When It Was Real, can we talk about that a little bit?
When It Was Real. There it is.
There we go.
The idea, those guys, John Arezzi and Greg Oliver, they hit on a lot of good points that kind of play into mine. But see, my book is not so much about me as who I became. It was me as a fan, because this covers 1970 to 1979 in the Worldwide Wrestling Federation. And at that time, if you went into an arena and you used that 4-letter F word that Dr. Schultz will slap you for, you would probably get dismembered. You would not say that to any kind of a crowd that gathered, because we believed those wrestlers, especially the faces, were our family. So through the years, and I have a history, I'm a retired detective sergeant from Baltimore Police. So in the middle of that, I got into wrestling when I met Nikolai Volkov. I'm the luckiest son of a bitch on the face of the earth. I tell people that, hey, look, first line of my book, I said, this could never have been without Nikolai. So I got lucky enough to do that. But as a policeman, you probably write a library over your career, because that's all you do was write. No computers back then. So I had the idea in my head. It's like, you know, I talked to so many people in my circle. And when you mention wrestling, whether it be to a doctor, and I'm a prostate cancer survivor, and I always like to put this message out, guys, get tested, get the blood test. That helped save my life and give me a better quality of life. Don't worry about that other thing they do, because it's, you know, it's good to have that done, but it's too late if they can feel it enlarged. Get that blood test, catch it early. So I talked to doctors, lawyers, whoever. Wrestling was always, people's eyes would glow and they loved talking about it, especially me being on the East Coast at that time. That was it. The Worldwide Wrestling Federation, that was the hotbed with Bruno as champion. I don't think it could get any better. I'm not knocking or comparing anybody, but that man was magic. Okay. So it was like, the idea was always in my head. It's like, you know, I would tell the wife, one of these days I'm going to write a book. And I got the title called When It Was Real, because to us, and yeah, as I explained in the book, from day one, my mother would be like, it's all this, that's all that. I said, Mom, just let me enjoy it. Okay. Because I tell you what, Eddie, when we went to the arenas, especially back in those days with the blood, we saw Lou Albano get it. He got his. It was long overdue. He wrestled Bruno. And it was like, oh, man, you could give the rest of the boys the night off. Hey, just put Bruno and Lou in there. You have a sellout. And you know, Lou, he did the job. I mean, that match was on before intermission. So we go down to the ring at the and it's like blood. Just, they're trying to clean it, but it's going all the way to the dressing room. And it's like, man, this is legit. Look at this, you know? And it's like, we didn't know things then, you know, that we come to know years later, but it was like, we were sold without a doubt. We just, we were in 100%.
So what made you, you know, how did you, were you able to speak to anybody else besides Nikolai when you were doing the book, or?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I became good friends with Strongbow, Chief J. Strongbow, over the years. Nikolai introduced me. It was a weird coincidence. Now, see, I was a huge tape collector, VHS tapes, and this is a story in itself that probably we will cover one day, talking about tape trading back in the 80s. People that were fortunate enough to have a Betamax or whatever, they would record Spectrum shows, Madison Square Garden off the MSG network, and of course the championship wrestling shows. So they were not cheap back then. I started in 83, and then I just became a collector. So with Nikolai, that was the first meeting. I saw him at a local indie show. I was a policeman. I was on a day shift, so we got to talking. Long story short, that's how we became friends. Then when Nikolai had reunited with Chief after about 10 years, he told him about me. He said, "Oh, Chief, a guy, he loves you. He's the biggest fan. He has all your matches." So one day I'm at work. My wife calls. She said, "Hey, you'll never guess who just called." I said, "Oh," she says, "the Chief." I said, "Yeah, okay, that's funny. What else?" And it's like, she said, "No, seriously, Strongbow just called." So I'm like, wow. So I called Chief, and we became good friends. Johnny Valiant, luscious Johnny, he and I became really good friends over the years. God rest his soul as well as the others. And so I got a lot of good insight on how the Valiant brothers actually, their audition that Johnny Valiant had. It wasn't just because it was Dick the Bruiser's idea, but they auditioned them because Dick the Bruiser was wrestling in Pittsburgh for Bruno's promotion, and Jimmy was already on the card. And Bearman, Wes probably told you a little bit about it too. He actually came up with the idea to suggest to Dick the Bruiser. So it's like, well, let me take a look at this kid. I'll bring him in that night. And of course, he was John Sullivan at the time. And they threw him and Jimmy Valiant together. And it was like, man, this is magic. So he said, haul him up to Chicago. And off they went, man. And put Heenan behind him. And boom, that was it.
All right. Someone says they remember you from Tommy D indie shows in Staten Island.
Yeah, beautiful shows too, man. You better believe it. Good time.
What moment to you in that arena was the realest?
Are you talking to Staten Island now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it was a great night because Sergeant Slaughter was there, Bob Backlund, the Bushwhackers. So to me, when you grew up watching these people, and they were I was a severely abused child. My father was an alcoholic, so he would beat the hell out of me, call me just terrible names all the time. That was my catharsis and salvation. Every Saturday, 4 to 5, we had 1 hour watching those guys. And then you go to the arena every month. I mean, they rescued me. So then when I got into their world, that was the magic. It was like, wow, they still welcomed me. They were still healing me and just loving me, which till this day, I've never met anybody in the business that acted like, well, you're on your own, or, hey, I'm too big for you. Everybody is like a family.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that obviously the wrestling industry fans are some of the most loyal of anything. Scott Cornish wants to know, what were some of your favorite buildings for live wrestling?
Well, the Civic Center in Baltimore, of course, April 30th, when Superstar became champion and beat Bruno. That's what it's most famous for. But that was a building created in 1963. The shape of it looked like it had a crown on it because it had these diagonal diamond-looking shapes on the top. And it had 4 corners. There were clocks on all 4 corners. And we had red velvet ring ropes. Of course, it was home. So I really loved the Civic Center. But then when the Capitol Center became the next big thing, that was like, wow, what a beautiful venue the Capitol Center was. See, we were fortunate. I didn't drive because in 1970, I was only 12. So I matured throughout this decade, which that involves the part of the book as well, how I'm growing as I'm watching wrestling grow. But when to get to the Capitol Center, I had to rely on other transportation because you couldn't take public transportation to get there because the way it was located, from the main road, the main streets, the parking, to get to the parking lot, that was like 10 miles itself. What a facility. But it was beautiful because then they had the big video up in the middle of all four corners. You never had a bad seat. There was always an air of excitement in these buildings. There was not an odor, but an aroma. You could smell like the concessions. People were excited. Some people were so over the top that you couldn't convince them what they had just seen go off the air at 5 was pre-recorded in 3-week intervals. They said, no, it was just on television. It's like, look, mental case. That was recorded. How could they get here that quickly? It's like, come on. But, sometimes it's best just to walk away.
So let's see. Hold on. We have a couple questions here. Let's see. Do you see any glimpses of managers in wrestling coming back?
Yes, I do see that coming back because, what is old is new again. And it's a staple of wrestling. You go all the way back, Wild Red Berry, people like that. There was always managers. As long as you know your place, like when I was with Nikolai, not try to steal the show. You're a part of it. He's Batman. I'm Robin. Okay, that's the way it works. You got the highlight. You got the spotlight. Boom, I just do my thing. And that's the way the magic, the formula works. But I do think there are people out there. And by the way, I'm not retired. So if anybody's got enough sense, I'm still out there working. It really helps your show. I can't explain why it became what Vince McMahon does. I mean, hey, he knows he's got more billions than I do. So what can I say? But they do what they do. And I do think you're going to see a comeback with managers.
I miss them, man. The managers were some of my favorite parts.
Sure. Especially when you would have, when the interview segment was just a segment and not everybody yak from beginning to end. And then the wrestling's a little segment, it's like, that was great to have like a Freddie Blassie and Lou Albano and the Grand Wizard to go out there. And of course you had some guys that could do their own. It was kind of like, let them go. Like when Spiros Arion in 1975, when he turned on Bruno, that was bloodshed. Okay. And Evan Ginsberg, who you're going to have on later, his father was a cabbie. And he said the cab drivers, the Greeks and the Italians, they all parked their cabs. They went into Madison Square Garden to watch that first match. That's how much it meant to people. And it was like Arion was Chief's partner at Bruno's request. So he turns on Chief in a tag match on TV. Bruno was doing the commentary. He comes in to help out. They beat the hell out of Bruno, rip his shirt. Valiant's attack him. Lou Albano's like, man, we were just going out of our minds. And it was like, that was box office magic. That was something. And, like today, all these years later, when I talk to people of like minds about that, who experience it, that emotion still comes out because it's still important. Can you create that today? No. And I don't knock anybody. Everybody that steps through those ropes risks their very lives. So I respect that. But can you create somebody to love or hate a character? No, that's either going to come from the fans' hearts or it's not.
I remember being 8 years old. I think it was 85. And there was an angle where King Kong Bundy attacked Hillbilly Jim because Hillbilly Jim gave his votes to Lou Albano for Manager of the Year.
Yes.
And I remember going to bed crying because I thought that they broke Hillbilly Jim's ribs. And I don't know if that would happen today. And it's probably because of, the information. There's information everywhere.
Yeah, the internet's a wonderful thing in some regards, but I really think it crippled wrestling. It really did because it's just too, like you say, it's too much information out there.
Let's see. Jason wants to know if you had any encounters with Freddie Blassie.
Absolutely. I got to know Freddie over the years. I love the guy. I was fortunate enough. It's like a cult following of a show that occurred March 1st, 1997. It's called Macabania Mania, and it's a Shekel Slam. Jeff Goldstein, the couple of people that were involved in it, it was actually before they had the Heroes of Wrestling. This is basically what it was. It was a Heroes of Wrestling. Michael Mansky was a big part of it. So they brought, Nikolai was there. I was managing Nikolai. Freddie sang Pencil Neck Geek, which was what I loved. I'm sitting there watching him. See, I didn't know anything about that. My wife, who was a West Coast girl, said they used to listen to Dr. Demento on Saturday nights, and he would play Pencil Neck Geek, Freddie Blasie's song. And if you never heard it, go to YouTube and listen to it. It's hysterical. And I'm looking for the guy that's supplying the dime. That's one of the famous lines in it. Pencil Neck Geek, and it's fantastic. So Freddie, I mean, he's a character. But there's a guy that was Mr. Hollywood. He was with Fred McMurray. He was on the Dick Van Dyke Show. There's a story that Burt Reynolds came into Madison Square Garden and crawled on his hands and knees up to Freddie and said, "Oh, great one, you have finally arrived." And it was like, "Get up, you son of a bitch." You know, Freddie was like basically always in character. He was a wonderful guy.
So, how long did you work on the book for?
Wow. Now the book was a 10-year project. 2 years to get it down. Okay. Now I sat down because being a historian and being a little bit goofy in the head, I want to make sure everything's perfect. So it took 2 years to get that together. All right. That was right after I retired from the police department. It took 6 years to find somebody to get behind it. A lot of people would listen to the story and say, "Well, yeah, I don't know," until I ran into Scott Teal. And then it took me 3 tries to keep tugging at Scott until he finally said, "All right, send me something. Let me take a look at this." When Scott took a look at the sample, he's like, "Nikita, we got to do this. There's substance to this." But he made me understand. He said, "If you think we're going to become millionaires, forget it. We do this with a passion." I'm like, "You got it, Scott. I'm giving back to pro wrestling." So it took Scott 2 years to edit it. He and I worked diligently, just about daily on it. We never clashed because Scott said, "Look, the way this is written, it's like police jargon. It's terrible. Let me fix it." He said, "Because I don't really know a lot about that time and that territory. I'm learning." I said, "Oh, that's great. That's beautiful." So he took the words, he took the ideas, he put it together, and it turned out beautiful. And let me show you real quick. The thing that really got me is the clippings. I didn't know he was going to do this. And I was so grateful that he did, because the book has so many clippings in it. And there's a few pages of just clippings, which in that time period, the 70s, that was the greatest form of advertisement. That little space in the newspaper, people would look for that. But Scott has them mixed in throughout different sections, like for different cards. Not each and every card we talk about, but a lot of them from Baltimore, Madison Square Garden. Because I got a copy of the book, he sent me these advertising cards, and it says 236 images. I'm like, "Oh, I didn't give Scott that many pictures. I don't want no copyright trouble. What happened?" And then when I get the book, it's like, "Oh, he's showing me the clippings. Oh, that's great." Because at one point I said to the wife, I really would like, because I have a nice collection too, but Scott came up with 90% of them. I said, "I like a clippings book. I'd like to see that one day." Basically, that's what this is, but there's always more, believe me.
So what type of, well, you mentioned your collection. So what do you have in there?
Oh, just all WWF up to 1983. Now, see, on my Facebook page, and that's the only thing I have to connect me with is Facebook, and that's fine. I try to post something daily, pictures, clippings, something that happened on the coinciding date. All right.
Yep.
Coinciding date. So it's like, but not everything is in my book because it stops at 1979. But for me, I go all the way up to 83. And I say the day the music died was when the Sheik lost to Hulk Hogan, January 23rd, 1984. I don't mean that in a bad way, but the format changed. As Nikolai said, we become cartoon then. And Nikolai never wore red before that 1984 run. He was always black or with the white fur as a Mongol. And even sometimes as Nikolai Volk, because he had black boots, black trunks, black Ushanka. But, when they put all that red Russian gimmick on him, he made 80 times the money that he ever made before that. And as a cartoon character, so who can argue? It worked.
Oh, that's interesting. I never knew that. So he wore black before the red?
Yeah, he never wore red in the 70s. You never saw him with that because he didn't need it. They would say he's from Siberia mostly, Russia, but then mostly Siberia. Now, the biggest gimmick was the Mongol gimmick. Now, in 1970, when he, as Beppo Mongol, and his partner, Newton Tattery, as Guido Mongol, Nikolai made the team. Guido wasn't no small man, but Nikolai And we didn't know at the time he was 19 years old. Here he is, like 6'3", 345 pounds. It's like, oh man, how can Chief or Bruno beat this guy? Unbelievable. And then when they come out with the furs, which they were legitimate animal furs, Nikolai owned them. And it was like, that was something we'd never seen before. That put wrestling over the top. That's my opinion. In 1970, they were doing good up to that point, but that just skyrocketed it. And then it seems like 73 was the year that it gained more momentum. And after the Arion thing in 75, and then Superstar, to me, that's my favorite era, Superstar as the champion. Because even though Bruno was loved, it was great heat to watch Bruno chase the man who stole the belt, not beat him for it, stole it. And then it also gave all of the other heroes that we love the chance, like Chief never got title matches, or Tony Garea, or Putski, people like that. So that was a beautiful time. And then you had Tanaka and Fuji as champions, tag team champions. Chief was in a hot feud with Vatera. It was just fantastic. We loved it. So, and of course, Superstar. Man, oh man, that guy, he delivered without a doubt. It was just great.
All right, let me run through some of these questions here. Tyler wants to know, who were the locker room generals in the day, and how did they get that responsibility?
Well, it would depend. Now, back in the day, now, of course, in the 70s, I'm only going by what Nikolai would tell me, Gorilla Monsoon. And that's where they come up with the gorilla position, because you know what? You and I getting by Gorilla Monsoon to get to that dressing room. It's not going to happen. If you don't belong there, you're not going to get back there, period. That's it. So, yeah, he was pretty much in charge, because then as the story goes, when the changing of the guard was occurring, he was starting to lose some of his responsibility, and it hurt him. It deeply hurt him. But yeah, Monsoon and of course Phil Zacco, big promoter back then, and that was legitimate. There's a lot of true fiction that goes on. I like to use that term, true fiction, because look, I used to work for a bond company. It was one of my first jobs, and Superstar got injured on the Wrestling Dusty Road, September 26th of 77, a legitimate injury. So it was like, man, now what a conundrum. Okay, the champion is out. So what they started to do was fulfill commitments with bringing in Waldo Von Erich to Baltimore, different people like that. Luckily, it only lasted about 3 weeks. He was ready to go for the next Garden show. But for Baltimore, he missed his shot with Ivan Putski. That almost started a riot, because Putski was really over in Baltimore. But they brought in Von Erich, so that calmed the crowd. So anyway, they said for the next month, they were going to have Superstar post a bond. So I'm working in this bond company, and I'm looking every day for those bonds to come in, and I'll be son of a gun if one didn't come in. But it was just a Capital Wrestling Corporation bond out of New York. This company I worked for did write it, and you had to have workman's comp insurance for the building. There was a multitude of things that needed to be covered. Hey, as me, a manager, I got a license. You had to be licensed in every state, and New York was a pain in the neck. They would come up and say, you don't touch. We don't touch here in New York. Managers do not touch. And it's like, okay, I got it. A guy came up to me like 5 times. I'm like, pal, I get you. I'm not going to get involved in it. Don't worry. And I got letters about, they were worried about, every manager would get one that they had on file. So they were worried about boxing. That's like, if you have a predetermined outcome for a boxing or wrestling match, we will hold you criminally liable. I'm like, holy man. So I call up and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? They said, don't worry about wrestling. This is more for the boxing managers, because we're worried about things happening with them or whatever. It's like, that doesn't apply to you. You can file it. So I accept it. It's a nice souvenir.
Let's see. We get another question here. How were the territories awarded? How does Pittsburgh become Bruno's promotion?
Well, that was his promotion. And at one point, Nikolai and his partner, when they left in 1970, right after 71, right after they won in 70, right after Pedro won the belt from Ivan Koloff, it was just coincidental. They decided to leave. Nikolai, it was a kind, peaceful soul, so he didn't want to go into details. He just said they left, and they left with the belts undefeated. But that was the International Tag Team Championship. So then there they are without belts, the Federation, for like 4 or 5, 6 months even. So May 31st, then they said Crazy Luke and Tarzan Tyler beat Dick the Bruiser and the Sheik on Memorial Day, May 31st of 71 in New Orleans at a tournament. But Nikolai and Tattery went to Pittsburgh. They bought the territory from Bruno. And Bruno still worked through it. And then it went round robin. It ended up back with him. But then in about 1974, it just completely merged with the WWF. Well, Bruno was back as champion, so it was like, okay, this makes the most sense. Boom, just solid, and that's the way they went with it. And as far as awarded, now that's another whole story itself that began with Buddy Rogers, because when he got beat by Lou Thez in '63, it was Fred Kohler, a Chicago promoter, Toots Mondt, and Vince Sr., and they broke from the NWA and they created the WWF.
What do you think of the movie Breakfast with Freddie Blassie?
Oh, it's always great. That guy could read from the phone book, like Lou Albano, and you're entertained. You love it, everything they do, because you know what? They didn't worry about a script or anything like that. It just came out of here. Boom.
I want to know how he came up with what he used to say. I remember he said, McMahon, you got a neck like a stack of dimes.
Well, that's part of Pencil Neck Geek, too.
Right.
Pencil Neck Geek, grit-eating freak. He's got a lousy physique. Scum-sucking pea-head with a lousy physique. Because Freddie said, anybody that's got a neck less than me, which I think was 21 inches, he said, that guy's a pencil neck geek. So that's where he come up with the name.
Let's see. Any road stories about Nikolai?
Oh, yeah. I love Nikolai. I mean, we were together so much over the years. It would be funny. We'd stop at the toll booths, and we always harass it. I mean, what are you going to do? You want a long drive, so you're harassing the toll operator. You say, hey, I hear this job takes its toll on you. Or we would give him the Three Stooges line. It's are you married or happy? Now, the women would give us the, just give you the change back. The men would laugh, blah, blah, blah. So do different things. The one thing Nikolai got me was the first time I met Tony Garea when they were doing Shotgun Saturday Night, when Vince was doing that back in 94, 95. So I had never met Tony before. So Tony was road agent. That's when they did the angle. Nikolai was living in a box in Times Square. So we're sitting I had a club sandwich, I had a beer. And so Tony got called away to go do his business. So I get up, I'm taking my wallet out. Nikolai said, what do you do? I said, I'm going to put the money down for what I ate. He said, no, Tony's got it. I said, oh, great. What a nice guy. So we're done. We're on our way home. And I said, man, Nikolai, that Tony Garea, what a great guy. He even paid for dinner. So Nikolai starts laughing. Now, when he would laugh with that squealing kind of laugh and losing his breath, I said, what the hell is so funny? I said, oh, I know what happened. Tony didn't pay for it. He said, no, he's probably hot. He said, I pulled double rib. I got you and Tony both same time. I said, oh, man, that's a Nikolai. But he had heart of gold, because when he became housing inspector, which he would go check to see if people had high grass and weeds. One old lady, like in her 80s, she was crying. She said, sir, I don't have any way to cut the grass. He said, I could not give her no bullshit fine. I cut the grass for her after work. And that's the kind of guy Nikolai Volkov was.
Yeah. Well, listen, Nikita, where can we find your book? Where can people find your book?
Crowbarpress.com, Scott Teal. That's his site. Scott's got them all, and it's also Kindle version available on Amazon.
Okay, so crowbarpress.com, and go pick up Nikita's book. Sounds like it's a good walk through that period of time in the 70s.
It's some great reviews. People, they just love to relive what they loved.
All right. Well, we appreciate you coming on today.
Thank you for having me, Eddie. Great show.
All right, Nikita, take care.
All right, das vidanya.
Okay, we're going to be bringing on John Cosper and Tracey Smothers momentarily. Just want to remind everyone, if you can, please pick up one of the T-shirts that the COVID Con T-shirt that we have. You can find it on ProWrestlingTees.com. Okay, you can wear it. You tell everybody that you were a part of this monumental event. ProWrestlingTees.com. All right, let me welcome John and Tracey to the show. Hey, guys.
Tracey, it's been forever, man.
What's happening?
Oh, good. We have perfect audio. Great. Well, welcome to COVID Con.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for participating.
Yeah, well, this is different. This is a first for me. That's pretty cool.
Can you can hear us okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, good. So you guys have a book coming out together?
We just released a book, I think actually last month. It's available at eatsleepwrestle.com if you want a signed copy. It's also available on Amazon. The book is called, let me grab it here. If you don't buy this book, everybody dies. So we got this, the same Adrian Johnson's his name, did the cover for my Black Panther book and did a wonderful job with the three bears that Tracey had wrestled in his career. This thing is loaded to the gills. Word count wise, it's the longest book that I've been a part of and have released, and was just a ton of fun. I mean, and Tracey's one of the great storytellers in the wrestling business, and everybody's loving the book that's picked it up so far.
Oh, good to hear. Now, did you come up with the title before or after all this happened with the pandemic?
The title was that's his gimmick. That's
right,
one of his gimmicks. Something like so. But yeah, it was either that or Tracey and the Three Bears. So
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what are some of the stories that are in the book that we might be able to read about?
I'll let you take that, Tracey. we covered just about everything.
A lot of it when we did the book, I was in the hospital. I was, diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer, and and was going through chemo and all. So, a little fuzzy on a lot of stuff as far as remembering it. You read it. There's a lot of crazy stories during that era. It was just a wild time, and honestly, I think back and then when he was going over it and fine tuning it and all, you just like scary because you just think, man, I'm just lucky to be here. I'm glad to be here. Just thankful. Because
Tracey, did I read that you wrestled a bear?
I wrestled 3 different bears actually. The one that you saw is on YouTube. Was the last time I did it. I did it in '83 when I first started. Was wanting to start in the business. Ginger, the wrestling bear, 750-pound black bear, and then in '86 in the old Continental Territory for the floors was in Mid-South Territory for Bill Watts was a big 7-foot 1,500-pound grizzly bear. Nick Adams owned it. And I don't remember the name of it, but it was a monster. And then the one you see on YouTube is a 550-pound Siberian grizzly bear. It was in '89 for the old Continental Territory for the floors. And I did that 3 nights in a row. So, yeah, that's why I got gray hair now on my beard, which I'm going to shave Monday. I just did this for this whole pandemic,
All right, so I'm sure a lot of people want to know, what is it like to lock up with a grizzly bear?
Well, before a lot of prayer goes into it, I'll tell you that. The last one that's on YouTube is a good story. I was getting ready to do this, and I look up. I'm getting ready. I had to, I'm fixing to hit the ring and go do it. They got the cameras on me. The lady says, "Hey, this is going to be on the 10 o'clock news." The lady from the Humane Society is there, right? And she's like giving me the business about going in there with a bear, saying this bear's got his claws cut. All it's got is his back teeth. This is cruelty, inhumane to animals and that. And I looked at her and I says, "Look," I said, "I got to work a tag match, and then right before intermission, shoot with this bear." And I said, "Then I got to work with Dutch in the main event if I can get through this bear. And I got to do this 3 nights in a row." I said, "Why are you worried about the bear? You need to worry about me here. I got to do this 3 nights in a row, lady." Well, they didn't show that on the news, but that what showed on there was off of that. The news clip with Gordon Soley was commentating, and Joe Pedicino's show it was on, who recently passed, God bless him, in Atlanta. What's on off of his show there, So it was a crazy time. That's why I went and get around like I do,
Shane Helms just said that he loved working with you. He just posted that.
Well, Shane, go ahead. Hope that things work out for him. With this situation with WWE. Love you, Shane.
Jason wants to know: did you enjoy tagging with Chris Hamrick at Southern Comfort, and what was it like with Hamrick in the ring?
Oh, he was amazing. He was way ahead of his time back then. He could do a lot of stuff that you're seeing these guys do today, and a lot of them took some of his moves and things that he did, because boy, he was really talented, and it was a great partner to have. We had a lot of fun.
So, how did you get into the wrestling business? Because I read your bio, and you seem like quite the athlete in high school.
Yeah, I grew up watching it. It was always big around where I was at. Nick Lewis had promotion. He was like the Vince McMahon of the South, and then of course Jerry Jarrett. And I would see a lot of them in the gym I worked out in. I would see Dutch Mantell, Bill Dundee. I'd see Carl Fergie, Bobby Fulton, Fantastics. I see the fabulous ones, Steve Kern, Stan Lane. And they're the ones that trained me. And Jerry Jarrett, my dad knew Jerry Jarrett, and they almost went in business together and got a car lot together. And my dad was going to run it for him, but it didn't happen. And then Jerry's the one told him about Steve and Stan had the school. And, I worked out with them when they could. They were going 6 days a week, twice on Saturday. And, trained with them a while. And then I trained with Tojo Yamamoto for a while, and then with Bob Armstrong. So, different era. 1983 is when I started.
Yep. Somebody wants to know what's your favorite match that you ever had?
It's hard to say. There was a lot of them. Anytime, working with the Midnight Express was a lot of fun. Chris Candido, was a lot of fun. Partners with Steve Armstrong was always a lot of fun. Guido, and then Chris Hamrick, as you said right there. Chris and I did a lot of things, and we did a lot of stuff in England, and had a lot of fun. But it's been a blast, all of it,
And somebody wants to know, what did you think of your time as Freddie Joe Floyd?
Well, it was off of the Jack and Jerry Briscoe, off of what their first and middle names were, something like that. And the Boegs, Oklahoma was from around where they were originally from, and so it was honored to have that, because I always respected them growing up, and Jack and Jerry, NCAA champions. So, the story you heard is something about it was a rib on the Briscoes, but I mean, that Vince did that. I don't know. Who knows? And why would you rib two guys there, two of the greatest of all time?
Says Tracey, you're a legend in this biz. Any road stories you can share?
Read my book. There's something in there. I'll tell you
he's got some that, there's a lot of stories folks have heard on podcasts, but he's got some that haven't been told, and I don't want to give this one away, but there's one that involves a bunch of drunk college kids and Dr. Death Steve Williams that is an absolute riot.
Oh, yeah.
That's worth buying the book alone. And when he was down there in the mid-south territory.
Yeah.
All right. Well, someone just wrote that they just bought your shoot video through Sean Oliver.
Okay.
So,
cool.
What kind
Eddie,
of things
did you? You look familiar. Do I know you?
Do you know me?
You look familiar.
That's Eddie. He's become a celebrity this weekend.
You don't know me. No, I don't think we've met.
All right. You got a twin somewhere.
Maybe we'll meet in the future.
Okay.
Somebody wants to know. Jason wants to know, what kinds of things did you learn from Tojo?
Learned a lot about discipline, about hard work, dedication. Listen, guys, Tojo, I was smart to the business, and I was always already doing shows. And I had my old job. I had to load trucks. I was part-time working for the Jarretts, and I trained with him for 6 months. And you do 1,000 squats during the workout. You do around that, about half of that push-ups, chin-ups, everything. Run the stairs, run the ropes, run the hill off the fairgrounds there. And I would have to practically shoot with 6, 8 other guys in the ring because he didn't smarten them up. And you grab pro wrestling holds, but if you didn't do it good technique, he'd pop you in the ear with that or head with that stick. or hit you in the shins. I mean, and he put me through, and I was smart to the business. He didn't smarten those guys up, and I'd have to fight for my life with them. And then after we were done, he'd go up in the upper part on the hillside of the dressing room, and we would have to get on our knees, and he would front kick you 10 times in the stomach, and then he'd take that stick and he'd put it all tight as it could go and pop you 10 times with that stick on your knees. You have to take it. And with me already been wrestling, he did me 20 of each, 20 kicks, 20 kick licks to the to the stomach with that stick. If they did that now, he'd arrest him for attempted murder, But it was rough. It was rough. And that's no lie. It was brutal.
A lot of the indie talent out there considers you the godfather and the best mentor out there. Who were some of your favorite guys?
That's another one that's hard to say. Is a who's who I got to work with and be around, and when they first started, and they know who they are, and you knew they had it. You knew you had it, and I always liked the part of like a coach. I always wanted to be a coach, and my family's still mad at me because I didn't finish college and and go into coaching. Hey, you guys like my hat, by the way?
Love the hat.
I do like it.
It's like Bear Bryant there.
Someone gave it to me at a show. He was working security, and he said, "That looks better than a toboggan you wear because I'm bald headed because chemo, Yeah. But anyway.
So I got to say this, Eddie. Anytime
a ton of guys that I got to be around that made it big in all the companies and all the all the big offices.
So I gotta say, anytime Tracy's at a show, if he's backstage, he's found a chair somewhere close to the curtains where he can watch every match, or he's at the gimmick table, he's watching every match, and any but guy, any girl who comes up and says, "Hey, how was my match?" Tracy's gonna give him feedback. It's gonna be positive. This is what you did great. You could try this a little bit. And I mean, just the love and respect he's got. I mean, he's got kids everywhere. And I say kids in quotes, but I mean, there are guys and ladies who truly consider him to be a father figure and a mentor. They call him Pops, and they know, if I'm on a show, Tracy's going to watch my match. He's going to tell me what I think, and he's going to make me better if I listen to him. So, definitely one of the best unsung coaches and out there. I think who's had a big impact on the modern wrestling world.
Oh, that's great to hear. Let's see. What was the idea behind making you a member of the FBI and ECW?
That was Tommy Dreamer's idea. I had worked for him. I was still working for WWF, it was called then. And they were kind of working together at ECW. I'd done a loop for WWF, and I was finishing up on the Saturday afternoon on the loop, New Haven, Connecticut. Chris Candido, God rest his soul, got me booked in there, and Shane Douglas. And I worked Taz the first time I was there. I originally thought I was going to be working Terry Funk. Lance Storm couldn't be there. Something with the flight, something like that. Then they said Van Dam, and I worked with Van Dam when he was like 19. And he said, "Can you mind with Taz?" I said, "No, sure." I knew Taz. Him and Candido came down to Smoky Mountain for a while before he got his break, and it went good. Taz liked it. And then the next time I come back at the arena, I didn't know who I was working with. So I asked Sabu, and Sabu goes, "Let me go ask Paul." And it was like 10 to 8. And Paul's like, "Well, do you want to work with him?" And Sabu was getting ready to work Taz in their first pay-per-view. And Sabu's like, no, I'm going out with Spike Dudley. Remember Spike Dudley? Because Spike was a protege of Taz's, and they were doing a thing there where he beat Spike down and Taz come out. So then Dreamer come up to me and he says, "You still got your rebel flag?" And I says, "Yeah." And he says, "Well," he goes, "we're going to put you in a tag match with Chris Chetty, who's Taz's cousin, working Tommy Rich, who they put Tommy with Guido already, the FBI, in a tag match. You and Tommy aren't getting in the ring till the finish, and then you're going to turn on Chris, and we're going to put you in the FBI with Tommy." It's like 5 to 8. We're going to the ring in 5 minutes. I mean, they do stuff on the fly like that, and that's where it started. Tommy Dreamer is the one who did it. All the videos and stuff we did was Tommy Dreamer. The dance off and all that was Tommy Dreamer.
What were your thoughts on working with Vince, Bill Watson, Paul Heyman?
Paul would do everything to spur of a moment, and he actually tried to do too much. If he'd have let Tommy handle some of the travel and some things like that, it would still be going. You know what I mean? You know, and he was a great booker. Let him book, you know, and everything. Bill Watts, very strict, very like a football coach, ran like a drill sergeant. I mean, he didn't take any stuff, fine you if you were late, things like that. He wanted everything to look realistic. He liked legitimate athletes around him. And I worked for him for a year. That's my first full-time job in '86. I worked '83 to '86 part-time, load trucks, and for the USWA for Lawler and Jerry Lawler and Jerry Jarrett, and then worked for Bill Watts for close to a year, and learned a lot there. And he always had a bunch of tough guys, legit guys around. Vince, I mean, he's a promoter. You know what I mean? You know, Vince is Vince. I guess that's all you can say. He broke the mold, and very brought the business for, you know, more commercial, I guess you'd say, and just real like a corporate thing it is now. And I guess they're in some trouble now. I don't know. I saw all the releases. I hate that, but he runs it like a business, and he's not there to be your friend. He's a promoter.
Yeah. Let's see. Someone's saying best wishes from Aberdeen, Scotland. Do you have any memories of eating at the Oregon in Philly?
Yeah. Had great food. Yes. Always. All the boys always went there.
What kind of reaction did you get backstage after your match with the Midnight Express at Bash 90?
A lot of guys loved it. It went good, and we had been going with them for like 2 or 3 weeks, and you know, and just Steve and I just followed. You know, Bobby and Stan, they were great back then. Bobby Eaton was the best in the world. He was just out of this world. He really was. Stan was great. Cornette, what a mind for the business. You know, so we were young, Steve and I. Steve grew up in the business. Steve Armstrong. So we were just glad to be there, and very thankful.
Who were some of your favorite wrestlers growing up?
Oh man. Until I got to college, I never saw anything but you know, the local Nick Goulis, Jerry Jarrett's promotion. And growing up, of course, Jerry Lawler, Bill Dundee, Dutch Mantell, guys like that, Bearcat Brown, if you remember him, Lynn Rossi, you know, and Sal Weingroff with back then they were the Islanders with the Samoans. You know what I mean? He come out with them eat fish and all that stuff, and then you know, Ricky Gibson, Robert Gibson's brother, was a big deal. And then when I got in college, started seeing the Road Warriors, Dusty Rhodes, Bob Backlund, you know what I mean? You know, and some guys like that, and Bruiser Brody. That's when I decided I wanted to be a wrestler. I remember watching him on Atlanta TV. He tore up the whole studio, beat everybody up. I mean, he was crazy, you know, and he was the real deal. I remember going to watch the Road Warriors in the Omni. A bunch of us took 2 or 3 carloads and watched Mass Superstar, Bill Eadie. And I told him the story. And Stan Hansen wrestling the Road Warriors. I remember that, boy. And that was a big deal. You believed it back then. With them guys like that in the ring, you had no choice but to believe it, you know.
Any memories of working Barberville, Kentucky for SMW?
Yeah, good time. The principal there of the school, he promoted the show real good. It always grew good. It was one of their major towns. They ran once a month. They'd run Johnson City once a month, Knoxville once a month, Barberville once a month, and Beckley, West Virginia once a month. So, yeah, I had a lot of fun there.
And how about I see that you wrestled some at TNA. What was that experience like?
I just did one show that Hardcore Justice show. Tommy Dreamer put me on it, and was out there with Guido, myself, and I don't remember who else was in there. But it was a lot of fun. That's the only time I ever worked for them was then, you know, in Orlando, you know, and that was the only time I did. But it was a good experience. They paid me good, and you know, I was glad. You know, that was a bucket list. I was glad I got to do it.
Someone wants to know: Did you ever want to run a promotion?
Well, I helped Joey Grunge. Got to give Joey a shout out. Tim Dennison run Midwest Impact Pro and kind of helped them there for about a year or two, something like that. And did, but boy, I tell you, that's hard. People don't understand. It's hard enough to manage and deal with yourself, much less a bunch of other guys. So guys that run shows, until you help run shows or help in the back or anything like that, you have no idea, how much of a headache it can be.
Yeah. So how long did you guys work on the book for?
Probably a little bit over, I guess it was a year and a half ago, and it was longer than that when we first met up and started talking about it. And I started kind of picking away at it in early 2019, and then in the fall we started going week to week, and we would cover basically a year every week for as long as we needed to. And it was right around the time he started his chemo treatments. And let's say some nights we had to cut it off 5-10 minutes in because he was feeling so bad, and other nights it's funny when he was in the hospital and they had, he'd be hooked up doing chemo, but he'd be on other drugs that kind of had him pumped up and everything, and he'd go for two hours solid telling stories and working the nurses when they came in, and can I get a little more peanut butter and this and that stuff. And,
I was hooked up to the chemo, and they had me on all those steroids and all those pills and shots and everything. So I'm a little fuzzy on a lot of things and still am. And as you can see, my beard is white gray. I mean, it took a lot out of me. I was in and out 10 different times. The hospital for about 5 days each time for a few months there. It was rough.
And Tracey, how are you feeling now? How are you doing now?
Doing better. I'm better than I was, but not where I need to be, but getting a little better. I'm actually going to shave Monday and try to get on the ball. Trying to get back. I can exercise a little bit, but not a lot. I got to really watch it. I had some fluid on my lungs. I had to get drained off a few weeks ago, and that was rough. I got a lot of side effects off of chemo. Dealing with cancer, it's the non-Hodgkin's is cancer of the blood, lymphoma, and it's really delicate, hard thing. But the hardest part is dealing with the side effects of the chemo, because the chemo just takes over your whole body. It kills the bad cells, good cells. It cures the cancer, but man, it kicks your butt. I'll tell you what. I had to go be hospitals about 5 different times from side effects off of the chemo. And a lot of times when we worked on the book, I was just out of it, from all of these medicine that was on and everything. John can tell you that.
I was say I think there was some catharsis going on. See, some of the nights when he was on heavy drug, was on the heavy medication, and he got a lot of emotions and feelings out, and we're going through the final reads. I was like, oh, we can't say that. But I think it was therapeutic for him regardless to get some of this stuff out. We tamed it down and everything. But like I said, there are stories in here. And say that the documentary story I mentioned, and the Mexico stories. I'd never heard Tracey talk about Mexico till we got into it. And,
I did 2 tours in Mexico.
Yeah, the Mexico tours. That is one heck of a chapter right there. I mean, just a lot of great stuff.
I did 23 tours of Japan and 2 of Mexico and Singapore, Malaysia. Had a bad fight in a bar, outside the bar in Singapore. Good Lord. But there's some stuff in that book, and really I was so out of it and so doped up they had me and everything. I remembered some of that stuff because Tim Dennison gave me a great idea on how to approach a book. Do it a year at a time with your career, your life, and everything. And that's kind of what we did. And I try to meditate on it and think about it. And then when John and I'd be on the phone, like a lot of times I was in the hospital, and we go 1 to 3 times a week. I remembered some of that, and it was just crazy. It just made you cringe at night because I'm just glad I'm lucky to be here. So you get a chance to read. There's some wild stuff to read a book.
Tracey, Jeannie says that she's got great memories of working with you as Lady Blossom on WCW.
Yeah, I worked Steve there a couple times. Steve Austin. There, and they were married then, and I don't know if they were married then. I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, hey, Jeannie, I hope you're doing okay. I don't know how old her daughters are now.
Kenny wants to know if you could tell us any stories about Lady Blossom.
Oh, I just, would see her at the shows, and she was with Steve, you know, and took care of Steve, you know, when he was getting going and everything. And, you know, I know she loved him, and, you know, and he loved her back then. And I didn't really know her that well, you know, as far as never hung out with him, you know, and all. But to see him there was always professional, was always cool.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on here. What do you think about wrestling in an empty arena?
Well, got to do what they got to do, you know, and that's hard without people. And the guys are busting their butts on all the companies that are doing that. And that's really hard. Believe me, it is, because the crowd is just so much of what we do, you know, and everything, and playing off the crowd. So, you know, I just be glad when this virus is over, and hopefully get back to normal, get some kind of, you know, normal, you know, because it just, it really sucks. It's scary, you know, it's scary.
Jason wants to know, you talked about Tojo Yamamoto earlier. Is he the stiffest person that you ever worked with?
No, maybe the Steiners, Haku, Barbarian, you know, some guys, you know, Stan Hansen, Bruiser Brody, you know, some of those guys.
I think you mentioned the other guys in WCW liked when you worked the Steiners, because then they didn't have to work the Steiners.
Yeah, Steve and I, we take their suplexes and they take our double team stuff, and they like working with us. And yeah, the guys, yeah, they did. They were. You know, Scott could really move back then, boy. He really could. And Rick, when he wanted to, he could work his ass off. He could. So it was a lot of fun.
Mike Bowman wants to know, how did you get the reputation of being one of the tough guys in the locker room?
God, I don't know. I didn't know that I was. I don't feel so tough now. But
well, the man's wrestled 3 bears. He's whipped cancer.
Usually do it.
What'd you say?
I say you've whipped 3 bears and now you've taken down cancer. So I mean, you know, that's a pretty tough resume there.
I'm not counting the cancer out. That's scary. I hear so many stories of it coming back on people.
So I mentioned Mexico as well.
Do anything like that, it's because I had to, or maybe to help a friend, and that's not my objective at all. Believe me, especially now. So you know, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Let's see. What was your dream match of guys you work with versus guys of today?
Chris Candido, I always say, is one of the favorite guys I got to work with, and Bobby Eaton, you know, and they were Brad Armstrong, Ricky Steamboat, you know, and I could go on and on, you know. Lawler, learned a lot from Jerry Lawler, really did. You know, I could go on and on with guys, you know, but boy, these guys today, they can really go, and they weren't doing that stuff when I started. Believe me, they were literally putting their lives on the line, and man, you just hope that they don't get hurt bad, because they're taking some really literally risking their lives in some of the stuff they're doing.
Who did you travel with most during the WWF New Generation era, and what was the locker room vibe like with the Click?
Travel with different guys. White Boy, a lot of times, Dirty White Boy, he was the plumber gimmick, and Bill Irwin was the goon with those guys, and Tom Brandy some, and Chris Candido some when he was there. You know, the Click, Kevin and Scott had already gone to WCW when I got there, and Sean was still there, and he was the top guy, but they had already left, you know, and I'd worked with Kevin and Scott when they first started in the business, you know. I mean, I you know, Sean was Sean. I mean, he'd tell you he was not the easiest guy to get along with back then, but he's mellowed out since then. You know, old age does that.
Yeah. David wants to know, what was it like to face Madman Pondo?
Pondo is nuts. He's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. But
I'll vouch for that.
he went to me. I didn't do all that crazy stuff. I've seen Pondo jump off trailers and everything. My God, he was going to wrestle piranhas one time. I remember that. My God, crazy.
Anybody wants to know about Madman Pondo, he'll be on at midnight tonight. And
yeah,
he'll tell you wild stories, and just when you're about to call him a liar, he'll be like, "Here's the photo, right there."
Yeah. He's done a lot of crazy stuff. I would stay to the end of the show when Ian Rotten first started running shows to see what kind of match Pondo was going to be in that night. I remember he did that where like Terry Funk did at ECW with like 100 chairs on him, something like that. He crawled out from under all of them. My God.
That's one of my favorite quotes in the book is the guy describing Tracey watching a Madman Pondo match. Oh, he's dead. He's got to be dead now.
That's what more Pondo would. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Here's just a couple more questions, and then we'll try to get you out of here. Was it hard working for McMahon?
Well, the schedule they'd have was brutal. Believe me, it was very, very brutal. And you had to really toe the line, be there. You had to really be on time. And a lot of places you're at, it was hard with the traffic in the Northeast. You know what I mean? And they're demanding, demanding job, a demanding guy. And if you're going to be there, you better toe the line and not mess up.
Paul Edward Clark wants to know, what are your thoughts on Vader?
God bless him. I hate that he's gone. I saw him about a year before he was gone. And he had flew out of Dallas. He was living in Dallas with his son, and his wife had divorced. And his son was helping him. His son in the medical field, doing real well. And his son was kind of taking care of his health, his heart. He flew that day. He flew, I want to say, Dallas to Charlotte, and then it was supposed to be in Charlotte to Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I think after the flight from Dallas, something happened. He got sick. And he threw up real bad when he got off the plane. So he had real bad off of his condition, his heart, and he had to catch a ride with Rick Steamboat and Tony Hunter, cardio man Tony Hunter, but and to get to the show. And then at the show, remember Paul Orndorff? Paul Orndorff was there, and they hugged it out and talked, and everything was cool, and all. And afterwards, he went with me. I took him back to the hotel. We went to eat the Waffle House. I've never seen a man eat that much in my life. But he had threw up everything in his body. He was just dehydrated, and he wasn't real good. His mind was going on him. The next morning, he had an early flight, and I was getting him to the airport because they didn't have a shuttle there for some reason. And he thought he was in Japan. And he was in, I kept telling him, I said, Leon, you're in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I said, you're flying to Dallas. Your son's been getting. His son called me. I talked with his son a couple of times, on there, and all, and was make sure he had everything and get him out of there. I knew him from Japan in '88. And he was good to us, Steve and I there, and he got us in Mexico actually. And then in WCW, when he was there, when we were there, he traveled with us some, and he just likes to kick back and drink beer, but God bless him.
Nathan, wake up!
Hey, how's it going?
All right, well, I guess we'll get you guys out of here.
Sounds good.
And okay, so Tracey, where can we get the book? Where can we get the book, John?
Amazon.com and also eatsleepwrestle.com if you want a signed copy. And I got a bunch of stuff.
Hey, John, they said Amazon is kind of slow on the books because a lot of their deliveries on anything, it's something essential. So eatsleepwrestle.com would be the quickest way to get it and to get an autographed copy.
We'll keep them in stock as best we can where they're flying off the shelf.
All right, thanks, John and Tracey. We wish you good health.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Nathan, how are you? We got
you. Well, how are you doing, Eddie?
Good. Thanks for coming back today.
Hey, no problem. My pleasure.
So we welcome you to COVID Con, and let's see. The book that you have out is, I have so many things up here right now. The Thrashing Seasons, is it?
Yeah, Thrashing Seasons. I have 2 books. That's my second book.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, Thrashing Seasons. That's my most recent book, and that's a history of wrestling in Manitoba. That's a Canadian province. As you make your way to the west from the east, that's the first sort of prairie province, and it's a history of wrestling in that region from the earliest history. In fact, from the fur trade era, and I actually go from as far back as the 18th century, looking at Native American wrestling, to use terms that are probably more familiar for American audiences. We'd probably say indigenous here, all the way up through the fur trade and through the 19th century, and kind of finishing up in the early 1930s.
So how did you, how were you drawn to that era?
Yeah, it's a really long roundabout story, but I was always interested in professional wrestling. I used to, I used to watch it as a kid. I grew up with Stampede Wrestling. Then what happened was that in high school they cut my wrestling team, and I didn't really have an outlet for wrestling, but I maintained a fascination with it. So we had a library in the high school. They had a pretty decent collection of wrestling books, so I started to go through them because I was interested in the technical end of stuff. And then I just started to read up on the history. There's a book on Canadian wrestling called Of Matson Men. It was written by a guy named Glenn Lation. Glenn Lation was really big in amateur wrestling throughout the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and I started to learn with that a bit about the rich history of Canadian wrestling, going back hundreds of years. And then I started to get into submission wrestling around the mid 1990s. And at that point in time, I also learned that professional wrestling had a submission wrestling history of its own right. And I could see some of that in the texts that I was reading. I'd start to read old wrestling instructional manuals, things of that nature. And then I learned about guys like Karl Gotch, who was a famous wrestler who eventually went over to Japan and got involved in starting the shoot wrestling movement, and guys like Judo Gene LaBelle. And I actually went to a Gene LaBelle seminar. We drove 12 hours because I wanted to learn about this older method of professional wrestling that involved pinfalls and submissions, and this incredibly rich and diverse technical wrestling tradition that existed that you didn't always necessarily see when you were watching broadcasts, but it was there, and it was under the surface. And continued to just learn and read, and I read pretty much everything I could find in terms of published works on that era. Then I started to get into research myself, probably beginning in the late 1990s, but I really revved it up in about 2003.
Okay. Jason wants to know, what's the oldest known hold?
That's going to be a tie with a lot of holds, because some of the oldest depictions of wrestling are on the tomb of Beni Hassan, and that's sort of a fresco of wrestling holds from an ancient Egyptian tomb, and it depicts a lot of modern wrestling holds, hammerlocks, single leg takedowns, things of that nature. So anything that's on the tomb of Beni Hassan would be tied probably for oldest documented wrestling hold.
Chris says, amazing book, introduced me to my great-grandfather, gave me the insight into my family and my wrestling fascination.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to comment on that.
Sure.
I had mentioned last night in the pre-show that one of the incredible things that comes out of this is when you have family members contact you. And funny enough, I did try to search down some family members, some of Chris's great grandfather, if I'm getting that right, family members, and I kind of came up to a dead end, and I was already getting toward publication. But then, a few years later, I was contacted, and her grandfather, Charles Gustafson, is the person who got wrestling going in Manitoba. It is it's sort of on his shoulders that the sport of wrestling was built in the period before the First World War. So he was the man.
Okay. Let's see. Another question here. Were there any subjects for Thrashing Seasons that you weren't able to get to?
Yeah, actually, I would like to have looked a little bit more at women's involvement in wrestling, and not necessarily in terms of being participants, but in terms of being spectators. And I always kind of had this idea that would be the additional chapter of thrashing season. Sort of looking, I did go through, I think, almost everything you could possibly find on wrestling in Manitoba for that period. And as far as I can determine, there was one event that involved women, and that involved one of the traveling Bennett sisters. They talk about the Bennett sisters in the Sisterhood of the Squared Circle very briefly, but they visited, they kind of did a vaudeville tour, and they visited Winnipeg, and they put on a performance against one another, and that's it. But there were women wrestling spectators going back as far as 1901. So I always had this idea of teasing out why would women have been attracted to wrestling matches at that time? What would have been some of the restrictions around women wrestling or coming to wrestling matches at that point in time? And what might have been some of their concerns as people coming into a world that is so male dominated?
All right, we got a ton of questions coming in here. Let's see. Who invented the submission we know today as the Kimura?
Well, we can't really say who invented that, but if we go back to catch wrestling, that term in the Japanese, we want to get into wrestling terminology. That's an udegarame, which is a bent arm lock, and there's an upwards one. So in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you know that as an Americana. And then the Kimura is when the arm is bent down. But in wrestling circles, that's usually known as a double wrist lock. So we can't really say there's anybody that invented it, but absolutely there was people that were using that hold. And it had reached a pretty high level of perfection long before Kimura made it famous by breaking Elliot Gracie's arm with that. So that is one of the holds that has a really rich tradition in catch-as-catch-can wrestling. It's considered to be one of the bread and butter submission holds. And not only that, you can use it for submissions, you can use it to reverse guys, you can use it to set up pins, any number of things. And if you want to see some examples of that, all you need to do is go on and watch Luthez. Luthez was a master of that hold. So you can see some of the ways that catch-as-catch-can wrestlers would use that hold in their matches.
Shane Helm says, "How about my patented figure 4 leg lock?"
I can't speak to the figure 4 leg lock. Unfortunately, that's something.
The figure 6 leg lock.
Figure 6 leg lock. Oh, that sounds really painful. That adds, what is that? Substantially more pain. 4 to 6, 2 out of 3. So yeah, that sounds awfully painful.
Let's see. David Connor wants to know, how did you research the book? Historical societies, old newspapers, family members of deceased wrestlers.
Yeah, so the reality is that the public record for wrestling, much of it, of course, exists in newspapers. So that would have been one of my starting points. In fact, the book was released in 2016, and I began work on that as far back as 2003, because I went to a teachers college in Ottawa, and in Ottawa we had Library and Archives Canada. At that point in time, it was divided into two institutions. There was the National Library of Canada and the Archives. So what I did, basically, my teachers college became an aside to my main pursuit, which was researching wrestling. So I just went through microfilm after microfilm reel after microfilm reel. And I started out wanting to know about the career of a great Canadian wrestler by the name of Jack Taylor, really Canada's first grade heavyweight. And then I just went through microfilm. But in researching thrashing seasons, I wanted to go beyond that, because although a lot of our public record around wrestling and sport writ large comes from newspapers, I wanted to know what other sources would be available. So I had to ask the question, what type of sources would generate records on wrestling? And that's something you have to do no matter what subject you look at. You have to think, because you're not going to go to an archives and find stuff on wrestling. You have to think, who's going to be preserving these records? Where might records of wrestlers exist? So I ended up using court records. There was a lot of, I think maybe use the term that Jimmie Wheeler used, sort of nefarious activities associated with wrestling in the 19th century. So I ended up going through court records. I went through legislative records, so records of legislation. I went through bylaws. I ended up doing research for that book actually in 5 different languages, in addition to English. And in terms of contacting family, unfortunately, I didn't get to do a lot of that. Couldn't really get a hold of any family members from that time. And what happened is a lot of family members ended up contacting me afterwards, wanting to know about their ancestors. So it's a great honor.
Jimmie Wheeler wants to know, could you give a little overview of the Finnish immigrants that played a part in the Thunder Bay area?
Absolutely, yeah. So Thunder Bay is sort of a unique wrestling culture. Of course, every community at that point in time was unique in its own way. There was not a singular wrestling monoculture as there is right now, but Thunder Bay was a bit unique because there was a lot of Scandinavian immigrants that came here. So this really began in the 1870s. The initial wave of Finnish immigrants came via the United States. So maybe as far back as the 1870s, but it really picked up after the 1890s. So Canada had an immigration boom from about 1900 to 1914, and it ended with the First World War. And a lot of Finnish immigrants came over. And at that point in time, a lot of Finns were really becoming involved in wrestling. So we see Greco-Roman wrestling introduced to Finland in 1896 by, in fact, a Polish wrestler, Ladislas Pytlazinski. And they had their own sort of indigenous wrestling styles. They had a backhold style, which was really similar to what you see in the Cumberland Westmoreland style of English wrestling. But they took to Greco-Roman really quickly, and they started to develop an incredibly strong cadre of wrestlers. And by the turn of the 20th century, in fact, by the years after the 1908 Olympics, Finland becomes a wrestling powerhouse. And many of those immigrants made their way over to Thunder Bay, because a lot of people at that point in time were working on railways, and by the 1920s they're starting to work in bush camps. And Finland has a civil war. So the civil war that's fought in 1918 in Finland, and a lot of athletes were on the losing side, and some of those guys came here to Thunder Bay. Thunder Bay had a draw also because the physical environment looked fairly similar to Finland. So you ended up having this really strong hotbed of wrestling in Thunder Bay. And in fact, you had a lot of Greco-Roman wrestling, and Greco-Roman wrestling is from the waist up. So Greco-Roman wrestling was really strong here in Thunder Bay, whereas it had really died out by the turn of the century in most other places. But even in the 1920s, you see a lot of Greco-Roman wrestling here in Thunder Bay. So it was quite the time for Finnish Canadian wrestlers during the teens and 20s.
Would anyone from Canada come down to the States for carnies or challenge matches?
Yeah, there was a lot of mobility. Wrestlers would come up and down, and you see guys like Henry Colin, for example. Henry Colin is a wrestler who's actually trained by a very well-known wrestler, the father in many ways of professional wrestling in the United States, as well as amateur wrestling, Martin Farmer Burns. And he came up here and he homesteaded for a time in the 1920s. So he spent a lot of time up here, and he'll go back down to the United States as well. And he was wrestling in his 60s in the carnival, still taking on all comers. And I find records of him in the 1920s up here in Canada, in fact, in Saskatchewan, wrestling against threshing crews. So that's in fact where I got the title of my book from, Thrashing Seasons. It comes from threshing season, because you'd have this whole crew of people that would go out west. Oftentimes it'd be Brits. They'd come over and they go on these harvesting excursions. And there's a lot of guys, and they're traveling around, and they're, they got maybe some money floating about. So that was where wrestlers would go, and they'd go and wrestle guys from these threshing crews. And one of the guys who would do this was Henry Colin. So there's a whole world around wrestling and professional wrestling beyond just purely what you'd see staged in rings. There's that's one aspect of the world of wrestling, but there's an entire cornucopia of wrestling besides just that. And Henry Colin was part of that.
Can you talk a little bit about Jack Taylor?
Yeah, sure. So Jack Taylor was Canada's great heavyweight wrestler. He was born January 6, 1887 in, he was a farm boy, Chepstow, kind of between Chepstow and Glamis, which is up in Bruce County. And I think he had a pretty tough life as far as I can tell from census records. His father died young, and he had to work on the farm, but he's a really athletic guy. And then by by about 1909, works a lot of jobs. So he ends up in fact, in the Thunder Bay region, working for the Pigeon River Timber Company, and he makes his way out west. And big, strong, athletic guy, and he meets up with Clarence Eklund. And Clarence Eklund was living in the community of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan at that point in time. So he starts training with him. And Clarence Eklund was about a middleweight at that point in time, maybe moving into light heavyweight. So he really schooled Jack Taylor on wrestling. And then Jack Taylor ends up moving out to Lethbridge, becomes a police officer with the Lethbridge police force. And he also starts training, at least by 1913, with a guy by the name of Farmer Burns. So he has this really strong wrestling pedigree to draw on in the early stages of his career. And he begins his career in Lethbridge by 1912. Now, some of the records online say that Jack Taylor began his career in 1911 in Moose Jaw. I haven't seen primary source documentation of that, but he quickly becomes the established Canadian heavyweight wrestling star, because Canada had a lot of heavyweights that were coming in, but there wasn't that homegrown talent, and Jack Taylor was it. And he very quickly rose through the ranks, and by the years just before the First World War, he's facing some of the top wrestling talent in the world, traveling down to the United States. And he eventually challenges by 1914 for the world's heavyweight title against a guy who, one of the title claimants, Charles Cutler, and wrestles a lot of matches in Western Canada. And that was really what got heavyweight wrestling going in the prairie provinces. So I could talk a lot more about Jack Taylor, but I did write a piece for him on slam wrestling. Wrote it a few years ago on the anniversary of his death, so I encourage people to check that out.
All right, and then let's see. Jason wants to know: did the Finns bring wrestling with them to Canada, or did they learn it here? Any documented history of wrestling culture in Finland?
Yeah, there is a documented history of wrestling in Finland. The sort of backhold style, and then the early 1890s, you start to see the growth of wrestling. It's sort of this hybridized type of style. But then the real beginnings of organized wrestling were with the HAC, the Helsinki Athletic Club, by 1896. And that athletic club is still operating in Finland. And that's really the beginnings of it. So then, yeah, the athletes came over and they were schooled in Greco-Roman primarily. But what happens is that by the time they arrive here, if they're going to be wrestling either amateur or pro, they're going to have to adapt to the dominant style, which was the catch-as-catch-can style. But you find that what happens is that a lot of wrestlers, such as and Jason, you mentioned him, Waino Ketonen or Vaino Ketonen, to kind of use more of that's probably a butchering of the Finnish pronunciation, but he came with this really strong amateur Greco-Roman background, but he necessarily had to adapt that to the catch-as-catch-can style. So he brought that. Guys like Armas Leitinen brought that type of style. Henry Karhunsari, they brought that strong Greco-Roman wrestling, and you see that when you read descriptions of their matches, you can see they're doing some of the overhead throws and things that are much more characteristic of Greco. So yeah, it's a hybridized style. They contributed to this melting pot culture of wrestling in North America.
Who do you think is Canada's greatest technical wrestler of all time?
You'd have to, technical is subjective because you have to kind of consider what era and what constitutes technical. If you look at the era that I consider, I probably would say Dan McLeod. Dan McLeod was a guy who, in fact, met and beat all of the great heavyweights that were operating in North America. So he kind of is the beginning of Frank Gotch's wrestling lore, wrestling him on a cinder track after kind of a local fair. He wrestled and beat him. He beat Farmer Burns. He beat Tom Jenkins as well. And we don't know exactly where he came from. There's a lot of different stories, but he certainly began his wrestling career by 1889 in Nanaimo. And this was a guy who was 165 pounds when he was in shape, but yet he was facing heavyweights. So he was facing guys into their 190s, into their 200s. So I really think, at least in terms of the era that I look at, he would be the guy who would be considered the great technical wrestler. One of his favorite moves would be a half Nelson and crotch. A half Nelson's where you reach behind the arm and then you throw the guy over. And that was one of his signature moves. And he was known to be the best sort of most proficient user of that technique during his heyday.
Can you go into the different styles that the immigrants had?
Yeah, sure. A lot of what we get in North America in terms of wrestling styles, a lot of it originates from the British Isles. So one of the most common early wrestling styles that you see, and a lot of this would be focused in the Northeast in particular, would be collar and elbow style. There's different variants of that. Sometimes it was done with a harness, sometimes it was done with a jacket, and sometimes it was done just locking up. And sometimes with those matches, you just throw the guy to the ground. Other times you'd work for a pin, and not necessarily any standardized rules. And that's associated often with the Irish immigrants. And a lot of them settle up in New England and places like Vermont. And that style also migrated up into Canada. Another style would be the so again, two distinct variations: there's Cornish style and Cornwall Devonshire style. They amalgamated into well, there's Cornish style, Devonshire style. By the time they're here, they're sort of amalgamated, and that's almost like it's almost like judo in a lot of ways, with a lot of foot trips and using a jacket. And that's sort of that is from sort of the southwestern corner of England. Then one of the styles didn't really catch on in North America. One of the more popular styles was the Cumberland Westmoreland style, which is a backhold style. So all of these styles were in the mix in the mid-19th century. And to that, we have added Greco-Roman wrestling, which originates in France. So those are some of the big wrestling styles, in addition to catch-as-catch-can wrestling, which is a loose wrestling style that involves, doesn't have any prearranged grips like a lot of these other styles. And you can pretty much grab a hold of any body part within reason to win your matches. And that one really becomes dominant by the last 2 decades of the 19th century. So those are the main sort of immigrant styles, so to speak. There are other ones such as Glima. So Glima, a lot of different variations on that, but Icelanders came here and they wrestled the Glima wrestling style. And in that, you grab the sort of at the hips. Not until the 20th century did they have a harness for this, but you grab over under and you grab on the hips and you try to sort of toss the guy over. No ground wrestling in that, but that's another fairly interesting wrestling style. There are in fact 3 distinct variations of Glima, but the belt wrestling style is the one that made its way to North America.
So Nathan, we're going to let you get out of here, but where can people find your book? Find both of your books?
Yeah, well, you can find my books. First of all, I like to plug independent wrestling, or rather independent bookstores before I plug Amazon. McNally Robinson out of Winnipeg, that's the largest independent bookstore in Manitoba. You can order that online. You can get it through the University of Manitoba Press. You can, of course, go on to Amazon beyond that. And it's pretty much available anywhere online. In terms of that's my first book, or my second book. In terms of my first book, they're really hard to come by, but if people contact me, I can, once the stuff clears and I'll go to a post office, I can definitely send you a copy of A Rugged Game.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Nathan. Well, hey, we appreciate you dropping in again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
All right, guys, we're almost at the end of my time here as moderator. Just so everyone knows that's listening, we're going to have one more interview coming up with Ian Douglas and Dylan Postle, who you would know better as Hornswoggle from WWE rather. And then after that, you're going to have to refresh as the other moderator will be coming on, and we'll have DDP at 4:30. And that'll go all the way up until midnight. So with that, and also let's not forget about let me just share the screen real quick. What is going on there? That didn't work. Well, we have the t-shirt that's for sale on ProWrestlingTees.com, and all the money that we get goes to everyone who's participated today in helping to get this going. So with that, I'm going to bring on Ian Douglas and Dylan. Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Hey Eddie, Dylan, how are you?
Good, very, very good, very, very good. Dealing with this as best we can.
Yeah, thanks for joining. And now you guys had you guys collaborated on the book, Life is Short and So Am I.
Yeah.
Yes, along with Ross Owen Williams. Yes, we did.
Great. So do you want to share a little bit about the book, where we can find it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing during all this lockdown craziness. I'm selling them actually personally and personalized autographed copies. Otherwise, you can get them again at local bookstores across the country or Amazon as well. If you want to get a personal copy from me, you can email me at bookhornswoggle@gmail.com, and then I can get one out to you because
Okay.
we all need reading material during this time.
So let's talk about the book a little bit. How did the book come about? Who contacted who?
Ian, you could take that one.
I emailed him at bookhornswoggle@gmail.com. What happened was I was just wrapping up with Dan Severn when we were working on Severn's book, The Realest Guy in the Room. I was taking a break from that and finally getting an opportunity to go to the gym. I hopped on the elliptical. I queued up Steve Austin's podcast, and Dylan had been recently released, and I was practically falling off the elliptical because I was laughing so hard from the stories he was telling. And by the time it was over, I wanted to know a whole lot more. So I went back to the Airbnb that I was staying at. I searched Hornswoggle's Twitter account. I found his booking email. I emailed him and I told him, I was just listening to you on Austin. You were hilarious. And I think people need to hear your story. And I'm helping Severn with his book, and I would love to help you write a book as well. I went to take a shower, and I got out, and I already had a message from him saying, yes, I'm interested in doing this. Let's talk more about it. We got on the phone a day or two after that, and we got rolling.
That's the thing. It seemed like we hopped immediately into it.
Yeah, immediately.
How long was the process from that first phone call until you were able to get the book out?
3 years. 3 years all told. One of the challenges, just from my end, one of the challenges was coming from Severn's book and moving on to Hornswoggle's book is Severn's life story as far as wrestling and MMA is concerned. It's pretty neatly bookended. Like, he has the initial stages of his life, the bulk of his career is done, and so he's able to sort of look back on it, but on everything. But as we got rolling with Dylan's book, his life was still progressing. He'd been recently released, and every time I spoke with him, there was a new development. He had some family issues that he spoke about, dealing with the loss of his grandfather, for instance, the purchase of a new home, and the different developing stages of his wrestling career and changes in confidence as well. So there was really, and Dylan was ultimately the one who did this, unless someone had to step in and say, look, Dylan had to step in and say, I'm done right now. We're going to go to press with some version of what's already been stated. And it was about 1.5 years after our first conversation that happened.
Yeah. It's it seemed like, and I'm not my memory. I always I never have. I always forget things that happen. I would often even go to my friends and, hey, so what am I forgetting about this part of my life? Like, what, or my dad, hey, Dad, tell me like what happened during this part. Does anything stick out? Oh, yep, there we go. There's a couple things there. And it's just like, I have the worst memory ever when it comes to my career and my life. It's just, so stuff would always be coming out.
So Dylan, what made you want to get into the wrestling business?
Ultimate Warrior. I was a fanatic of the Ultimate Warrior. Growing up, that's all. The minute I saw him, I just wanted. I knew nothing else. I didn't want to do anything else. I wanted to be a pro wrestler my whole life, and that was it. I backyard wrestled as a teenager, and then I got trained at 17, and it was off to the races.
Wow, that's pretty
Yeah.
interesting. We have a couple of questions that are coming in here. What are your thoughts on the rumored story that Vince was supposed to kill you on TV at the Sun?
So I just saw this. Brian Gewirtz the other day tweeted it. It's now becoming like a famous picture, viral picture. Man, it's crazy. I'm glad. So it never got pitched to Vince. It never made it out of the writer's room, thankfully. But also, I feel like you never know if it would be like, can't do that, or God damn it, let's kill the midget. Like, you never know with him. He's a crazy man, and so but it was quite the read to see late at night.
Well, that's going to bring me to my next question, because you just said the word, and I just got done reading your SI interview that you did.
Oh, thank you.
About what your thoughts were, on that word in wrestling. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that. Yeah.
No, man, like I say, and I will continuously say, the word midget makes me money. If you put dwarf wrestling or little person wrestling, which I technically am, I guess, if you put that on a poster, it's weird. People don't quite know what it is. You put midget wrestling on a poster, people know exactly what they're going to get.
Yeah.
If in this day and age, people get offended way too easily. People are pussies. I'm sorry, but I'm blatantly saying it. People are pussies. If I'm gonna let the word midget offend me, there's a lot more bad things in life that should offend me more than that.
All right. So how old were you when you made it to the big time in WWE?
I turned 20.
Okay.
2 days after my debut.
Wow, that's incredible.
I was so young.
So what is that like? Is that surreal for you at that point in your life?
Yeah, man. I was going 4 weeks of being 20 years old. I was flying to the Philippines. I never knew where the Philippines were, much less to fly to the Philippines. It was crazy. It was absolutely insane. I live very much with the mindset of this shouldn't be happening when something happens good, like positive, because I like to live. And this may be not the mindset to have, but I always like to live kind of negative, with a negative mindset, because I like to be surprised by good things that happen. You can't be let down if you don't go into something hopeful.
Right.
If I think the match is going to suck and it turns out to be a banger, as the kids say, Jesus, I just aged myself. And it turns out to be a banger, it's the best feeling ever.
Hold on, we got a couple other questions here. It says the match where you look up Santina Morella's skirt and faint makes me laugh every time. What was it like working with Anthony?
See, no remembrance of that. I remember the up the skirt and faint, but I have no recollection of that whatsoever.
Okay.
But Santino, man, I called him the man of 1,004 stories, like Dean Malenko was 1,004 holds, because I would go up to him and I would just say, I'd just pick a random word, say the word, and he would have a story. And whether it was true or not, he told this story with so much like behind it that I didn't give a damn if it was true. It was so entertaining. And it's like he lived this crazy life. Whether he did or not, I don't care, because I was entertained by the stories.
Let's see another one. What road stories come to mind working with WWE?
You can find so many of them in my Amazon pre-order award-winning book, Life is Short and So Am I, available on Amazon, Audible, bookstores everywhere when they open back up, with your masks, of course. But probably, I think as a nutshell, or as a whole, this is why I don't write the books, because I can't speak. All of my travels with Kofi, Kofi took like a he is probably my best friend. Him and Kurt Hawkins are my best friends. And I think that comes through in the book quite a bit. They did the forwards, and man, like, so we did the forwards, they did them, and the rule was from the beginning, I never wanted to see the forwards, ever.
Ooh,
because I wanted to be surprised when the book came out, just like everyone else. And publishing companies and this and that, like, forgot that about this and always asked me for approval. And like, I just said, yeah, I'm not looking at them. I'm looking at them when the book comes out. And I'm so glad I did, because these two guys, my two best friends in the world, wrote such magnificent forwards, and they were such dickheads to me in the process, but in such a loving way. Our friendship shone through so much in the forwards alone, and it was such an awesome start to the book.
Hey, Dylan, has the meeting happened yet between your son and Kofi's son?
No, still
Get on
to
it.
this day. So Eddie, there, Kofi's son is years old, because I'm a horrible friend and I don't know. My son is 10. And they've been best friend. We call it best friends through FaceTime. They've never met, and they're like, they talk about each other all the time, and they don't know each other, and they might not ever meet. It might be like the old art of pen pals when I was young. That might be this, but it's the coolest thing ever. Kofi is the nicest human being on planet Earth. The nicest human being on planet Earth. Not a bad bone in his body. When he gets angry, it is almost laughable, because it's not real anger, and you don't ever see the anger. So when it actually happens, it's just over stupid things, and it's the best. I'm so happy that he's a buddy of mine.
So Ian, when you guys were writing the book, what is the process like? Like, are you telling Dylan, hey, maybe that's too much to put in the book, or is he just, telling you every single thing, and then, you decide what goes in and what doesn't go in? How does that work?
When the book was in my hands at the outset, everything went in, from early childhood. I hate to say trauma, but yeah, from early childhood trauma to training experiences to issues with ex-girlfriends and absent family members. Absolutely everything went in. And I recall the initial draft of the book having quite a bit of profanity as well. And Dylan said, one day we were set to have our weekly phone call, and Dylan said, "That's got to come out of the book." And I said, "How come? It's so colorful." And he said, "Well, it's just because I'm a babyface." And that was it. 90% of the profanity was gone at that point. But yes,
There might be children here, but they hear it worse on television. I say the word "fuck" a lot, Eddie. You're gonna that Sid's gonna be on here later. I'm sure he'll drop a couple of F-bombs, so I don't feel as bad. But I realized that when the draft came out, and I was like, man, this is I say it too much, but it's a very important term in my everyday talk, I guess.
Let's see. We got a couple other questions here. Have you ever worked with or talked to Dink the Clown?
I saw him at a convention, a couple conventions now. Might get heat for this. I don't care at this point in my life. There's no conventions that I'm going to be getting booked on this month. I texted my buddies back home. I said, never let me turn into Dink the Clown. Just crappy face paint, walking around pissed off. I just never let me turn into Dink the Clown. And it's just like, I don't know. At some point, we all have to realize at some point that we're all humans. I wake up as Dylan Postle every day, not as Hornswoggle. And so you have to realize that. You have to realize someday it's just time to leave the crappy face paint in the gym bag and at home and just be a normal human. And it's going to come for all of us, and that's going to be the worst day ever. And like, but it's not if you're okay with it. And I realize that someday it's going to be just Dylan, and that's okay to me.
So what was it like for you to be able to tell your story as Dylan and not the character that you were playing on television? Was that therapeutic for you to be able to put all those stories out there?
You know what? I think like the weirdest thing was revealing stuff about my mom and just how crappy she was. And I said to everyone, I said, let her try to sue me because this is the truth. Like, and it's one of those things where I don't know if it was therapeutical, if that's a word. Is that a word? Therapeutical? Therapeutic. That's the word. Again, maybe that's why WWE didn't let me talk at all either. Therapeutic to let these stories out. But I just felt like they had to be said and they had to kind of be out there. And I knew that the typical WWE fan and Hornswoggle fan, they didn't know these stories and they didn't know what I went through. And it wasn't ever a poor me kind of thing, but it was all right, I want them to see that there's more than one layer.
By the way, therapeutical, just looked it up. Definitely a word.
Oh yeah, I'm smart.
All right, we have a couple other questions here. I don't know that I don't remember the situation, but someone wants to know what was the atmosphere like after the whole Rock Make-A-Wish situation.
That's one of my favorite stories. So spoiler for the book, you'll read all about it more in detail. Essentially, The Rock thought I was a Make-A-Wish kid backstage.
That doesn't sound awkward at all.
It was like heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It really was. It was the first time I ever got to meet The Rock. He came back for that Raw promo to announce he was going to be hosting WrestleMania. And I was like, hell yes, I'm going to meet The Rock. He's the best. He's making 19 Fast and Furious movies. I don't care. I'm going to meet him. He was in that Sweet Game Plan movie and the Scorpion King 17. I'm going to meet Dwayne. We're going to be best friends. That's simple. He comes back from the ring. I extend my hand. I am in a full suit, mind you, with my gear bag next to me. There's a reason I'm there, probably. I was also on Raw earlier in the night. So, reach out my hand. Hey, I'm Dylan. Thank you for doing that promo. I was so happy to have you back. Just wanted to say it's awesome to meet you. And he greets me with, did you have a good time tonight, buddy? And that was when The Rock thought I was a Make-A-Wish kid visiting backstage. Like, heartbroken. The only thing missing was a pat on the head. Like, that would have been, I probably would have cried. And then I make the mistake of, after that drive, telling Kofi. And he proceeds to, within 2 minutes, the whole locker room knows. And I go, and now the next week at TV, I am just blistered with, Rock thought you were a Make-A-Wish kid? And then they call Rock out about it, and he tries to play it off as he didn't think so. But it was heartbreaking.
Yeah, I could see that. That's incredible. All right, somebody wants to know if you guys have watched The Tiger King.
Yes, I have.
I think if you haven't at this point, especially with like the lockdown, man, like, the hell are you doing? You just taking up cross stitching, or like, what are you doing with your time? I never thought I would like docuseries, and now I'm a docuseries fiend. Like, I can't watch enough. I watched right after that. I watched the Don't F with Cats,
Yep.
which was very weird. I watched McMillions, which started so good, and then it like had the worst finish ever. And I'm gonna start Jinx. I've heard that's a good one. I can't wait. This is going to be so good.
Yeah. If you haven't binge watched Tiger King, you're not doing quarantine properly.
No. That's the main part of that reason for that show. I feel like Netflix is like, oh, we don't know when to release this. There's coronavirus. Today's the day. Like,
yeah. Somebody they want to know what your funniest Monday Night Raw moment was.
I mean, the weirdest was probably when Mae Young gave birth to me as the New Year's baby. When people say, how can you not be offended by the term midget? I say I can't be offended by much when I was okay with Mae Young giving birth to me and wearing a diaper on national TV, and then wearing a cow costume because I was getting a little fat, and WWE thought it would be funny to put me in a cow outfit.
Okay, so that's something. So how does that work? Do you have to give the okay to stuff like that, or they just tell you, hey, this is what you're doing this week?
I mean, they tell you flat out. I don't have the creative control of a Dwayne Johnson.
Right.
I think we're a little different levels. I don't get why by any means. I was in 2 movies. He was in 2 movies, plus 90. But I was never one to balk at something. Like, again, I wore the Brodus Clay singlet on national TV because, again, I believe it was to poke fun at me, whether it was or wasn't. We're going to get contradicting stories, I'm sure. Yeah.
Let's see. Were you angry when you had to do the segment and joining the Vince McMahon's Kiss My Ass Club?
Hell no. That, like, I didn't have to kiss his ass, and I probably would have kissed his ass if we would have had to end the segment that way. But it was during that whole Vince's son, the storyline, I was one of the key points of Raw. And it was insanity for me because the 15th anniversary, I think I was on 5 segments of that show. I started the show and I was the ending shot of the show. That was the coolest time ever. Like, so being part of that just furthered the angle even more. It was awesome.
So when did you are you officially done? I mean, what are your plans now?
I don't have any bookings this weekend.
Okay.
Next weekend seems like it's pretty open too. The weekend after, I don't think I have any locked in. No, man. Like, I had the busiest schedule. From March till July, I had one Saturday, and it was going to be in the 4 years since being released, which is in 4 days. In the 4 years of that, this is the busiest my schedule's ever been. And it sucks. It really, really sucks. I'm supposed to be in Orlando right now with my son. We take every year, we take a Disney trip every year. And this was going to be the longest one we took. It was going to be 7 straight days. It was going to be awesome. But with everything going on, obviously, it couldn't happen. But we're going to do it again. Like, I'm very naive to all this COVID stuff. And that's probably not the best to be. If I'm going to get sick, I'm going to get sick. That's kind of how I'm living right now. And it might be a really, really stupid way to live, but I'm not going to buy a bubble. Like, I'm not going to do that. And
How old is your son?
10.
Okay. So that's an interesting question. What is that like? When you're working.
Yes, he's taller than me.
That's no. No, I was gonna ask you what's it like working that type of a schedule? You know, when you have when you're a dad, is that tough?
Man, I can't thank my parents enough. My dad,
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's on vacation, unless they're on vacation, him and my mom are on vacation, that's the first place Landon goes, and I couldn't be happier. It's now with my schedule, it's even crazier. I'm gone every weekend for at least one day, sometimes 4. And it's nuts. And between that and running my company, ACW Wisconsin, and my school with that company, and it's just my life is wrestling. And this is the longest I haven't done any wrestling work.
Yeah.
For ACW, but yet we still are. We were supposed to have our biggest show ever, April 18th, and that had to cancel. We're expecting like over 2,000 people again. We do it every year, and this year was going to be even bigger. And just it's really, really a weird time, but it's nice to spend this much time with him. As much as cabin fever as I think we've gotten, it's nice.
So, were you guys doing any promotional tours for the book at all?
I think I did like 2 signings.
Okay.
I haven't done a lot, to be honest. I haven't done a lot because I'm so busy with wrestling stuff.
Yep.
That's and ECW Press had to find a weekend where I wasn't booked, and like it was the one weekend in like 4 months I wasn't, and so we just did a press thing for it that weekend randomly, and but it went great, and that's it. It's it's kind of all word of mouth, man, and people are very, very happy with it, and I couldn't be more happy about that. It's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible to have a book, period, and, and have people happy with it. And I would hope that they would tell me if it sucks, because I would want to know if it sucks, but I know it doesn't suck.
It doesn't.
And like the audiobook was easily the worst, kind of the worst part about it, because I don't like talking and I'm not good at it, and I'm not good at read aloud or like out loud reading. So doing that and then like stumbling over words while bawling because of my grandpa stories in there, and it was the worst thing ever. But I'm so glad I did it, because I don't want someone else reading my book.
Oh, that is interesting. Well, listen, I'm going to let you guys get out of here. So where can we find the book?
You can go on Amazon. Life is Short and So Am I on there. I know almost all Barnes and Noble have it in their wrestling section.
Yep.
As well as just email me at bookhornswoggle@gmail.com, and you can pick up your personalized autographed copy.
Okay. Well, hey, I definitely appreciate you guys coming by today. I mean, that's really awesome for you guys.
Thank you guys very, very much. Appreciate it.
Take care, Eddie.
Take care, guys.
Good to see you, Dylan.
All right, we'll see you guys. All right, so that's going to wrap it up for my portion of COVIDCon. Please refresh your browser. There's going to be a new moderator coming on, and we're going to have action-packed content all the way to the end of the show. And let me just share this one more time. I don't know why it's not working, but the t-shirt. If you guys can just pick up a shirt, there it is. Support the people that are trying to put the show on for you guys this weekend. Totally appreciate it. And please go to the websites, help these guys out, purchase their books. And I know that I'm probably going to be buying about 14 of them today. So, all right, guys, that'll wrap it up for me. We'll see you tomorrow.